Chapter 796. Female literature. Strictly speaking, sect master Zhang Zhe was actually of the same generation as him, and the age gap between them was not that big. However, Zhang Zhe's seniority was extremely high, so no one compared him to Zhang Zhe. Of course, when Xue Xingchuan was young, he swore in his heart that he would surpass Zhang Zhe. However, as time passed, Zhang Zhe's strength became more and more terrifying. Although Xue Xingchuan's improvement was very fast, he could not catch up to Zhang Zhe. Now, more than 10 years had passed. Xue Xingchuan seemed to have wasted more than 10 years, but in fact, these 10 years of experience were very precious to him. His battle strength had increased to an extremely terrifying level. Therefore, this time, he wanted to take the opportunity to see the sect master's strength. After all, although the sect master made a move in the small world of ice last time, he was only watching from afar, so he could not clearly feel it. However, this time, he clearly felt it. This sect master was truly a terrifying person. His strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Even if I directly become a Dao sovereign now, I'm afraid I won't be a match for him. This is really a terrifying person. He sighed sadly in his heart. This time, Zhang Zhe did not come personally. After the sword intent passed, a person appeared in the sky. Sect Master's decree: the battle between Su Yan and senior brother Wuxia will officially begin in 2 days. During these 2 days, no one is allowed to fight privately, otherwise, they will be punished according to the sect rules. This disciple of the sect master had never been famous. In the Taixing 10 swords, he was only ranked 5th. If it was anyone else, the 5th sword would naturally be high enough. However, he was the sect master's disciple, and he could not even enter the top 3. This was somewhat unacceptable. Of course, at this time, no one would pay much attention to him, because the most important news at this time was the battle in 2 days. At this time, Xue Xingchuan laughed and said, "All right, that's all for today." Great Elder Hai Chuan, this junior's temper is indeed a little bad today, but I really hope to be able to receive the Great Elder's guidance. Although his words were polite, anyone could tell that he was just provoking them at this moment. Grand Elder Hai Chuan didn't say much. He only said, "Sword forging peak is closed. No one is allowed to enter unless they are disciples of the peak." Then, he waved his hand, and an aura appeared and swept Boundless away. Xue Xingchuan chuckled, then said to Su Yan, "All right, kid, it's time for us to show up, or else we'll be disliked by others." Xue Xingchuan immediately left. At this moment, Su Yan nodded. He jumped onto the back of the sparrow and returned to the Xue family. When Su Yan first arrived, the disciples of the Xue family were extremely unfamiliar with him. At that time, some of them even plotted against him. At that time, Xue Xingchuan's son, Xue Dong, had also participated. But now, this matter was simply a joke. Back then, Xue Mingyuan thought that he was strong enough. It was only because the Xue family ancestor was biased that Su Yan was allowed to enter the ancestral land. Then, he directly went to stop Su Yan. There was no need to mention the consequences. Of course, he was asking for trouble. After that, of course, he also thought of cultivating properly and then getting back at them for what they had done. But now, he didn't even have the right to appear in front of Su Yan. Back then, he and Su Yan weren't far apart. But now, he and Su Yan were on 2 completely different levels. When a person reaches a height that he can never reach, then this person may become his idol. Therefore, Su Yan had become the benchmark of the younger generation of the Xue family. At this moment, they were extremely impressed by the Xue family ancestor's insight. Back then, the ancestor was so powerful that he could see that Xue Mingyuan was different. Su Yan's deeds that were known by others were already enough to become a legend. And today, the scene of him fighting Boundless was an unforgettable scene in everyone's hearts. What's more, Su Yan was riding on a terrifying aureole. Among the Xue family's disciples, there was no lack of knowledgeable people. They immediately recognized the origin of Su Yan's demonic beast. Because they understood, they were even more shocked. Su Yan was so powerful that he could subdue a powerful demonic beast that could rival a venerable one. To them, this was something that was so far away. Xue Dong became the center of attention again. Back then, due to Xue Xingchuan's disappearance, Xue Dong did not have a good life in the Xue family. He could not become a powerhouse like his father, so everyone was disappointed in him. In the end, he was also disappointed in himself. This was also the reason he stopped striving for self-improvement. Instead, he relied on pleasing others to live a better life. Fortunately, he met Su Yan. Through his contact with Su Yan, he began to work hard to become stronger. Since then, his life seemed to have been a lot more bitter, but he was much happier. Some time ago, with the return of his father, he directly became the core figure of the Xue family. And now, he had become the person that everyone wanted to be on good terms with. Everyone knew that he had a good relationship with Su Yan. If it was in the past, this kind of support would have definitely made him feel smug. But now, he was not like that. This was because he knew that what this world needed in the end was his own strength. Only when he was strong could it become his capital. Instead, he relied on other people's identities to show off. That was nothing. After Su Yan returned to the Xue family, he settled the aureole down and went straight to the Xue family's ancestral hall. This was because earlier, Xue Xingchuan sent him a message, asking him to come over to discuss something. In the ancestral hall, Xue Xingchuan directly said, "Kid, your growth in strength is really amazing. Even I find it hard to believe." Su Yan did not take his praise to heart. He just directly said, "Senior, you didn't call me here just to say these words, right?" Seeing Su Yan so directly cut to the chase, Xue Xingchuan could only helplessly smile and say, "Fine, young people these days are really impatient. But what I said just now was completely sincere. Even the sect master of the past could not compare to your growth in strength. But since you're so impatient, let's cut to the chase. I think that you should have discovered something in today's battle." His first words made Su Yan's expression freeze. Then he said, "Senior, which aspect are you referring to?" Xue Xingchuan said, "Of course it's that old thing Hai Chuan and Wuxia. Their soul qi seems to be a little strange." Su Yan looked at Xue Xingchuan and said, "Great Elder Hai Chuan, I naturally can't sense it, but I do feel a trace of strangeness from this Wuxia. However, I can't tell exactly what it is." Xue Xingchuan said, "Yes, I also feel the same way. However, it doesn't matter. There will come a day when the truth will be revealed as the water recedes. However, I keep feeling that something is about to happen. But today, thanks to your help, I was able to find out a lot of things." Su Yan said to himself, as expected. When Great Elder Hai Chuan had made his move, Su Yan had already had a plan in mind. He was sure that Xue Xingchuan must have noticed this place, but he did not attack. At that time, he had already guessed that Xue Xingchuan might want to use him to observe this Grand Elder. Since he had already thought of this point, then he might as well cooperate with him, so that he could see the Grand Elder's background even more clearly. At this time, Su Yan said after pondering for a while, "Then Senior, what did you see?" Su Yan felt that Wuxia was very strange, and he directly told him that this strangeness was not because of the Beast King sword, but because of the qi of his soul. If his calculation was not wrong, then this strangeness was very likely related to the Grand Elder. Of course, he could not see the problem with the Grand Elder, but Xue Xingchuan might be able to. After all, Xue Xingchuan's cultivation was far from what the current him could compare to. His vision was also much higher than his own. Xue Xingchuan smiled bitterly and said, "Forcing this old guy to use the Beast King's sword is actually a very good thing, but I don't think it's that simple. It's just that there are still many things that I can't be sure of, so I need your help in this matter." Su Yan thought for a while and said, "My help? I'm not the Grand Elder's opponent, even if I count myself as an Oriole. It's already not bad that I could barely escape. Today's battle had clearly shown that when an expert close to the Tao Master level wanted to kill him, he really did not have a good way to do so. Of course, if he summoned the blood-winged wyvern or the double-winged sky tiger, then it would be a different story. After all, these two monsters were much stronger. After all, they were the existences of saint beasts. The battle strength of saint beasts, broadly speaking, was on the same level as a Tao Master. Of course, it might be a bit stronger. Of course, I'm not asking you to fight that old guy Hai Chuan. In fact, what you need to do is very simple. Xue Xingchuan said. Su Yan tilted his head slightly, then smiled and said, Boundless? His opponent naturally could not be Grand Elder Hai Chuan, so it could only be one person, Hai Chuan's disciple, Wuxia. Unlike the other disciples, Wuxia was undoubtedly very important to Hai Chuan. Chapter 797. Female Literature. Yes, that's right, Wuxia. Then, we will see your performance in 2 days. However, you can't be careless. Don't fail miserably. The headmaster has given you 2 days. So, in these 2 days, Wuxia naturally won't be sleeping. I think you should understand what I mean. Xue Xingchuan warned. Su Yan nodded, indicating that he understood. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't just Xue Xingchuan who was afraid. Even the headmaster seemed to be interested in Hai Chuan. If Hai Chuan didn't want Wuxia to be beaten by Su Yan again in 2 days, then he would definitely do something in these 2 days to increase Wuxia's strength. 2 days wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. The timing was just right. The headmaster's arrangement had a deeper meaning. After leaving the ancestral hall of the Xue family, Su Yan returned to his room. The small courtyard that the ancestor of the Xue family had given him was still preserved. And it was very clean and tidy. After Su Yan entered, he refused to be disturbed and began to cultivate in seclusion. In these 2 days, he also wanted to adjust his state of mind. Of course, if possible, he hoped that his strength could improve by another step. At this time, Xue Dong walked into the ancestral hall. Xue Xingchuan looked at his son. Although his expression was calm, there was a rare tenderness in his eyes. Father, why did you call me here? Xue Dong asked respectfully. At this time, Xue Xingchuan said, Dong, how is your cultivation? Xue Xingchuan had naturally spent a lot of effort on his son's cultivation. Xue Dong said, I've reached the threshold of dragon transformation. At Xue Dong's age, reaching dragon transformation was actually quite good. However, in this place with so many geniuses, this was clearly mediocre. After all, at his age, both Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai were in the dragon transformation realm, and they weren't in the one dragon realm. Even Xue Xinyue was better than him. However, there was not the slightest bit of disappointment in Xue Xingchuan's eyes, nor was there the slightest bit of criticism. He only said, it's not bad. Donger, you have to remember that cultivation must be done step by step. You absolutely cannot be impetuous and impatient. Talent is determined by the heavens, but cultivation requires hard work. Being a little slow now is not a big deal. Many people are late bloomers. Xue Dong said, don't worry, father. I understand. I won't be impetuous. Xue Xingchuan was very satisfied with his son's attitude. He more or less knew about the matter between Su Yan and his son, and he knew that his son's current attitude was all thanks to Su Yan's enlightenment. Thus, he felt a faint sense of gratitude towards Su Yan. You have to take a good look at the battle between Su Yan and Wuxia the day after tomorrow. Oh right, if something happens on that day, don't panic, understand? Xue Dong didn't understand what he meant by if something happened. However, since his father said so, he naturally understood what his father meant. Thus, he said, Father, don't worry. I know what to do. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. This time, the battle was still taking place on the Taihang Sword Faction's sword battle arena. With the foreshadowing from 2 days ago, the battle this time around was particularly eye-catching. Everyone knew that today's battle would definitely be a fierce battle between two giants. Naturally, they were well aware of Wu Ya's strength. Defeating Wang Baichuan was already a terrifying achievement. And Su Yan's return was even more shocking. It must be known that at the beginning, Su Yan had completely suppressed Wu Ya. It wasn't until Wu Ya used a special method that the situation was reversed. Unfortunately, at that time, the sect master appeared and directly interfered with the battle, preventing it from continuing. However, this wasn't bad for them, because they could clearly see every detail of the battle on the sword battle arena. At this moment, a ray of light shot up into the sky. It was a shadow, the sect master Zhang Zhe. For the Taixing Sword sect, this person was the absolute soul of the sect. He didn't need to speak. All he had to do was stand there, and naturally, he emitted a dignified aura. At this moment, he said calmly, "All right, I think everyone knows the whole story. Since Su Yan has returned, the battle between him and Wu Ya will be set for today. Today, the two of them will fight on the sword battle arena. The winner will be able to determine the ownership of Xue Xinyue's engagement. This is Senior Xue's final wish." Of course, he also said that after the battle, if little Yu is unwilling, she can cancel the engagement. The sect master's words caused many people to whisper to each other. The most important thing was that if Xue Xinyue was unwilling, she could cancel the engagement. If that was the case, then the battle on the stage with no regard for personal safety would be meaningless. The two of you can also give up on this battle. This is your own choice. After he finished speaking, Grand Elder Hai Chuan's voice rang out. How little Yu chooses is her own business, but since it has been decided, then the battle must be fought. Of course, Sect Master, you also know that uncontrollable accidents during the battle are unavoidable. However, if this old man remembers correctly, at least the winner will have an advantage, right? The Sect Master said, "That's right. According to the Xue family's ancestor, the winner will have the opportunity to spend half a month alone with Xue Xinyue." The Sect Master wanted to say something, but Hai Chuan cut him off. "That's enough. I believe that my disciple will be able to win little Yu's heart in half a month. Since that's the case, let the battle begin." The Grand Elder's words were unexpectedly full of confidence. It was as if Wu Ya had already become the victor. This time, the new leader of the Xue family, Xue Xingchuan, didn't say anything. Su Yan stood quietly on the stage. He was really very quiet. Without a sound, he had already reached the stage. Many people didn't even know how he appeared. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were as calm as flowing water. The calmness in his eyes indicated that his heart was also very calm. Xue Xingchuan looked at Su Yan. At first, he was slightly surprised, but then he smiled helplessly. This kid seems to have grown a little. He didn't praise Su Yan casually a few days ago. He really did compare Su Yan with Sect Master Zhang Zhe when he was young. Even he was surprised by Su Yan's progress. However, Su Yan's progress was a good thing for him. At this moment, Wu Ya also walked up. Unlike Su Yan's calmness, his whole body was emitting a very uncomfortable aura. He was like a terrifying monster that had just broken free from a cage. Around him, even the disciples of sword crafting peak retreated. They didn't dare to get close to this senior brother that they used to respect very much. At this moment, Wu Ya didn't care about his junior brothers at all. When he reached the Grand Supreme, he didn't even say a word. The moment he stood in front of Su Yan, his aura had already surged towards Su Yan. If it wasn't for the Sect Master's aura suppressing him, perhaps it wouldn't just be his aura that rushed over, but his entire person. No one had expected that this person would become like this. He was really a terrifying monster now. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan suddenly said, "Aya, Senior, your disciple seems to be in a bad mood. Is this really okay?" Xue Xingchuan's strength was already known by everyone, but they didn't expect him to have such a poisonous tongue. Hai Chuan's expression became even more gloomy. He was provoked by a junior like this, but he couldn't do anything about it. This naturally made him very unhappy. He said directly, whether it's okay or not, we'll see after the battle. Obviously, he was very confident in this disciple of his. Then, he said to the sect master, the two of them have arrived. Let's start, so we won't waste everyone's time. After he finished speaking, he moved and directly sat on the spectator stand. At this moment, Sect Master Zhang Zai's figure lightly touched the ground. At the same time, he said directly, in that case, let's start. Following his words, the formless qi that had existed between Su Yan and Wuya from the very beginning disappeared without a trace. Without the obstruction of this force, Wuya immediately rushed towards Su Yan. His speed was indeed fast, and it had reached an unimaginable level. In just an instant, he had already appeared in front of Su Yan. He didn't use a sword, nor did he use the giant hammer that he used last time. He simply punched towards Su Yan's face. Su Yan's eyes flickered. Then, he also punched out. The two forces suddenly met. At this moment, Su Yan was actually sent flying. An extremely terrifying and domineering force was wreaking havoc in his body. This made Su Yan's expression become extremely ugly. What's going on? His strength has become so strange and terrifying. Su Yan immediately became incomparably dignified. The last time they fought, Wuya had already displayed an extremely terrifying strength. However, Su Yan was clear that a good grandmaster swordsmith would definitely be very powerful. This was because only powerful strength could use the 1,000 tempering 100 skills to directly extract the impurities of the sword. For Wuya to be valued so highly by Hai Chuan, he must have his outstanding points. Moreover, he also cultivated the Beast King sword. However, the power that he displayed this time was almost completely different from the last time. This terrifying power was actually something that even he couldn't withstand for a while. Chapter 798. Female Literature. Fortunately, Su Yan immediately made the most correct response. He directly let himself fly backwards. At the same time, he directly activated the power in his body, and then used the power of flying backwards to dissolve the terrifying power in his body. Zzz. A series of friction sounds were heard. At this time, Su Yan was actually standing at the edge of the sword battle arena. At this time, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. They simply couldn't imagine that Su Yan would be forced to this point by a single attack. However, in the last battle, Su Yan clearly had the absolute advantage, and in the end, Hai Chuan had no choice but to intervene. Why, in just 2 days, had Su Yan become so weak? No one could understand. At this time, suddenly, a voice sounded, "Did Great Elder Hai Chuan use underhanded means to injure Su Yan last time?" No one could understand why Su Yan looked like he couldn't even withstand a single blow this time. In that case, his conjecture wasn't impossible. After all, at that time, Su Yan was indeed imprisoned by Hai Chuan's power and couldn't move. If he hadn't directly summoned the aureole and broken the power restriction, he might have been beaten to death by Wuya. At this time, all the disciples had a kind of disdain for Hai Chuan. In order to let himself win, a great elder actually did such a thing. This was really disappointing. He was actually this kind of grand supreme elder. At this time, there were even people who guessed that during the battle between Wuya and Wang Baichuan, this great elder also did something. What kind of person was the great elder? As long as he was willing, there were many things in the Taihang sword faction that couldn't escape his divine sense. At this time, he naturally heard the whispers of the crowd. However, at this time, he didn't care in the slightest. After all, he was a person with a cultivation base. If he lowered himself to the same level as these ordinary disciples, it would be too much. Of course, it was impossible for him to swallow this resentment. Therefore, he had to find a good target to vent his anger on. And this target was naturally Xue Xingchuan and Su Yan. Now that the head teacher was present, he could not directly attack Xue Xingchuan. Therefore, he could only hope that Wuya could get back some interest from Su Yan. Huh, you're actually not bad. It's a pity that you appeared a bit too late. I've already poured too much into Wuya, so. At this moment, his fingers lightly tapped on the chair as he sank into deep thought. For a person like him, it was naturally impossible for him to lose control over such a small matter and even launch a sneak attack on a junior. Back then, he was very optimistic about Su Yan. He even gave the newly forged holy sword to Su Yan. However, Su Yan and Boundless were already on opposite sides, and he had already chosen Boundless. To him, Boundless was not just a simple disciple, but also his hope. When he thought of his plan, a fire seemed to burn in his heart. He had waited too long for this day. Therefore, no matter what, he would not allow failure. This matter concerned his future. No matter who it was, if anyone dared to stop him, they would have to pay with their lives. His eyes flickered with incomparable haze. Of course, there was also an indescribable determination in them. Taihang Sword Faction, Taihang Sword Faction. After the exchange of blows between Wuya and Su Yan, Wuya's body didn't stop moving. He did not even think of giving Su Yan a chance. Therefore, he once again pounced on Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan was standing at the edge of the arena. If he was hit like this, it was very likely that he would fall. However, what he wanted was not such a victory. At this moment, the thoughts in his mind were boiling and burning. There was only one word he wanted, and that was to kill. His desire to kill was surging. At this moment, he heard Su Yan's breathing, so he immediately became excited. Su Yan, Su Yan. In the end, he directly roared these two words. He was so hoarse that he did not care about anything else. This guy had already lost his mind. At this moment, Su Yan's expression had already calmed down. In everyone's opinion, Su Yan was extremely dangerous at this moment. If this continued, it was very likely that he would be knocked out of the arena by this lunatic Wuya. In any case, the power of Wuya's previous attack had already been displayed to the audience. Why isn't he dodging? Could Su Yan really not have the strength to dodge? This thought appeared in many people's minds. At this moment, Feng Yuhai suddenly sighed. That's really fast. The reason why he sighed like this was because he knew that he couldn't do it. Ordinary people might not have been able to see it, but Feng Yuhai could clearly see that Su Yan's body had already flown into the sky while everyone was sighing nervously. However, because his speed was too fast and he had used a secret technique, his afterimage was still in place. At this moment, Wuya's body suddenly stopped in front of Su Yan's afterimage and flew straight into the sky. This shocked Feng Yuhai even more. After all, he had been able to see it clearly because of the phrase, onlookers see more clearly. However, Wuya had actually been able to react in an instant. His reaction speed was really terrifying. Of course, his battle instincts were even more frightening. However, Feng Yuhai also felt that something was strange. Wuya's improvement is really too fast. Yes, this kind of improvement was simply shocking. Of course, if Wuya had always been this strong, then it would have been fine. However, the strange thing was that although Wuya had not been unknown in the past, he had never displayed any extraordinary talent in terms of cultivation. However, the power that Wuya displayed now was simply terrifying. Both Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were no longer his match. If it had not been for the appearance of Su Yan, there was no doubt that Wuya would have been the most powerful person right now. Wuya quickly caught up to Su Yan, who was in the sky. At the moment, he seemed to have transformed into a killing god. He immediately sneered and said, "Su Yan, you won't be able to escape." As he spoke, he had already raised his fist and smashed it fiercely at Su Yan's face. This was what he had always wanted to do the most. He wanted to smash Su Yan's face right away. He wanted to see Su Yan's pained expression. He wanted to let Su Yan know that he was the real victor. In front of him, Su Yan could only be incomparably dim. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly pushed his palms forward and directly blocked his fist. The powerful impact continued to bombard his arm. It caused his hand to tremble unceasingly. Such a huge power seemed to be on the verge of directly collapsing his body. At this moment, a fiery vortex slowly appeared. This was the terrifying light caused by the impact of the two people's power. Such a power impact could only be described with one word, and that was terrifying. Whether it was Su Yan or Wuxia, at this moment, they were both engulfed by the fiery light. For the crowd, such a battle had already exceeded the limits of their understanding. They knew that these two people were very powerful, but they could not imagine that their combat strength had actually soared to such a level. Feng Yuhai was silent. On the other side, Wang Baichuan was also watching this battle. After the previous battle with Wuxia, he directly went into seclusion. The reason for that was because he had actually been injured in that battle. At this moment, he had already broken out of seclusion, which meant that his injuries had already recovered. His gaze was fixed on the two people in the sky. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Of course, no one saw that the former Taihang swordmaster was standing there. The fiery red light finally disappeared. The two people's bodies were directly revealed. Wuxia still looked crazy, but at this moment, Su Yan had already changed. The dragon wings on his back had already appeared. At the same time, a layer of densely packed dragon scales had already appeared. Dragon scale armor. When facing Wuxia, Su Yan finally summoned his dragon scale armor. Because he knew very well how terrifying this madman was. The appearance of the dragon scale armor caused Su Yan's aura to soar. This time, he did not wait for the opponent to attack, but directly charged forward. His speed was very fast. In almost an instant, he had already arrived in front of Wuxia. At this moment, Wuxia laughed sinisterly and also directly charged forward. The fierce battle between the two began again. However, from the beginning of the battle until now, although Su Yan had counterattacked, he was almost always suppressed by his opponent. Wuxia's strength seemed to be a level higher. Of course, many people did not think so, because Su Yan had yet to use his Scorching Sun sword. At this time, he's still not using what he's best at. This guy, what exactly is he trying to do? Feng Yuhai sighed. In such a battle, Su Yan actually did not use his best sword principle. What exactly was he trying to do? Under the dragon scale armor, Su Yan was crazily attacking. At this moment, his expression was incomparably solemn. He naturally had his own considerations. On one hand, he wanted to continue this battle to improve his physical strength once again. On the other hand, he wanted to know the situation of Wuxia at this time. Wuxia's strength had become even stronger than before, but that strange soul aura had also become even more terrifying. Such a change made him a little uneasy. Chapter 799. Female literature. After his dragon scale armor appeared, his combat power increased by a lot. Even so, he was still at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Wuxia's combat power was still increasing. His speed and power were both increasing. He was like a beast that was awakening. Die, die. The violent power continued to grow in the sky. At that moment, Su Yan's power was still increasing. At that moment, Su Yan's expression changed. His heart began to beat. 3 hearts. The power of the 3 hearts fluctuated once. They were not operating separately, but operating at the same time in an extremely orderly manner. He would never forget such a rhythm. It was the same when ghost-faced Su Yan appeared last time. Initially, Su Yan only wanted to train his physical body as much as possible. However, he never expected that under the stimulation of his opponent's aura, Ghost-faced seemed to be about to wake up. That was a classic rhythm of playing with fire. A blazing light flickered in his eyes. He knew that at that moment, he could not indulge himself. Therefore, he immediately suppressed his power. However, by doing so, his body's movements slowed down. Because of that, Wuya immediately seized the opportunity. Go to hell. This time, his punch directly hit Su Yan's head. Under the huge power, Su Yan was like a cannonball, falling directly from the sky. Is Su Yan going to lose? After being hit by such a direct hit, even if he did not die, he would pay a heavy price. Moreover, that punch was not the end, but the beginning. Wuya definitely wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. His body also directly descended from the sky. The last time, Su Yan had treated him like this and had almost killed him. However, at that time, the power of the Beast King's sword burst out, which saved Wuya from danger. The current situation was so similar to that time. Woo! Accompanied by the terrifying sound of a sonic boom, he had already caught up to Su Yan. Just as he was about to punch, he was suddenly stunned. That was because he felt an extremely terrifying gaze locked onto him. At that moment, he had already fallen into a state of madness. However, under the gaze of that gaze, he still felt fear. For someone like him to feel fear, what kind of terrifying existence was this? How? In the end, he did not finish his sentence. That was because at this moment, Su Yan suddenly turned around and directly grabbed his head. Then, he immediately flew downwards. Such an unforeseen event happened in an instant. What a terrifying aura! At that moment, Xue Xingchuan frowned. As powerful as he was, he could naturally sense that aura. Moreover, he also discovered that the source of this aura was Su Yan. However, no matter how he thought about it, he could not understand because this aura was almost completely different from Su Yan's. Of course, at that moment, there was definitely more than one person who sensed this aura. Ah! At that moment, a blood-curdling scream was heard. The sound was so painful that it was as if one's bones were being broken one by one. What kind of pain could make someone let out such a sorrowful cry? Is that Su Yan? The previous change was really too fast. Ordinary people, no, even Feng Yuhai, did not really see it clearly. Therefore, at that moment, they still felt that the person who was in so much pain was Su Yan. However, after the smoke and dust dispersed, Su Yan stood there quietly. Apart from gasping for breath, there was nothing wrong with him at the moment. At that moment, Wuya was howling in pain. No one would have thought that this would actually be the result. Wuya, who had previously gained an obvious advantage, actually ended up like this at the final moment. They couldn't understand what was going on. Su Yan's clothes were all shredded, and his body was revealed in the air. Previously, it was really too dangerous. Of course, this danger did not come from Wuya, but from himself. At that time, he almost thought that he could no longer control himself. In the instant that the light enveloped him, his ghost mask had already taken over half of his face. At that time, Su Yan was incomparably anxious. Moreover, he was almost unable to control himself. However, at that time, the power of Wuya's sword of the Beast King erupted, and that terrifying bestial nature actually triggered the power of Su Yan's demon blood. It was precisely because of this that the power of the demon blood directly suppressed the power of the ghost mask. At that moment, Su Yan felt a trace of familiarity in his own body. Su Yan. At that moment, someone suddenly started shouting. At that moment, it was as if the entire world started to boil. Su Yan, Su Yan. Cheers resounded throughout the Taihang sword faction. At that moment, Haichuan's expression was extremely ugly. At that time, Wuya's strength was already extremely strong. He did not think that Wuya would lose. However, at the moment when Wuya was preparing to kill Su Yan actually turned the tables and won. This was really something out of the ordinary. He could not understand, nor could he accept, that such a thing had happened. However, at that moment, regardless of whether he was willing or not, the truth was the truth. Su Yan had obtained the final victory. There's something strange about this kid. At that time, he had already felt that Su Yan was not normal, but at that time, he did not take it to heart. After all, in this world, it was normal to have some fortuitous encounters. However, now, how could Su Yan's aura be a simple fortuitous encounter? That was a powerful aura that even made him shudder. Of course, this power was reflected in his origin, not his current strength. If he could obtain it, his strength would definitely improve. He suddenly stood up and charged towards Su Yan. How dare you! With a furious roar, Haichuan's body shot forward. At that moment, Su Yan immediately felt an extremely dangerous aura coming towards him. The aura of Ghost Face, which had just been suppressed, exploded once again. At that moment, Xuexingchuan also made his move. Grand Elder, do you want it to be the same as last time? The two people's powers clashed in the air. After a single exchange, the berserk power was immediately separated. Both of their powers were burning, as dazzling as the sun. Everyone was unable to open their eyes. At that moment, Su Yan was so small in front of these two people. Even if he directly used Ghost Face's power, he would not be a match for these two people. The huge difference in cultivation level meant everything. These were not things that Su Yan's subjective will could change. At the very least, at this moment, Su Yan was no match for Grand Elder Haichuan. However, this was the Sublime Flow Sword sect. Moreover, it was under the watchful eyes of everyone. It would not be easy for this Supreme Elder to kill him like this. For example, Xuexingchuan had already stepped forward. In any case, the Grand Elder and I did not have a clear winner last time. Why don't we use this opportunity to determine who is better? Xuexingchuan did not hide his voice at all. He even deliberately spread his words to the entire Taihang sword faction. He was challenging Haichuan. His status was no longer the same as before. He was now the patriarch of the Xue family, the helmsman of the Xue family. In other words, his attitude directly determined the attitude of the Xue family. At this moment, what he did was equivalent to completely falling out with sword forging peak. In the Taihang sword faction, there was one thing that almost everyone needed, and that was a sword. If a sword cultivator did not have a sword, how could he be called a sword cultivator? Therefore, sword forging peak was the most important place in the Taihang sword faction. It was also because of this that no matter how domineering the Xue family, the Wang family, or the Feng family were, they would never offend sword forging peak. However, today, Xuexingchuan dared to openly challenge Grand Elder Haichuan. At this moment, the great ancestors of the Wang family and Xue family sneered in their hearts. In the end, he's still too young. He actually dares to offend Haichuan for a junior. It should be known that in the entire 9 regions, if there was anyone who hoped to forge a divine sword, then this great elder Haichuan was definitely one of them. In the current continent, the number of godly swords could be counted with one's fingers. If one could obtain a godly sword, the strength of the entire faction would instantly increase. Moreover, the sword wielder's realm could also increase due to the arrival of the godly sword. However, Xuexingchuan dared to challenge Haichuan at this moment. In their eyes, Xuexingchuan was still too young. He was still the same as before. He did not know anything and only acted on impulse. The great ancestor of the Xue family wanted Wuxia to marry Xuexingyue in order to improve the relationship between sword forging peak and the Xue family. If Xuexingchuan could obediently follow the great ancestor's plan, the Xue family's strength would definitely increase even faster. Originally, they wanted to think of a way to stop the alliance between the two sides. However, they did not expect that this matter did not require them to do anything at all. Xuexingchuan actually did it himself. At this moment, Haichuan's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Xuexingchuan, could it be that you did not sense the terrifying aura coming from this child earlier? Hai Chuan directly questioned. Shuexingchuan shook his head and said, terrifying. TSK, Grand Elder, is it because you're too old that your courage has shrunk? How could this aura be powerful to you? Chapter 800. Female Literature. Hai Chuan said, Shuexingchuan, don't play dumb with me. You should know what I'm talking about. His aura is close to that of a demon, so I suspect that he's a spy from the Limitless Demon sect. At this moment, he directly transmitted his voice to the crowd. Hearing his words, many people began to whisper to each other. After all, the relationship between the Taihang sword faction and the Limitless Demon sect had never been good. Moreover, they had just fought a fierce battle recently. If Su Yan was really a spy from the Limitless Demon sect, then it was easy to imagine what would happen to him. After all, he was a supreme elder, and his status was there. Since he had already spoken, many people's minds were blank. However, at this moment, Shuexingchuan immediately laughed wildly and interrupted him. Grand Elder, I think you've become muddle-headed. The battle not long ago was a trap set by Su Yan. I almost killed Su Yan. Don't tell me that the Limitless Demon sect would sacrifice a vice sect leader just to cooperate with Su Yan? This sentence naturally dispelled the doubts in everyone's hearts. In that battle, the Taihang sword faction and the Fierce Flame sect worked together and killed at least 5 venerables. This kind of result was already extremely glorious. At that time, the legend of Su Yan spread. Today, Shuexingchuan personally confirmed it. No matter what, Su Yan had already become a hero. There was no doubt about it. Since that was the case, the rumor that Su Yan was a spy of the Limitless Demon sect was complete nonsense. Would a spy from the Limitless Demon sect cause the Limitless Demon sect to lose so many venerables and almost kill their vice sect leader? If that's really the case, then why don't you give me another dozen of such spies? No matter what, the demonic aura on his body is indisputable. How can we let a disciple like him stay? This time, Hai Chuan was determined to cause trouble for Su Yan. Because this kind of power was really tempting. If he could directly control Su Yan's power, then he might be able to break through to a whole new level. At his current level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult for him to make any further progress. Moreover, although he was unwilling to admit it, he was very clear that his talent was not top-notch. Whether it was the powerful sect master or Shuexingchuan, their talents were all above his own. Therefore, they could still improve even more. However, he couldn't do it. Therefore, after sensing Su Yan's strength, he almost couldn't hold himself back. He immediately made a move, wanting to take down Su Yan directly. However, at this time, Shuexingchuan did not back down at all. Back then, the Xue family's ancestor didn't dare to behave like this in front of him. Instead, he was very polite to him. But Shuexingchuan, this madman, had actually directly turned against him. This already made him very unhappy. Looking at the gloomy old man, Shuexingchuan suddenly smiled and said, Elder Hai Chuan, Su Yan's aura is very powerful. You say that he is of the devil path, but if I remember correctly, your Beast King sword is also one of the devil swords of ancient times. In ancient times, the Beast King sword was a sword path that was abandoned by many sword cultivators. This was because it was a path that fused the soul of a beast with one's body, changing one's body and obtaining a new and powerful sword chi. This could indeed make a cultivator's strength much stronger. However, in fact, this had already deviated from the true path. Almost half of the cultivators who practiced this sword began to become neither human nor ghost. Many people directly showed the characteristics of demonic beasts. It was because of this that the Beast King sword disappeared in the long river of history. Shuexingchuan directly pointed out this point, which meant that he had already made up his mind to fight to the death with this Grand Elder. I remember very clearly that practicing the Beast King sword has a very high chance of turning into a beast, huh? The last 2 words were very provocative. Hai Chuan finally couldn't take it anymore and directly struck out with his palm. Bastard, you're courting death. The palm landed like a thunderclap. The roaring power directly rushed toward Shuexing Chuan. Seeing such a blow, Shuexing Chuan smiled faintly and said, "Old man, are you finally going to fly into a rage out of humiliation?" He also raised his hand and struck out with his palm. The palm power of the two met across the air and immediately created an extremely terrifying whirlwind. Under this whirlwind, Su Yan and Wuxia were directly blown away. The surrounding disciples were even more shocked. To them, both Grand Elder Hai Chuan and Shuexing Chuan were first-class big shots. But now, these two big shots actually directly attacked. Although in fact, in the last time, they had already set the stage. But this time was different. The last time could only be considered a private fight. But this time, it was under the nose of the sect master. What was even more strange was that at this time, the sect master, who should have come out to stop the two of them, was actually doing nothing. The battle between the two began directly. An extremely terrifying light immediately swept out. The appearance of this light caused many people to be unable to open their eyes. A true expert was like the scorching sun in the sky to them. If they looked directly at it, they would only be blinded. "Big brother Su Yan, are you okay?" At this time, Shuexing Yue and Feng Yueyu ran to Su Yan's side and helped Su Yan up. It had to be said that Su Yan's treatment directly made many animals feel envious. After all, to be able to gain the favor of the Taiheng twin moons was something that many people did not dare to think of. Seeing Su Yan being hugged on both sides, they were naturally very envious. "I'm fine, don't worry." Su Yan tried hard to suppress himself. At this time, he was actually in incomparable pain. Ghost faces will had become so strong. If not for the stimulation of the demonic beast's blood essence, the one standing in front of everyone right now might not be him, but Ghost Face. But at this time, he was already much better. Now, he was more focused on the battle between Shuexing Chuan and Hai Chuan. He never thought that Shuexing Chuan would offend Great Elder Hai Chuan to this extent. After all, even in his opinion, it was very necessary to have a good relationship with the Peak Master of Sword Forging Peak. However, he did so, and he did it so thoroughly. Therefore, Su Yan believed that Shuexing Chuan must have his own motives at this time. Moreover, this motive was probably not small. Because there was one thing, and that was that the sect master did not make a move to stop it. The battle between the two powerhouses was getting more and more intense. At this time, Shuexing Chuan suddenly laughed out loud and said directly, "Hai Chuan, here, in front of so many juniors, you can't let go of your hands and feet. Do you have the guts to go up to the sky with me?" As he said that, his body was already heading toward the sky. At this time, Hai Chuan's expression was extremely gloomy. He glanced at Zhang Zai's incarnation. He saw that the incarnation was actually indifferent. He directly shouted angrily, arrogant and conceited. The two suns flew directly into the sky, and the fierce collision caused waves of energy turbulence. At this moment, endless light began to surge, and an indescribably powerful aura surged at this time. It was like a terrifying confrontation between two burning clouds. To the crowd, the moves and whatnot could no longer be seen clearly. No, they could not even see the shadows of these two people clearly. For most people in the Taiheng sword faction, this kind of battle was not inferior to a battle between gods. The strength of the sword chi was already unimaginable. Even though the battle was taking place high in the sky, the majesty of the battle was still extremely awe-inspiring. Su Yan finally stood up. At this time, he had already forgotten about his injuries. For him, this kind of battle was definitely on the level of an epic. He directly sent his divine sense into the sky. At this time, it was impossible to see the battle clearly with the naked eye. With the support of his powerful divine sense, he could still see a little more clearly. A battle of this level was really rare. Only by devoting all of one's spirit into it could one possibly comprehend more things from it. Now, what he needed was not fighting skills, but the power of laws. Very well, Xuexingchuan, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out that you have already touched the Tao of laws. If you are given more time, I'm afraid there will be another Tao master in the Taihang sword faction. Great Elder Hai Chuan gritted his teeth and said. He had worked so hard but could not get it. However, this guy in front of him was only one step away from the realm he yearned for. This made him feel very unbalanced. Xuexingchuan said directly, Elder, if you have succeeded in cultivating the Beast King sword, I'm afraid it will be soon. But now is also good. You and I have not become Tao masters, so we can fight to our heart's content. Xuexingchuan was definitely a battle maniac. When he was young, he had directly challenged many experts from the 10 great sections. It was precisely because of this that he was so famous. After so many years, many people had forgotten his nickname of Battle Maniac. This time, he came back strong and became the head of the Xue family, which made many people forget this matter. And today, Xuexingchuan had directly displayed this sort of madness. As the two of them fought, the powerful destructive aura became more and more terrifying. The power that could almost sweep away everything began to threaten the sword-forging peak. At this time, the ancestor of the Wang family, the ancestor of the Feng family, and other experts directly rushed into the sky. Since the sect master did not say anything, they naturally could not stop such a battle at this time. There was no doubt that both Xuexingchuan and Great Elder Hai Chuan were stronger than them. Although they were both venerables, their battle strength was far inferior to them. Chapter 801. Female Literature. At this time, if they rashly interfered in the battle between the two, there would only be one outcome, which was to be injured by this terrifying power. Even if they could come out unscathed, who would be willing to do such a thankless task? They rose to the sky at this time only to be able to block the aftermath of the battle between the two. After all, if this continued, the aftermath of their battle would become more and more terrifying. In the end, it would directly threaten the spectators. The battle arena was indeed protected by a special formation, but how could it be safe and sound under the impact of two super powerhouses? In the beginning, the two of them were still controlling their strength, but now, the two of them were obviously fighting with fire. When a powerhouse really started a battle without caring about anything, no one knew what kind of terrible consequences it would cause. Therefore, at this time, they could only act as coolies, flying into the sky and then using their own strength to fix the boundary. With the appearance of the boundary, the pressure on the spectators was greatly reduced. For everyone, this was, of course, a good thing. At this time, Su Yan realized that even with his divine sense, he could no longer follow the battle between the two of them. They were existences close to Tao masters. They were completely different from those who had just stepped into the venerable realm. Once they had Tao marks, it would be a completely different transformation. It could also be said that the level of life was different. The cultivation path of a cultivator was actually a path of continuous evolution. When one first stepped into the dragon realm, it was when the level of life began to change. At this time, the cultivator would have an essential transformation in both speed and power. As for the venerable realm, it was a more complete process. However, when one reached the Tao Master realm, when one's entire body began to be filled with Tao marks, it was a completely different time. Tao was an extremely ethereal word. Many people knew that Tao was different, but they did not know what Tao was because at this time, they had not reached this realm at all. Because they had not reached it, they did not know. Su Yan's power and life had undergone extremely powerful evolution. His evolution had exceeded the scope of the dragon realm, and even an ordinary venerable realm was only at this level. However, he was still too far away from obtaining Tao marks. As long as he did not condense his own Tao mark, his strength would not be able to contend against a Tao sovereign. For example, the current him couldn't even see clearly. That layer of mysterious power had already begun to interfere with the laws. To him, the two people fighting in the sky were like the great blazing sun, and they were just insignificant observers. Of course, even so, many people were still trying their best to look at the sky. After all, it was human nature to yearn for greater power. However, at this time, no one noticed that Wuxia, who had been defeated, had quietly changed. This change did not appear on the surface of his body, and his aura was not much different from before. However, within his body, an unimaginable change began to unfold. Without making a single sound, Boundless opened his eyes. At this moment, his pupils seemed to have disappeared. Under his eyelids, there were two bottomless black holes. Previously, he had received a fatal blow from Su Yan. Even with his strong body, he was unable to withstand it. At this time, he should have been weak and unconscious. However, at this time, he stood up directly. Without making a sound, as if he was a ghost. Senior brother Wuxia. At this time, a sword-forging peak disciple saw Wuxia stand up. After all, he was a sword-forging peak disciple, so he naturally did not treat his senior brother like other people. Moreover, he had received guidance from Wuxia back then. Even if Wuxia had become very strange, in his heart, his senior brother was still his senior brother. The moment Wuxia was defeated by Su Yan, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Therefore, he walked over, wanting to take care of Wuxia. At this time, he saw Wuxia stand up, so he thought that Wuxia was actually fine. He walked in front of Wuxia, wanting to ask Wuxia what he needed him to do now. At this time, Wuxia reached out his hand towards him. In fact, Wuxia's hand was not very fast. However, for some reason, he did not think of dodging Wuxia's hand at all. Boundless' hand landed on his shoulder, and he felt a numbing sensation. The disciple suddenly felt very uneasy. At this moment, all thoughts disappeared, and his only thought was to escape. However, his legs could not move, and in the next moment, his consciousness began to weaken. Even now, he still couldn't figure out why he was in such a state. However, in the following short period of time, he still died. Plop. The corpse fell to the ground. It was so heavy. However, most of the people were focused on the fierce battle in the sky. Therefore, very few people could hear this voice. After all, that battle could not be seen with the naked eye, but with one's own divine consciousness and mind. If this was any other place, such an action would be very dangerous, because it would give the enemy a chance to launch a sneak attack. However, this was the Taihang Sword Faction's arena. In this place, who would have the guts to launch a sneak attack at this time? That disciple was not the first to fall, but the second and third. Su Yan's divine consciousness was definitely the strongest among all the disciples. Therefore, what he could see was naturally the clearest. Xue Xingchuan and Grand Elder Hai Chuan's attacks were simply breathtaking. He wasn't able to clearly see the movements of the two people. He only saw some afterimages. But even so, he still benefited a lot from it. He began to experience and comprehend that mysterious and unfathomable Tao. At this moment, a voice forced its way into his ears. It was Aya's voice. Aya was the artifact spirit of the square seal, and normally, she would not appear. However, this time, the square seal was warning him. Master, danger. This was the thought that she had transmitted to him. At this moment, Su Yan did not think too much, and he immediately retracted his divine consciousness. Although the battle in the sky was addicting, he believed in the square seal's warning. When he retracted his divine consciousness, his sharp senses immediately sensed the arrival of danger, and the source of that danger was Wuxia. At this moment, Wuxia was approaching him, but his speed was not fast. This was because this guy was still reaping lives as he approached him. In just a short while, he had already killed 7 people. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly realized that something was wrong, although the battle in the sky was indeed addicting. However, many people here, including himself, seemed to be a little too addicted. Wuxia was currently approaching the 8th person. Logically speaking, the distance between Boundless and this person was already very close. The thick smell of blood flowing from his body should be enough to wake him up. However, this person still did not react. Careful. Su Yan directly used his divine consciousness to form a shock wave, and this shock wave suddenly bombarded this person's body. At this moment, this person suddenly came back to his senses. At this moment, he immediately saw Wuya's appearance. At this moment, Wuya had completely turned into a monster. On one side of his face, there was actually a blood-colored flame flowing with radiance. His body seemed to have grown a little taller in this short period of time, and his strength had also become more powerful. This disciple had already reacted, and his first thought was to immediately escape. However, Wuya's speed was really too fast this time. Almost immediately, Wuya had already grabbed his arm. At this moment, this disciple who was grabbed by the arm was completely powerless. At this moment, Su Yan had already moved. He directly flashed in front of Wuya. "Get out of my way." Su Yan directly punched out. The fist hit Wuya's face. However, in the next moment, he frowned. At this moment, Wuya actually did not move at all. After taking Su Yan's punch, his body only shook a little. "Ah, save me, save me." At this moment, this disciple whose arm was grabbed by Wuya was simply in incomparable pain. That arm had already become withered, and this kind of citrus was starting to spread throughout his body. Despicable. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. He directly formed a sword finger, and then directly chopped down. The sword chi fell, and this disciple's arm was directly cut off. Then, Su Yan directly pushed out with his palm, and this disciple was immediately sent flying. Almost at this moment, the Taihang sword faction's formation was suddenly activated, and in an instant, extremely powerful sword chi suddenly rushed into the sky. The Taihang 9 Evolutions formation. This formation was a powerful formation that shocked the entire Jiuzhou continent. At this moment, the sword chi that filled the sky directly rushed into the clouds, and the terrifying power of reincarnation seemed to have caused this world to begin to change. This sudden surge of sword chi immediately woke everyone up from their mysterious and unfathomable state of intoxication. What's going on? Why was the formation activated? This was the question on everyone's mind at this moment. Enemy attack. At this moment, this bad news was directly transmitted by the guarding disciple through the sound amplification formation. Enemy attack. Someone had actually attacked the Taihang sword faction. This unforeseen event came too suddenly, and no one was mentally prepared for it. At this moment, the turbulent sky suddenly calmed down, and the Taihang 9 Evolutions formation stopped operating. Chapter 802. Girls' Literature. When all these coincidences happened at the same time, it was definitely not a coincidence. At this moment, Su Yan was facing the extremely terrifying Wuya. Yet, at this very moment, something like this had happened. This is definitely not a coincidence. Wuya did not look like a human at all. And this unforeseen event happened too suddenly. This kind of thing definitely wasn't a coincidence. Su Yan believed that this was a trap. Grand Elder Hai Chuan has betrayed the Taihang sword faction. This was a bold thought, but it was not impossible. Grand Elder Hai Chuan must have known about Wuya's condition. Yet, he had allowed Wuya to do as he pleased. No, it could be said that he had not allowed Wuya to do as he pleased. Perhaps Grand Elder Hai Chuan had instructed him to do this. Back then, it was impossible for Wuya to be in such a state. The reason he had become like this was probably because Elder Hai Chuan had been secretly nurturing him. He could not understand why Grand Elder Hai Chuan would do this. This was not something he could care less about. The most important thing for him now was to deal with the monster in front of him. This monster had become even more terrifying than before. "Quick, let's go. Everyone go do your own thing," Su Yan said to the people around him. The Taihang sword faction was undoubtedly powerful. Normally, no one would dare to offend the Taihang sword faction. However, once someone decided to make a move, it meant that they had a certain level of confidence. This was not a good thing. The Taihang 9 Evolutions formation was extremely terrifying. A formation that could be used as a protective formation by the Taihang sword faction was naturally extremely powerful. However, the Great Protective Mountain Array had stopped working. It was obvious that the formation had been shut down. To be able to do this silently and directly, it must be someone from the Taixing Sword School. The Taihang sword faction had already fallen into someone else's trap. As for who the Taihang sword faction's opponent was, it wasn't hard to guess. In the nearby continents, it seemed that only the people of the Limitless Demon sect had such strength and motive. In that case, this Supreme Elder had clearly become a member of the Limitless Demon sect. There was probably nothing worse than this. Of course, it was a good thing that this Grand Elder was currently fighting with Xue Xingchuan. With Xue Xingchuan's special care, it would not be easy for Grand Elder Hai Chuan to do anything else. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly thought that perhaps Xue Xingchuan had already guessed something from the very beginning, which was why he was so overbearing, forcing this Grand Elder to exchange blows with him. But then again, this was a game between the big shots. Right now, he had to do his part, and that was to kill the monster in front of him. After Boundless revealed this side of himself, Su Yan felt that his soul aura had become even stranger. This aura was becoming more and more distant from that of a human. Clearly, this person who possessed great talent in swordsmithing had already embarked on an extreme path at this time. This time, Su Yan took out his Scorching Sun sword. He deeply understood that this was not the time for Boundless to test himself. He had already degenerated into a terrifying murderous demon. If he couldn't be killed, then more people would die in his hands. And he would become even more terrifying. As for the others, Su Yan naturally told them to leave immediately. Because they were no match for Boundless. They were all below the venerable level. Big brother Su Yan, be careful. Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu also left. At this moment, only Boundless and Su Yan were left in the arena. It seems that on this arena, we are not just going to decide a winner, but also a life and death battle. At this moment, the Scorching Sun sword released an incomparably terrifying aura. This was Su Yan's powerful battle intent. In the sky, Xue Xingchuan suddenly struck out with his palm. This was his newest move, the Setting Sun Godly Sword Palm. With the Scorching Sun as the intent and the palm as the shape, the most powerful sword chi could be unleashed. This was the core of this move. After this move landed, he directly said, "What a pity, Supreme Elder. You actually betrayed the Sublime Flow Sword sect. This really makes one feel bitter and hateful." Although the two of them were in a frenzied battle, he was not deaf or blind. How could he not hear such a huge commotion? Moreover, just as Su Yan had guessed, Xue Xingchuan had already guessed, which was why he was so aggressive. He directly dragged Haichuan into the sky because he didn't want this old man to work with others. After all, with his strength, if he really did that, it would be an even greater disaster for the Taihang sword faction. At this moment, the Wang family's patriarch and the Feng family's patriarch were also in the sky. Compared to Xue Xingchuan, they were completely shocked. After hearing Xue Xingchuan's words, they were completely surprised. However, since these two patriarchs could become the patriarchs of their respective families, they were naturally not ordinary people. Previously, they would not interfere in the battle. But now, since they were sure that Haichuan had betrayed the Taihang sword faction, they immediately made a choice, and that was to kill Haichuan together. "Senior Haichuan, why did you do this?" the Wang family's patriarch asked. Haichuan's status in the Taihang sword faction was extremely high. Even the patriarch had to treat him with respect. But he had made such a choice. This was, of course, a regrettable thing. However, at this moment, Xue Xingchuan directly said, "Seniors, now is not the time to ask these questions. He has already shut down our Taihang 9 Evolution's great formation. If you continue to be long-winded with this old man, who knows how many people will die. So, you should go and block those guys who are attacking. As for this old man, let me deal with him. Xue Xingchuan said without restraint. His words were not polite at all. At this moment, the Wang family's patriarch and the Feng family's patriarch were speechless. This was because they knew very well that Xue Xingchuan was right. At this moment, the most important thing was not to find out the reason for his betrayal, but to save and kill. Okay. The two patriarchs directly walked out of the mountain gate. At this time, Haichuan looked at Xue Xingchuan and said directly, although you make this old man loathe you, this old man has to say that you really are an extraordinary person. Your cultivation has actually reached this level, but do you really think that you alone are enough to deal with me? His words were direct, and his aura had become deeper. He was already very powerful, but now that he revealed his aura, it made him even more terrifying. On the surface of his body, rays of golden light appeared. The light was extremely sacred, as if it was the greatest power in the world. Dao marks? Xue Xingchuan asked directly. Haichuan chuckled and said, as you can see, these are Dao marks. Although they are dim, I am about to succeed in condensing Dao marks. How can you be my opponent? He looked at Xue Xingchuan, wanting to see a trace of seriousness in Xue Xingchuan's expression. Unfortunately, Xue Xingchuan's expression did not change at all. Condensing Dao marks, is this your greatest reliance? If that's all, it's still not enough. I think the reason why you betrayed us is because you are about to die, right? You bunch of old things have clearly lived for so long, but why are you still so afraid of death? Back then, old man Xue was like this, and now you are the same. Annoying. The old man Xue he mentioned was naturally the ancestor of the Xue clan. More than 10 years ago, the ancestor of the Xue clan was tempted by greed and directly attacked him. In the end, he forced him to leave and enter the ruins. Xue Xian is just an idiot. He is always overcautious. I expected him to die, Great Elder Haichuan said directly. Xue Xingchuan squinted his eyes. Xue Xian was the name of the late ancestor of the Xue clan. Haichuan's words revealed one thing: the reason why the ancestor of the Xue clan attacked him back then was very likely because he was bewitched by this person in front of him. I was wondering why that old thing suddenly wanted to swallow me to prolong his life. So it was you, old man, who was playing tricks. No wonder I dislike you every time I see you. This was really a case of settling old and new grudges together. Xue Xingchuan, I don't want to waste my breath on you anymore. Today, the Taihang Sword faction will definitely be destroyed by the Limitless Demon sect. So, you can die for me too. At this moment, the marks of Dao entered his body, and his sword chi skyrocketed. Around him, terrifying beasts suddenly appeared. This was the result of the Beast King sword's cultivation reaching an extremely high level. Xue Xingchuan didn't care about this at all. An old dog like you doesn't seem to have anything else other than bragging. You want to kill me? Hehe, you don't have the ability to do that. Xue Xingchuan swung his sword and charged at the beast shadows. Such a violent power turned into a terrifying mark in the sky. It suddenly fell down. Kid of the Xue clan, I'll let you know what the dignity of a Dao sovereign is. Golden light spread and entered the beast shadows. The beast shadows expanded like the resurrection of the Beast King. Terrifying power filled the sky. In an instant, Xue Xingchuan's sword shadows were swallowed up. At the same time, Wuxia's body rapidly changed again. His entire body was enveloped in flames. The crimson flames were so strange, and his body was so terrifying. The flames flowed as if they were a part of his body, and he could do whatever he wanted. Chapter 803. Girl Literature. The flame was like a long snake, following his heart. A pair of eyes appeared on each of the fire snakes. Wuxia was extremely strange at this moment. Wuxia, who should have lost his mind, suddenly opened his mouth. "Su Yan, you're standing in front of me again. Huh, maybe it's fate, or maybe it's fate. Today, I'm going to kill you." Wuya's voice was so calm. There was no overflowing hatred in his words. Instead, there was a faint sense of sorrow. Su Yan asked directly, "Wuya, what happened? Why did you become like this?" The relationship between Su Yan and Wuya was definitely not good. However, if one thought about it carefully, there was no hatred between the two of them. If one had to say that there was, it was only hatred born from love. Now that Wuya had reached such a level, his strength was indeed extremely terrifying. However, Su Yan could feel his pain. And obviously, this was definitely not what he wanted. What happened? It doesn't make any sense. Su Yan, I don't want to kill you. It's just that Master has taken a fancy to your fate. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. Wuya raised his hand and a flame shot towards the surroundings. The flame danced wildly in the air. Soon, it turned into a domain. As soon as this flame domain appeared, it had already trapped Su Yan here. "Su Yan, I'm no longer human." Wuya sighed. How sorrowful were these few words. His current appearance was neither human nor ghost. Naturally, he could no longer be called a human. "What does Hai Chuan want to do?" Su Yan asked. Wuya smiled bitterly and said, "What does he want to do? Master wants to become a Tao master. He wants to forge a divine sword. He wants to be immortal." Wuya's bitter smile set off Hai Chuan's madness. Immortal? Was there really anyone in this world who could be immortal? No, it was impossible. But now, he wanted to do it. It was ridiculous. However, it was clear that Hai Chuan was stubbornly pursuing this ridiculous goal. "I know you don't believe such a thing exists in this world, but Master does. As long as Master is willing, I can make sacrifices for him." At this moment, Wuya's emotions had calmed down. "Su Yan, do you know that in ancient times, there was a powerful race called the Flame Demons? Their strength was definitely not below that of the evil demons, and even surpassed them. And now, I am a Flame Devil." The flames moved, directly crashing towards Su Yan. Su Yan controlled his sword qi and fought with it. The Balrog had disappeared for too long, and that was a history that predated the arrival of the demons. Even the Taihang sword faction did not have any records of this. But this elder Hai Chuan actually obtained a flame seed of the ancient flame devil and planted it in Wuya's body. It was also because of this that Wuya's strength had suddenly increased, and his battle prowess had rapidly increased. In order to cover up, Hai Chuan had inserted the Beast King sword qi into Wuya's body. So, during the battle, the Beast King sword's power would suddenly erupt. At this moment, the battle between Hai Chuan and Xue Xingchuan had reached a climax, and Hai Chuan could no longer control the power of the Beast King sword qi. So, without the suppression of the Beast King sword, the power of the Flame Devil seed began to awaken. "Hai Chuan treated you like this, and you still work for him?" Su Yan blocked another flame snake's attack, and then directly questioned. Wuya's body became more and more illusory, and his human features were becoming less and less. He controlled the power of the flame, and then said, "My life was given to me by Master. Since Master wants me to die, then I can only die. For Master, I am willing to sacrifice my life. So, Su Yan, I will do my best to kill you." Hearing his words, Su Yan frowned. Then he asked, "Why does Hai Chuan want to kill me?" If it was Wuya who wanted to kill him, Su Yan could understand that it was hatred born from love, and that Wuya wanted to kill him as soon as possible. However, this was not Wuya's own will, but Hai Chuan's. There seemed to be no enmity between him and Great Elder Hai Chuan. But why did he have to do this? It's because of your fate. Your fate is too special. Master can sense your special fate. Only by collecting your soul and using your soul as the foundation can he forge an extremely powerful divine sword. Su Yan, you shouldn't have helped Master forge the sword last time, Wuxia said. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood. It turned out that when Hai Chuan forged the sword and he helped him with the wind and thunder box, Hai Chuan actually noticed his fate. Even though Su Yan knew nothing about birth charts, he had no idea what birth charts were. However, he already understood that it was because of his help last time that he had planted the seed of disaster for himself. Master had originally given up on the idea of forging a divine sword. At that time, he had obtained that piece of meteoric iron. However, he had long known that it was impossible for him to forge a divine sword with it. Even if it was a divine sword, it would only be a low-level divine sword. However, because of your fate, the essence of Master's holy sword was directly improved. From that moment on, Master already knew that his chance had come. Therefore, from that day on, he had already begun to prepare. If Wuxia had not told him this, Su Yan would definitely not have expected this. It turned out that the root of the disaster was because of that time when he had helped forge the sword. I see. Wuxia, to repay you, I will kill you. Dancing fish dragon sword, cutting heaven and earth. 2 consecutive sword strikes burst out, and the terrifying sword chi directly rushed toward Wuxia. Well, if you can, then kill me. I will repay you with gratitude. I hope you can do it. The battle between the two young experts began again. In this world of flames, the battle of life and death had begun. Outside the Taihang sword faction, the disciples of the Limitless Demon sect had already launched their attack. The ones at the forefront were merely the low-level cannon fodder of the Limitless Demon sect. Naturally, these people could not deal a heavy blow to the Taihang sword faction. However, they could bring great pressure and exhaustion to the Taihang sword faction. If the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation had not been stopped, no matter how many cannon fodder there were, it would have been useless. The terrifying power of the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation could kill all of these cannon fodder in a short period of time. However, since the Limitless Demon sect had already made their move, how could they have missed out on something as terrifying as the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation? Therefore, from the very beginning, this Great Formation had been turned off. The pawns they had left in the Taihang sword faction had done this. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction were now rushing to meet the enemy head-on. In the first clash, they had indeed killed a large number of cannon fodder. However, they had also suffered casualties on their side. Right at this moment, a powerful force was already charging towards them from the horizon. It was the venerables of the Limitless Demon sect. Previously, the Limitless Demon sect had lost many venerables. How could the Limitless Demon sect let this matter rest so easily? Everyone knew that their revenge would be carried out. However, no one had expected that this revenge would be so arrogant and domineering. The Limitless Demon sect was actually attacking the Taihang sword faction directly. This was a prelude to the destruction of the Taihang sword faction. The Limitless Demon sect and the Taihang sword faction were both among the top 10 sects in the Jiuzhou continent. Both of them were colossal existences. And now, the battle between these two colossal existences had begun. Moreover, it was so blatant. Everyone knew that the Limitless Demon sect was extremely powerful. Although they were both among the top 10 sects, the Limitless Demon sect's strength was above that of the Taihang sword faction. However, the Limitless Demon sect wanted to take down the Taihang sword faction in one go. Their appetite was too big. Before today, no one would have thought of this. Even now, there were still people who were unwilling to believe it. At this moment, a loud voice resounded in the sky above the Taihang sword faction. Taihang sword faction, you dared to scheme against my sage sect in the past. Today, I'm here to destroy your entire Taihang sword faction. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Jiuzhou continent was alarmed. Moreover, this time, the Taihang sword faction's Taihang 9 Evolutions formation was not activated. When the people of the Limitless Demon sect rushed over like a flood, it was a terrifying sight. The patriarchs of the Wang family and Feng family led their people to the front of the mountain gate. Everyone, those who dare to offend the Taihang sword faction will be killed without mercy. The two of them charged towards the venerables of the Limitless Demon sect. At the same time, Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan headed straight for the formation eye of the sect's Taihang 9 derivation Great Array. For the Taihang sword faction, today was definitely a huge calamity. As for whether or not they could survive this great calamity, the most crucial factor was whether or not they could activate the Grand Taxing 9 Evolutions Grand Formation. In the sky, Yan Shao roared, "Humph, Wang Budong, Feng Haisheng, you two old things dare to jump out. Today, I'll take care of you." Back then, Yan Shao was ambushed by Shuexingchuan and almost lost his life. This time, he was here to take revenge. "Yan Shao, you may be a Dao master, but aren't you afraid that our sect leader will kill you?" Wang Budong was the patriarch of the Wang family. His combat strength was also very strong. Although he could not reach the level of a Dao master, he and the patriarch of the Feng family could fight a Dao master for a while. He believed that the sect leader, Zhang Zhe, would appear soon. In front of the majesty of the Taihang godly sword, Yan Shao was nothing, even if he was a Dao master. At this moment, Yan Shao burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha, you two idiots, do you think that Zhang Zhe will have a chance to appear? Since our sage sect has taken action, we must have a plan. Today, Zhang Zhe will die. Everyone in the Taihang sword faction will die." Chapter 804. Female Literature. At this moment, Yan Zhao's aura had reached its peak. After all, he was a Dao master. Shuexingchuan was able to fight him head-on, and even forced him to retreat. That was because Shuexingchuan himself was an anomaly. He had been sealed in Xiajian's small world of ice for 10 years, and his strength had improved tremendously. He was a classic example of someone whose combat strength had greatly exceeded his realm. Moreover, he had the help of Qiu Zifan from the Blazing Flame sect. At this moment, the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Budong, and the patriarch of the Feng family, Feng Haisheng, could only barely hold him back. Moreover, the situation was very different now. At this moment, the Boundless Demon sect suddenly launched an attack, and directly displayed a terrifying oppressive force. Moreover, the sect leader, Zhang Zhe, did not make any moves, and the Taxing 9 Evolutions formation had been stopped. Therefore, even the two patriarchs were extremely shocked at this moment. Under such psychological pressure, Yan Zhao's aura seemed to have expanded again. "Sons of the Boundless Demon sect, kill them all, and release your desires as you wish." Yan Zhao's voice was like a rolling tide, and directly spread to the entire Taihang sword faction. At this moment, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction began to fight with all their might, and a bloody battle had begun. At this moment, Yan Shao was truly invincible. He directly crushed Wang Budong and Feng Haisheng, and his powerful strength swept over like a huge wave. Wang Budong and Feng Haisheng together could barely resist it. However, anyone could see that the two of them were not in good condition at this moment. Only when one truly fought with a Dao master expert, one would know how terrifying this kind of pressure was. The power of this Dao mark was simply innately suppressing their strength. The reason why Dao masters were so terrifying was because of the existence of this Dao mark. If it were not for the fact that the two of them had cultivated for a long time and had a strong foundation, if it were someone else, they would have been killed already. Damn it, what should we do now? At this moment, Wang Budong and Feng Haisheng were communicating in their minds. What do we do? What else can we do? We can only face them head-on. Don't tell me we can beg for mercy from these lunatics. We are the supreme elders of the Taihang sword faction and have been respected by the disciples of the Taihang sword faction for so many years. Now that danger has come, we naturally have to bear this pressure. Even if we die, we have to bite off a piece of this dog's meat, Feng Haisheng shouted angrily. At this moment, after hearing Feng Haisheng's words, Wang Tong's heart was suddenly filled with a sense of heroism. Brother Feng, you're right. Anyway, the two of us have lived long enough. What are we still worried about? Kill. As soon as the word kill was uttered, his body abruptly charged forward. Under the support of a resolute will, the battle strength of both of them seemed to have increased. In a short period of time, the two of them actually resisted the pressure. Even the suppression of the Dao marks couldn't break through their joint attack in a short period of time. Taiheng disciples, follow me and kill. At the foot of the mountain, many disciples were constantly charging forward. Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai had already rushed to the formation I. Repairing the Taiheng 9 Evolution's Great Formation was the top priority. At this time, the ordinary disciples were charging forward under the leadership of the sect leader's disciple. Shui Hongfei had always kept a low profile. He was only ranked 5th in the Taiheng 10 swords. However, at this moment, he directly displayed his true strength. Around him, 10 sword shadows flew horizontally. That was the Taiheng 10 swords. This was an extremely unpopular sword technique of the Sublime Flow sword sect. However, it was an extremely powerful sword technique. Due to the fact that it was difficult to cultivate, over the years, there was gradually no one who cultivated it. Who would have thought that this person would actually be able to cultivate it to the initial level? When this set of sword techniques was displayed at this time, it immediately displayed his powerful strength. The 10 sword shadows ran amok. In a short period of time, they had already killed dozens of powerful disciples of the Limitless Demon sect. Under the leadership of this person, the young experts of the Taiheng sword faction launched a desperate attack. Of course, at this time, Mu Tiancheng also directly took action. After the last battle, he followed Su Yan to the Taiheng sword faction. However, during that battle, he had used a lot of power, so he had to go into seclusion to recuperate. At this time, the Taiheng sword faction was facing a great disaster. Naturally, he could not continue his seclusion. He directly launched a massacre. At this time, he could not display the power of a Dao master. He could not even display the power of a 3 origin. However, the appearance of a venerable had a great impact on the battle. Then there was Feng Yuashan, who had also made a move. Of course, this guy's actions were more insidious. He did not look for strong opponents at all. He just quietly killed those who were not at the top of their cultivation but were already difficult to deal with. Feng Yuashan's eyes were very sharp. He clearly knew that the existence of these core forces was a huge threat. After all, the number of experts in the Boundless Demon sect was not very high. However, these core forces would cause great harm to the young disciples of the Taiheng sword faction. In the two corners, Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu, the Taiheng twin moons, also directly used their strongest power to kill the enemies. The beautiful Taiheng twin moons were still as beautiful as ever even when they were killing their enemies. When the disciples of the Limitless Demon sect saw their beauty, they became greedy for them. However, it was a pity that the two of them weren't just flower vases. They had survived on the Divine Devil Island. Moreover, they were two of the Taiheng 10 swords. Naturally, they did not hesitate to kill the enemies. At this time, Su Yan was already in a difficult battle. He was completely trapped in Wuya's flame domain. Even if he used his sword qi, it was still difficult for him to break through. Wuya's aura had firmly locked him in place. This flame domain was like a cage, making it impossible for him to escape. What made him even more uncomfortable was that in this place, Wuya's every move seemed to be strengthened. After directly turning into a fiery demon, his strength was already very terrifying. In addition to this, it made him almost a true supremacy. At this time, he directly said, "Su Yan, don't hold back anymore. Show me your true strength. It's the method you used to defeat me in one move. If you still choose to hide it at this time, then only death will await you." Su Yan was silent. Of course, He knew that Wuya was talking about his ghost face state. Under the ghost face state, Su Yan's strength would increase tremendously. However, Su Yan still resisted the appearance of ghost face Su Yan in his heart. This was because compared to Wuya, ghost face Su Yan was a more terrifying enemy. He did not know if he would be able to defeat Grimace again and regain control of his body after his appearance this time. Su Yan flipped his hand, and the deity vanquishing sword directly slashed out. The sharp and terrifying sword Qi directly let out an explosion. However, Wuya only smiled coldly, then said, "It's useless. Are you still delusional that you can defeat me with this method?" Just as he spoke, a flame vortex directly appeared. The vortex tumbled, blocking all the power. Su Yan's sword Qi was actually so easily consumed. He continued to look at Su Yan condescendingly. Such sword Qi would indeed be dangerous to me if it were any other time. However, in front of me right now, it is neither painful nor ticklish. You still don't want to use that power even now. It seems like you have deep concerns. Wuya waved his hand. At this time, he was the master of the flames. Under his will, the flames turned into terrifying fire snakes and directly attacked. In an instant, they turned into terrifying sword Qi and directly slashed at Su Yan. No matter what form the power was in, it was extremely terrifying. Moreover, there was the addition of the incomparably hot flames. Su Yan, you're not willing to use it, but I insist on watching. Then, I'll force you again. Do you really think that with your current strength, you'll be able to hold up against me? Previously, I only wanted to be a cat. As his words fell, the power of the flames actually rose again. Then, a face formed by flames directly appeared in front of Su Yan. It was a ferocious face. Su Yan could not describe how terrifying this face was, because at this time, an extremely terrifying power had already pressed down on him. It was also at this time that the face actually opened its huge mouth. It wanted to swallow Su Yan directly. What was even more terrifying was that at this time, Su Yan was actually unable to move, no matter how he circulated the power in his body. The sword Qi of the Regal Sword Codex was already madly circulating. His body whistled around, but it was still useless. Just as Boundless said earlier, his power was really far from boundless at this moment. As Su Yan continued to resist, his body eventually floated up and was directly swallowed down. At this moment, darkness attacked, followed by intense pain. At this time, Su Yan's dragon scale armor began to peel off. The pain was as if he was being cut into pieces. Moreover, the power of the flames was directly attacking his body. The flames seemed to want to directly incinerate his internal organs. At this moment, Su Yan was completely standing on the edge of death. At this time, Su Yan's 3 hearts finally began to beat uncontrollably. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong, the same sound, at the same frequency, began to ring. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying power exploded from his body. It was the terrifying power formed after the 3 hearts reached resonance. As soon as this power appeared, the power of the flames that was rushing into Su Yan's body actually dissipated, as if this terrifying power of the flames was directly swallowed up. In the endless flames, a terrifying and ferocious mask slowly appeared. Chapter 805. Female Literature. Boundless flames danced in the air, and an indescribably powerful force slowly spread out. At this moment, Su Yan was standing quietly in the flames. On his face, the terrifying 3-colored mask was so clear. It was as if it was not a mask, but his own face. Are you calling for me to come? Then, I'm coming. After speaking calmly, he waved his hand gently. The powerful force directly turned into a ray of sword Qi. That was the deity vanquishing sword. He was Su Yan, and Su Yan was himself. Then, whatever Su Yan mastered, he could also master. However, the deity vanquishing sword that Su Yan had to exert all his strength to display could appear at will in his hands. The power of this casual sword was so terrifying. Under this sword, the head of flames that he had swallowed was directly shattered. The rolling sword chi was simply incomparably terrifying. The head of flames dissipated, and ghost face Su Yen directly appeared in front of Boundless. "Looks like you're the one who called for me to come." "Humph, interesting." His calm words actually carried a great pressure. This terrifying pressure directly went towards Boundless, and a whirlwind appeared in front of Boundless without any reason. "Is this your true power?" Boundless looked at Su Yen, who had reappeared in front of him, and his whole body trembled slightly. This was not fear, but excitement. After he directly displayed the power of the flame demon, Su Yen was no longer his opponent. But previously, he clearly felt an extremely terrifying power from Su Yan's body. It was also because of this that he had been suppressing Su Yen. He wanted to force out the powerful force in Su Yan's body. And when he really felt this power, he directly began to tremble. Powerful, terrifying, and profound. This was what he felt at this moment. "Su Yen, so there's actually such a thing hidden in your body. This really makes me excited. As my opponent, if you don't even have this kind of strength, then I'll be too disappointed. Only then can you truly fight with me." At this moment, his eyes were actually filled with expectation. He was looking forward to Su Yen, who could defeat him. Because, after regaining his rationality, Boundless was actually very tired. He knew that he could no longer win Xuexinyue's heart. Moreover, he had killed someone, and the person he killed was from the same sect as him. It was his junior brother who had loved and respected him greatly in the past. Moreover, he was already tired of being neither human nor a ghost. However, he had promised his master that he would help him fulfill his wish. So, he would fight with all his strength, and all the pain, he would suffer all the pain. But in his heart, he didn't want that to happen, so he needed someone who could stop him. If Su Yen could kill him, it would be a relief for him. It was also because of this that he was looking forward to Ghostface Su Yan's appearance so much. Now, this powerful Ghostface Su Yen had finally appeared in front of him. He felt an extremely terrifying aura directly oppressing him. "Are you disappointed? Ha ha ha, how could a person like you dare to say such big words? I should be the one saying that." Ghostface and Su Yen had completely different personalities. Ghostface Su Yen was incomparably domineering, and his words were almost the law. At this moment, after he finished speaking, he directly charged forward. At this moment, his speed directly broke through the limit. Su Yan's speed was already very fast, and perhaps even a powerhouse of the Nine Dragons realm could not compare to him. But at this moment, Ghostface's speed was at least 3 times that of Su Yan's. In almost a breath's time, he had already arrived in front of Boundless. Fire Demon? What an interesting species, but perhaps I can have more fun with such a species. As soon as Boundless heard Ghostface's voice, intense pain exploded in his body. The pain was not something that could be endured by ordinary people. If the one who suffered the punch was not Boundless but someone else, that person would have probably died from the pain. Even Wang Baichuan or Feng Yuhai would not be able to get away with it. It was worth noting that Ghostface was an abnormally powerful being that had directly killed 2 venerable ones. His power was almost unimaginable. Being directly struck by his power, what kind of terrifying injury was this? The fire demon's powerful body allowed Boundless to withstand the punch's power, but he was still in extreme pain. At this moment, his body began to spasm. Even so, he was still smiling at this moment. Oh. You can still smile at a time like this? Looks like the fire demon's body is indeed powerful. What about this time? Seeing that Boundless could still laugh after taking his attack, Ghostface snickered evilly as well. Then, he launched a whip kick at Boundless. Boundless moved, and his entire body flew up into the sky. However, using this opportunity, he finally stabilized himself. His gaze landed on Ghostface. At this moment, Ghostface Su Yen was also looking at him. Hee, come on. If that's all you've got, you can't kill me. Boundless transmitted his voice. Humph, you're courting death. At this moment, Ghostface suddenly rushed into the sky. The scorching sun sword in his hand let out a mournful cry, then an extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted. At this moment, it seemed like the entire world was about to be destroyed. It was the universe-severing sword. In the hands of Su Yen, the universe-severing single sword was displayed. Although it was extremely terrifying and could even affect the space, it was still not enough. However, at this moment, Ghostface's sword actually completely tore through space. Tearing through space was a venerable one's domain. Previously, Su Yen was only barely able to use a little of it. However, at this moment, Su Yen was only in the 6 dragons boundary, so he was still far from becoming a venerable one. At this moment, he was already able to perform it smoothly. Under this sword, Boundless flame domain was directly torn apart. A terrifying pillar of fire suddenly rose in the sky above the battle arena. Just like that, it was like a volcanic eruption. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction or the Boundless Demon sect, after seeing this pillar of light, the only thought in their minds was shock. At this moment, they were wondering where 2 venerable ones had suddenly appeared at this moment. This was because if they were not venerable ones, how could they possibly possess such terrifying and great power? At this moment, the people who were still nearby immediately began to flee. This was because they knew that if they did not leave at this time, there would only be one path waiting for them, which was death. Inside the pillar of fire, Ghostface Su Yen directly grabbed Boundless' face and directly rushed into the sky. At this moment, Feng Yuhai, who was heading toward the formation eye, suddenly stopped. Did he appear again? He actually appeared again at this time. Wang Baichuan, who was at the side, heard his muttering, so he asked, "What are you talking about? Who appeared?" At this time, the sect was already facing a huge crisis, and he and Feng Yuhai were shouldering such a heavy burden. At this moment, Feng Yuhai was still in the mood to think about these things. Feng Yuhai looked at the sky, and the familiar figure entered his sight. He directly said, "Ghostface." As soon as these 2 words were uttered, Wang Baichuan also fell into silence. If it was anything else, even if a venerable one appeared, perhaps he would not be surprised at this time. However, these 2 words were able to shake his soul. Ghostface. He could not forget the terrifying scene of Su Yen directly wearing Ghostface and killing 2 venerable ones at that time. That scene had a huge impact on him and Feng Yuhai. He also finally understood why Feng Yuhai was so surprised. Ghostface. He actually appeared again? Phew, but now is not the time to care about this. You must understand what kind of crisis we're facing. If the Taihang 9 Evolution's grand formation can't be restored, many junior brothers will die in this battle. Feng Yuhai withdrew his gaze and said, "Of course I understand this. Forget it, let's not think about him anymore. We can't care about so many things anymore. The only thing we can do is to complete the current task. Let's go." The 2 of them went on their way again. On the other side of the sky, Xue Xingchuan was resisting Hai Chuan's attack with all his might. It had to be said that Hai Chuan was really a terrifying enemy at this time. At this time, he was constantly urging his power, and even Xue Xingchuan could not resist it. Strictly speaking, although Hai Chuan had condensed Dao marks, he was only at the initial stage and was not a true Dao venerable. However, his battle strength was no less than Yan Zhao's that day, and in some aspects, he was even superior. This old thing had lived for such a long time, and it was really beyond the imagination of ordinary people. There was a saying that was true, and that was that old people were shrewd. At this time, Xue Xingchuan suddenly said, "Old thing, do you think I don't know your plan? You want your disciple to kill Su Yen, right? Although I don't know why you're paying attention to Su Yen, I'm sure that Su Yen must be very important to you." Xue Xingchuan asked directly after dispersing Hai Chuan's sword qi. Hai Chuan did not hide it and just said, "Humph, you know a lot. But at this time, even if you know, what can you do? Su Yan will definitely be mine, and his soul will become the soul of my divine sword. This is his good fortune." At this time, Hai Chuan already felt that he was going to win, so he said it directly. At this time, Xue Xingchuan smiled and said, "Is that so? Then take a look, what's the situation now? Your disciple's situation is not good." Chapter 806. Female Literature. At this moment, Hai Chuan's expression was definitely not good. Because in his opinion, killing Su Yan should be a very fast thing, and then Wuya could come and help him. If it was the usual Wuya, he naturally wouldn't be qualified to participate in such a battle. However, when his flame demon body was fully unleashed, that kind of power was already incomparably strong. Although it was impossible for him to be Xue Xingchuan's opponent, he could already cause some trouble for Xue Xingchuan in a small area. In his battle with Xue Xingchuan, even if Xue Xingchuan was just a little bit more troublesome, the scales of victory would tilt towards him. However, he didn't expect that Wuya, who had unleashed his flame demon body, would still be suppressed by Su Yan. Damn it, why is this Su Yan's aura so strange and powerful? He kept thinking in his heart. Previously, when he caught a glimpse of Su Yan's power, he was already very shocked. Therefore, at that time, he directly attacked and wanted to capture Su Yan. However, Xue Xingchuan was already on guard against him, and when he attacked, he had already attacked. This caused his plan to deal with Su Yan to fail. However, he wasn't in a hurry, because he clearly knew that once the power of his Beast King sword was released, the power of Wuya's flame demon body would be completely released. He was very clear about the power of the flame demon. When he first discovered the power of the flame demon, he almost couldn't control himself and wanted to directly transform himself into a flame demon. However, after all, he had lived for countless years and deeply understood the importance of it, so he gave up on this idea in the end. However, he, who was crazy, actually let his disciple inherit the power of the flame demon. It was also because of this that he clearly knew how powerful Wuya would be once the power of the flame demon was activated. In his calculations, if Wuya wanted to deal with Su Yan, it would be the easiest thing to do. However, something that should have been in the bag had gone awry at this point. Even after Wuya had displayed his true strength, he was still no match for Su Yan. Not only that, he also felt that Su Yan's gaze seemed to be looking at him at this time. That gaze was clearly filled with provocation and naked disdain. He didn't know why, but in the face of Su Yan's provocation, he actually felt exceptionally angry. Right now, he even had a thought, and that was to disregard everything and directly rush over to Su Yan to kill him first. Just this moment of hesitation was enough for Xue Xingchuan to seize the opportunity. He directly approached Hai Chuan's body. Hai Chuan's Beast King sword was powerful, but he still chose to fight in close combat. As the sword fell, the sword light was as brilliant as the afterglow of the setting sun. But at this moment, Hai Chuan was definitely not radiant. This was because he felt a great sense of danger from the sword radiance of this sword. Unlike the previous attack, the power of this sword was much stronger than before. Wherever the sword radiance passed, the spatial fluctuations were so weak that they were almost invisible. But it was precisely this that was the most terrifying. This meant that Xue Xingchuan's control of power had reached an extremely deep level. In other words, the power of this sword was already the power of a Dao master. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't believe that they could suddenly possess the power of a Dao master. But his opponent was Xue Xingchuan. That former genius. That man who had endless glory but left in disappointment, and then returned in glory after more than 10 years. If he chose to ignore such a person, he would definitely die miserably. At this moment, he was suddenly shocked. He had actually been directly affected by Su Yan and was directly distracted in such a battle. Was this a coincidence? No, it was absolutely impossible. Although he was a swordsmith, he didn't know how many battles he had to go through to get to where he was today. After such a long battle, his mind had long been as hard as steel. Not to mention facing a powerful opponent like Xiaofan, even if it was just an ordinary enemy, he wouldn't be careless at all. But today, he was distracted at the most crucial moment. This must be Su Yan's doing. At this moment, his fear of Su Yan deepened. Of course, what he needed to do now was to deal with the power of this sword. Black Tortoise Sword, turned sword into armor. Following his shout, the terrifying shadow of a black tortoise directly appeared. It was a gigantic tortoise, but it had the heads of two pythons. Although it was only a shadow, it still made people feel an enormous pressure. The moment the shadow of the black tortoise appeared, it turned into a shield and immediately blocked in front of him. This time, he was already treating it with extreme seriousness. Such a sword radiance directly condensed in the sky, and then suddenly collided with Xiaofan's sword. The powerful sword Qi directly turned into a whirlwind. As expected of the Supreme Elder, you're really powerful. But I still don't understand, why did you join the Limitless Demon Sect? I'm very curious, what exactly did the Limitless Demon Sect give you to make such a decision? Xiaofan had indeed used an extremely powerful force in this sword attack. However, he was not at all surprised that the sword was blocked. If Haichuan didn't even have that bit of power, there would be something wrong. Humph, you want to know? Then die, you'll know the answer after you're dead. Wuxia once again endured Su Yan's sword attack. This time, however, he successfully blocked Su Yan's attack. Under the pressure of Su Yan's powerful aura, his fire demon body became even more powerful. However, at this moment, he was not at all happy about the changes in his fire demon body. The pressure that Ghostface gave him was still increasing at this moment. Compared to me, you're the real monster. He smiled bitterly. At first, he thought that he could become very powerful, but later on, he realized that he was just a tool of his master. When he first found out that he was about to turn into a fire demon, his heart almost broke down. However, due to his kindness to his master, he accepted this fate in the end, and he struggled as if he had lost his rationality. At this moment, his rationality returned, and the sadness attacked him again. The conflicting feelings almost caused him to commit suicide. Therefore, he summoned Ghostface Su Yan. However, he felt even more helpless in the battle with Ghostface Su Yan. This was because his master had used all his means to turn him into this ghostly appearance, but he was still no match for Su Yan. The real monster was not him, but Su Yan. His gaze fell on Ghostface, and the power of the strange mask seemed to have become even more profound. He had even begun to engulf his own mind. How amazing! Not only did his strength, speed, and spirit chi change, even his mental power has become more terrifying. How could he not see that his master had suddenly lost his composure and almost suffered a blow from Xiaofan's sword? It was probably due to the interference of Su Yan's mental power. Oh? You actually found out? Looks like you're not completely useless after all. But actually, it's nothing. I only magnified a little of that old thing's thoughts. After all, an old thing like that will always think more. Ghostface Su Yan's calm words were like a heavy hammer that struck Wuxia's heart. Master, this is the last time your disciple will fight for you. At this moment, he was very clear that if he fought Ghostface Su Yan while he was still rational, he would probably lose even more miserably. That strange mental power would greatly suppress him. Therefore, he had decided to repay his master for the last time. If he wanted to possess the greatest power, there was only one way, and that was to directly destroy his own rationality. As long as he destroyed his own mental will, Ghostface suppression would naturally disappear. However, if he really did that, he would completely disappear. Regardless of whether he won or lost this battle, it would have nothing to do with him. Even if he killed Su Yan in the end, he, Wuxia, would have disappeared. Only a flame demon would remain. At this time, he suddenly took out a sword. This sword was very exquisite, and one could see the heart and focus of the sword maker. Although it was only a famed sword, and not as spiritual as a sacred sword, the flickering luster had already shown that this sword was extraordinary. This sword was called Muyu. It was a pity that Muyu did not end up in the hands of that beautiful moon. Forget it, forget it. At this point, if he still could not let go of this little obsession, it would be quite laughable. In the end, it was impossible for a person's life to be perfect. However, he really liked her. Since Muyu did not end up in his hands, then he would use it to end his life. At this moment, he directly flipped Muyu around and then unhesitatingly pierced his own body. The exquisite Muyu sword directly pierced through his body. Wuxia's traces in this world began to slowly disappear. The famed sword was indeed powerful, but it could not withstand the horror of the flame demon's body. Therefore, the famed sword also began to melt. Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. In order to defeat me, you killed yourself, turned yourself into a monster, and then fought me to the death? Delightful, this is the most delightful. Wuxia, I will remember your name. You are an interesting opponent, but you are already dead. Is the real flame demon about to descend? Let me see the strength of that flame demon. At this moment, Ghostface was facing the aura of the flame demon that was becoming stronger. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also endlessly happy. Chapter 807. Female Literature. Come, the real flame demon. Let me see how strong you are. Don't disappoint me. Boom. Just as he was muttering to himself, a total of 7 terrifying pillars of fire appeared between the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Sword Forging Peak was in an uproar. Sword Forging Peak was originally a huge volcano. However, this volcano had been dormant for countless years. After so many years, it had become the treasured land of the Taihang sword faction. The Taihang sword faction swordsmiths would forge swords here. However, today, this volcano had finally erupted. Terrifying streams of flames rushed into the sky. That terrifying power appeared directly. This kind of power was something that even a venerable, no, even a Tao master could not compare to. With such power surging, it was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan's expression changed. Damn it! At this moment, his killing intent became even more serious. Old thing, you did something to Sword Forging Peak. You're really ruthless. Sword Forging Peak was extremely important to the Taihang sword faction. If they lost Sword Forging Peak, the Taihang sword faction would suffer a huge loss. But now, the Sword Forging Peak had erupted like a volcano. Everything on the mountain would be destroyed in an instant. At this moment, Haichuan shook his head and said, "Ha, Xue Xingchuan, you're wrong. I didn't destroy Sword Forging Peak. It was the flame demons. Did you know that under Sword Forging Peak of the Taihang sword faction is a flame demon's nest?" Ha, how interesting. At this moment, even Xue Xingchuan's heart skipped a beat. The flame demon's nest. Although this terrifying race of flame demons had already disappeared in the long river of history, experts like Xue Xingchuan still knew about them. This was an extremely terrifying creature. Their power was simply unimaginable. Their incomparably terrifying power could almost bury everything in this world. In this world, there was nothing that could fight against their power. Their combat power was above the demon clan. Until now, the people of 9 regions still didn't know how the flame devil of that era disappeared. Of course, the existence of the flame demons was too distant, so too many people chose to forget about their existence. Even Xue Xingchuan had only glanced at them when he first saw them. However, he never thought that the Balrog would actually exist, and that it would reappear in this world. What was even more unexpected was that the Balrog would actually appear in the Taihang sword faction, and that the Balrog's nest had actually appeared under Sword Forging Peak. By chance, I discovered the lair of the flame demons, and then and then you use this power to turn your disciple into a devil. Xing Chuan interrupted him. Although I don't know what the limitless demon sect gave you, you're only doing this because you're afraid of death. For the sake of your own life, you're even willing to sacrifice the life of your disciple. At this moment, Xing Chuan was even more furious. Hai Chuan shook his head and said, "You're wrong. Wuxia was willing to help me. He longed for great power, so I gave it to him. What did I do wrong? Obviously not. That's why people like you will never understand. Death, what kind of fear is it? Especially when you already know that death is coming, but you can't change it. No one can bear watching it come. Xing Chuan, unless you can keep getting stronger, you will also experience this kind of despair. So, at this time, please don't be too full of yourself. Of course, now that the flame demon has descended, this old man doesn't want to fight with you anymore. You still have other opponents. Did you see that? That's Yan Xiao from the Limitless Demon Sect. Wang Butong and Feng Haisheng can't stop him. If they can't stop him, who knows how many disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect will die. So, your opponent now shouldn't be me, and it can't be me. So, I'm leaving. My disciple has already become a flame demon, but as your master, I will remember your contributions. At this time, Hai Chuan suddenly changed his mind. His original plan was to capture Su Yan alive. Of course, if there was no other way, he would obtain Su Yan's body and soul. But now, he suddenly changed his plan. Xing Chuan didn't know what this flower was. And just as Hai Chuan said, he didn't have the time to think about it. The Sublime Flow Sword School had already fallen into an abyss of suffering. These disciples were fighting with all their might. But even so, the Limitless Demon Sect's sudden attack was still too strong. Hai Chuan's retreat was definitely a good thing for him. He had to find a new enemy. So, he watched Hai Chuan leave and didn't chase after him. Limitless Demon Sect, humph. At this time, he directly charged towards Yan Xiao. Hai Chuan was right. Wang Butong and Feng Haisheng couldn't stop Yan Xiao. After all, Yan Xiao was a true Dao sovereign. Although Feng Haisheng and Wang Butong were both 5 origin sovereigns, their talents were limited. Their battle strength wasn't the deciding factor. Even if it was 2 against 1, they couldn't possibly be Yan Xiao's match. So, they could only delay Yan Xiao for a while. Then, let me do it. But before he moved, he first looked at the Balrog. That was the Boundless of the past. But now, he was already a monster. Boundless could no longer return. For the sake of his master's ambition, a disciple had lost himself. It was really a pity. But Xing Chuan didn't feel sad, because this was his own choice. It could even be said that this was his fate. Right now, Xing Chuan wanted to kill the flame devil that Boundless had transformed into as soon as possible. At this time, a voice directly sounded. This is my prey, so I advise you not to interfere. This was Su Yan's voice. His voice didn't change, but Xing Chuan knew. Under the mask was another person. He didn't know why Su Yan had become like this, but he knew in his heart that this Su Yan in front of him was very dangerous. If Su Yan's cultivation was a bit higher, even he would feel threatened. Is this the monster hiding in your body? At this time, Xing Chuan was actually considering whether to kill Su Yan as well. This was because the aura that Ghost Face was releasing was really strange and threatening. If Su Yan were to start a massacre right now, even an ordinary one origin venerable would be a threat to him. This was an extremely unstable factor. Since it was an unstable factor, he wanted to directly eliminate this unstable factor. At this time, Ghost Face raised his head, and the pair of eyes under the mask looked directly at Xing Chuan. He suddenly chuckled and said, Xing Chuan, if you want to kill me as well, then go ahead and try. But once you do, don't blame me for becoming an enemy of the Taihang sword faction. Shuexing Chuan's eyebrows immediately raised when he heard this, and he said in a deep voice, "So you're saying that you're not an enemy of the Taihang sword faction right now?" Ghost Face said, "Haha, how should I put it? It depends on my mood. At least for now, I have no intention of going against the Taihang sword faction. Anyway, it's going to be a massacre. Aren't there a lot of people in the Boundless Demon sect? Before I kill them all, I won't be bored. After all, if I have a choice, I'll still respect the will of the original body. Speaking of which, those two old things aren't going to make it. If they die, the Taihang sword faction will be in a lot of trouble. As for the sect master, I believe you've already felt it. He won't be able to appear for a while." Ghost Face's words made Shuexing Chuan's expression change again. He did not expect Ghost Face to be so intelligent and rational despite his seemingly insane appearance. An existence like that was even more dangerous. However, just as Ghost Face had said, his opponent had to change their choice. It was abnormal that the sect master, Zhang Zhe, had yet to make a move when such a crisis had arisen. Zhang Zhe must have been caught in a stalemate at the moment. Shuexing Chuan sensed a terrifying power. Zhang Zhe was currently fighting with that powerful existence. Therefore, they could not count on Zhang Zhe at this time. They could only count on themselves. "Alright, for Su Yan's sake, please help the Taihang sword faction this time." After he finished speaking, he finally turned around and left. Under such circumstances, he could only choose to believe in Ghost Face. He turned around and locked his gaze on Yen Xiao. "Yen Xiao, I let you escape last time, but I didn't expect you to have the guts to appear in front of me again." "Humph, you'll die this time." Shuexing Chuan immediately slapped with his sunset godly sword palm. At this time, Yen Xiao was continuously moving around. Although Wang Butong and Feng Haisheng were giving it their all, they were getting more and more tired. It would not be long before they were killed by Yen Xiao. At this time, Shuexing Chuan finally arrived. The power of the sunset godly sword palm whistled through the sky. At this time, Yen Xiao, who was launching a fierce attack, had no choice but to stop. Shuexing Chuan. After a tiger's roar, an extremely intense light of hatred exploded from his eyes. At this time, Ghost Face's gaze finally landed on the flame demon. It seems to have completed its evolution. My prey, we can have a good fight now. I don't think anyone will disturb us at this time." Chapter 808. Female Literature. Before he could finish his words, a powerful pillar of lava had already soared into the sky. That powerful force instantly turned him into a flame demon. A huge flaming palm appeared and grabbed him directly, then directly fell into the crater of the sword-forging peak. At the same time, the terrifying flame power continued to attack him. At this moment, Su Yan was completely surrounded by flames. Layer after layer of flames covered his body as if he was wearing a layer of outer clothing. The extremely intense flames continued to burn his body. "You really didn't disappoint me. After becoming a complete flame demon, your power can actually reach such a level. Good, this is worthy of a battle. Kill." At this moment, Ghostface's hand directly flickered with light. Around his body, an invisible force directly spread out. Under the impact of this invisible force, the terrifying flames were forcibly pushed away. Then, Ghostface directly condensed his palm into a blade and immediately slashed down heavily. At this moment, the powerful force suddenly turned into a sword and directly cut the pillar of fire. What a great power, but if you want to kill me, it's still not enough. After the pillar of fire was cut, Ghostface directly broke free from the flame demon's control. At the crater of the sword-forging peak, two existences directly looked at each other. At this time, Wuxia was already dead, and now only the flame demon was left. A flame demon with instincts. The reason why he did so was to make a final gamble with his life. He knew what his master wanted. Since that was the case, then he would use his life to do the final thing. His life was given to him by his master, so now was the time to return his life. The flame demon roared with terrifying flames and directly charged toward Ghostface. At this moment, Ghostface's sword suddenly flashed with a terrifying sword chi. Under the sword light was like a drill, and the powerful sword chi kept circling in the sky. This was the most direct confrontation between the flames and the sword chi, and at this time, the power of both sides had reached an extremely powerful level. With such power, even an ordinary venerable one would not be able to contend against it. The two people who were fighting at this moment were real monsters. Ghostface's face became more and more ferocious. As the battle continued, his strength continued to increase. Haha, this feels great. An opponent like you is the kind of opponent I really want. You probably don't know that my power comes from the 3 hearts in my body. They are the source of endless power. Under the pressure of your powerful pressure, this power will become stronger and stronger. So what if he was a flame devil? They're just creatures that have been eliminated by history. In front of me, they're nothing. At this moment, Grimace was indeed extremely excited. His 3 hearts resonated with each other when they were under extreme pressure. At that moment, 3 completely different powers exploded with unimaginable power. This power had already exceeded the limits of what Su Yan could endure. Because of this strange and powerful force would awaken the other side of Su Yan. The other side was the ghost face. Grimace was different from Su Yan. Su Yan's true foundation was the regal sword mantra, which was the supreme existence that had brought him to this world. On the other hand, Grimace completely relied on the 3 hearts. Only when the 3 hearts beat in unison would he be able to exist forever. At this moment, the fire demon was helping him. He and Su Yan existed in the same body, but because of this, they were natural enemies. As the saying went, a mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. In that case, how could a body accommodate 2 souls? At the moment, the time that he could appear was extremely limited. However, he was not resigned to this. Every time Su Yan encountered a danger that could not be solved, would he appear to clean up after Su Yan? No, that was definitely not the case. He wanted to become the master of this body. He wanted to directly devour Su Yan's real soul. Only by doing so could he reverse everything and become a real existence. And in order to achieve all of this, the first thing to do was to let him continue to exist. Just as he repelled the Balrog's first attack, the second one arrived. A shadow burst out from the deep crater of the volcano. It was a slender snake. As the snake twisted, its terrifying power swayed in the air. In just a moment, there was a flash of flame and lightning. That was the power of thunder and fire. This power had already affected space. At this moment, Grimace became even more blissful. His belligerence was in his nature. At this moment, the strength of the opponent completely stimulated his ferocious nature. In fact, Boundless was right. Grimace was the real monster. At this moment, Grimace actually threw away the Scorching Sun sword. Although it's a sacred sword, it still belongs to Su Yan. It seems so out of place in my hands. In that case, it's better not to have it. He threw the sword away so straightforwardly. In the eyes of many, a sacred sword was a supreme treasure. However, in his eyes, since the sacred sword could not truly cooperate with him, it was a piece of trash. Since it was a piece of trash, what was the point of holding on to it? After throwing away the sacred sword, Grimace directly let out a carefree howl. You want to fight? Then come, let me see what kind of ability you have to fight me. At this moment, he directly pounced. The two of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle in the air. In the boundless sky, a streak of flowing light moved. The extremely terrifying and blazing brilliance had already shocked everyone at this moment. Such power, as well as the colors between heaven and earth, had been swallowed up by the terrifying flames. This was the battle between the fire demon and Grimace. Such a terrifying battle aura had already turned into endless waves at this moment. It was a power that surpassed everything. On the other side of the sky, Xingchuan noticed the changes. Damn it, that guy. Is he trying to destroy the entire Taihang sword faction? At this moment, the flames surged and lava continued to spread. Such destruction could be said to be unprecedented. If this continued, not only would Sword Forging Peak be affected, but other places would also be affected. However, at this moment, the one who was fighting was Grimace, and not Su Yen. It was already very good that he did not directly attack the disciples of the Taihang sword faction. How could he go back and care about these things? At this moment, he was already standing opposite Yen Xiao. At this moment, before he defeated Yen Xiao, he could not free himself to do anything. What a wonderful flame, as brilliant as fireworks. Xingchuan, you didn't expect that our next meeting would be like this, did you? Yen Xiao looked at Xingchuan standing in front of him with a cruel smile. Not long ago, he was ambushed by Xingchuan. At that time, Qiu Zifan of the Scorching Flame sect was watching him covetously. At that time, he almost died at Xingchuan's hands. In the end, although he managed to escape safely, he left behind 5 venerable ones. To Yen Xiao, that battle was an unprecedented humiliation. It was also because of this that he directly came to attack the Taihang sword faction. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take revenge for any grievances he had against him. At this moment, seeing how anxious Xingchuan was, he felt a sense of satisfaction from taking revenge. However, this was far from enough. Compared to the humiliation he suffered last time, this was nothing. He wanted revenge. He wanted to destroy the hope in Xingchuan's heart bit by bit. The best way to do that was to destroy his sect and let him feel how powerless he was in front of him. Humph, Yen Xiao, you're just a defeated opponent. Have you forgotten how you escaped like a dog last time? Xingchuan did not back down. At this moment, he would not back down no matter what. Xingchuan, you're too presumptuous. If it wasn't for Qiu Zifan holding you back last time, I would have killed you directly. How could I have given you a chance to commit murder? Limitless demon path, annihilation. At this moment, he directly attacked, and a terrifying energy vortex appeared. At this moment, the space was stirred, as if a huge wave had suddenly appeared in the sea. At the side, Wang Butong and Feng Haisheng looked extremely serious. Such a strike was much more powerful than what they had endured before. Previously, they had endured an extremely huge pressure with this attack. However, they did not expect that this was not the opponent's true strength. This Yen Xiao had been hiding his strength all this time. Of course, they knew the terrifying consequences of this. If Xingchuan had not come, they would have died very quickly. At that time, Yen Xiao would have suddenly launched a fatal attack with absolute strength. There was no reason for the two of them to survive. Seniors, you should go and kill the other venerables of the Limitless Demon sect. As for this Yen Xiao, leave him to me. Xingchuan's expression became extremely serious. The power of this attack was at the level of a Dao master. Even if Feng Haisheng and Wang Butong attacked with all their strength, they would not be able to block it. Therefore, Xingchuan decided to use his own strength to take this attack directly. Humph, Yen Xiao, do you really think that I was able to defeat you last time because of Qiu Zifan? Now, I'll let you know that I was able to defeat you more than 10 years ago. Today, I'll definitely be able to make you like a dog. At this moment, a light flashed from Xingchuan's body. It was a sacred light. Dao Master? Humph, do you think that you're the only Dao Master? Chapter 809. Female Literature. At this moment, Xingchuan's body actually revealed such a strong aura. He was clearly not as strong as a Dao Master. Before Xingchuan became a Dao Master, his battle strength was already extremely terrifying. At that time, in a one-on-one situation, he directly suppressed Yan Shao to the point that he could only flee. Although at that time it was largely because Yan Shao was apprehensive of Qiu Zifan, Xue Xingchuan's strength was still undeniable. If the one fighting Yan Shao at that time was not Xue Xingchuan, but Feng Haisheng or Wang Butong, these two experts, they would have already been killed by Yan Shao. Defeating a Dao master as a Five Essences Venerable. For Xue Xingchuan, it was naturally a great honor. But for Yan Shao, it was a great humiliation. It was also because of this that he wanted to take revenge and kill Xue Xingchuan. But at this time, Xue Xingchuan actually wanted to break through to the Dao Master realm in front of him. At this moment, Yan Shao immediately felt that something was wrong. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he knew very well that if Xue Xingchuan really reached the Dao Master realm, his battle strength would definitely increase to an extremely terrifying level. At that time, he would probably not be a match for Xue Xingchuan. Xue Xingchuan, do you want to become a Dao Master? Dream on, I'll kill you directly. The fierce battle between Ghost Face and the Flame Demon directly reached Sword Forging Peak. This was what the Flame Demon wanted. Although the Flame Demon had lost his rationality, it was precisely because of this that he was truly terrifying. Without rationality, only the most direct source of battle was left. The Flame Demon's source of battle was extremely terrifying. Without the restraint of rationality, his battle instincts were his greatest reliance. Now that he was fighting with Ghost Face, intentionally or unintentionally, he dragged Ghost Face into the volcano. Ghost Face obviously knew his opponent's intention, but he intentionally let the Flame Demon lead him into the volcano. He just wanted to make the pressure on himself even stronger. Ghost Face's ambition was enormous. He wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Su Yan. Come, show me your full strength, you idiot. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on then. Roar. At this time, Boundless' body had completely disappeared. He had completely transformed into the body of a flame demon. After becoming a flame demon, his height had reached 2.5 meters. Both of his legs had disappeared, and his entire body was suspended in the void. He kept waving his hands, and countless streams of magma began to dance wildly. Under the amplification of the magma, his strength became even more terrifying. At this moment, Grimace's body even pressed downwards. How powerful was he? Yet, he was still in such a sorry state. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of the Flame Devil was. However, Ghostface wasn't afraid at all. Not only that, but he also charged forward. One word was written all over his face: excitement. At this moment, he could feel the 3 hearts in his body beating more and more harmoniously and powerfully. Such a change made him even happier. As long as the heartbeats of these 3 subjects became eternal, Su Yan, as the primordial being, would no longer appear in this world. Grimace would be the real leader. Just as he was looking forward to it, the terrifying power of flames had already descended. Grimace also began to roar, and his power continued to riot at this moment. The power that was like a thundercloud was filled with great destructive power. At this moment, the underground began to shake. Ha! You're quite powerful indeed. Unfortunately, you can't defeat me at all. You're nothing in front of me. At this moment, he became even more violent. His entire body kept trembling. Jump, jump, my source of power, awaken. Grimace was really excited to the extreme. This battle was more painful than the last time he appeared to fight the 2 venerables. However, the more it was so, the more excited he became. Only under the threat of death, only under great pressure, would his fighting spirit become even more fervent. It had to be said that he and Su Yan were cut from the same cloth in this aspect. However, the 2 of them were of the same origin. Although they were 2 different sides, it was natural for there to be similarities. Ha ha ha, let me see what you're relying on. The incomparably powerful power turned into a terrifying majesty at this moment. This incomparably violent power made the aura here even more oppressive. Under the beating of the three hearts, his power became even more powerful and terrifying. It was also at this moment that Darkness Holy Man and Bing Ju woke up in his body once again. The last time Grimace appeared, he had already awakened the two of them and reached an agreement with them. However, after Grimace disappeared, the two of them fell into a deep sleep again. This time, after Grimace woke up, the two of them gradually woke up as well. Such a terrifying power, he's much stronger than last time. Darkness Holy Man and Bing Ju began to secretly communicate with each other. After all, they came from the same origin, so they naturally had their own way of communicating. Bing Ju also said, "Yes, it's not just Grimace. It's the same for Su Yan too. Since we've already woken up this time, we can't fall into a deep sleep. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll never be able to wake up in the future." At this point, the two of them were incomparably solemn. This was definitely not a joke, it was something that was very likely to happen. The two of them were indeed very powerful, but at this time, they were directly suppressed into a deep sleep by Su Yan's seal in his body. Under such circumstances, they would not be able to make any progress. However, Su Yan was growing rapidly. Just as they felt, Grimace's strength was much more terrifying than last time, and so was Su Yan's strength. If this continued, they would never have the chance to do so. Although Grimace had awakened them last time, they knew very well that it was only because Grimace needed their power. He was just planting chess pieces for himself, to become cavalry at the most critical time and directly kill Su Yan. However, if Grimace's strength was too far away from theirs, then why would he need them? At that time, it would be time for them to die. According to my guess, Grimace definitely doesn't want to disappear this time. I don't think he wants to experience the feeling of being imprisoned in the darkness again, so this is our chance. Bing Ju, at this time, you'd better not be a hindrance. Darkness Holy Man warned Bing Ju directly. After all, he knew that Bing Ju had always wanted to devour him. The two of them were born from the same origin, if one of them could devour the other, then the successful one would immediately become an extremely powerful existence. Although it would not immediately restore the terrifying power of the demon god of extreme ice. It would be enough for him to establish himself in this world. As long as he was given a chance to breathe and slowly accumulate, a second Bing Ju might be born. Don't worry, I know how powerful he is. You, on the other hand, you need to give up on your thoughts. Otherwise, both of us might die here. At this moment, the two of them were communicating rapidly in their minds. Soon, they had reached an agreement. Now, they were waiting for an opportunity that belonged to them. The Balrog's power was still increasing. However, Grimace's heart was also continuously providing power. Under such circumstances, the two of them were still evenly matched. However, at this time, the Balrog's power suddenly increased. This change was too sudden. The two of them were originally evenly matched, but at this time, there was a sudden difference in power. The other party's power had actually increased to such a level at this time, and this strange increase made him feel uneasy. Initially, Grimace had thought that everything was in his control at the moment. However, at this time, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have lost control of the situation. This flame demon's strength has actually increased so much. What is going on? At this moment, he was naturally curious in his heart. He knew that if he did not figure everything out at this time, he would be depressed to death. At this time, a shadow suddenly appeared. The shadow's speed was too fast, if not for Grimace's unusually strong mental strength, he would not have been able to see it clearly. What the hell is this? An ominous and uneasy feeling arose. That's a Balrog, a real Balrog. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. It was the voice of Darkness Holy Man. Grimace was stunned at first, but at this time, he did not dare to take this extremely powerful and terrifying power head-on. He did not waste any time and chose to dodge directly. A real Balrog? Darkness Holy Man transmitted his voice, that's right, this is the shadow of the soul of the powerful Balrog king. My master, you seem to be in big trouble. Darkness Holy Man's voice was very heavy. If there was an existence in this world that understood the Balrog the most, it was probably the evil demon clan. Huh, that's right. It is indeed the soul of the Flame Demon Emperor. You should know that the destruction of the Flame Demons back then was closely related to our demon clan. Furthermore, I have inherited the memories of the great demon god Bing Ju. Therefore, I will definitely not remember it wrongly. Chapter 8:10. Female Literature. In human records, there were very few mentions of the flame demons. However, Darkness Holy Man, who had inherited Bing Ju's memories, and the new Bing Ju knew how terrifying and powerful the flame demons were. A long time ago, the demon race and the flame demon race had a war that lasted for countless years. In the end, the demon race relied on their terrifying reproductive ability that was even more terrifying than that of humans to finally win this war. The flame demons also had their own world and civilization. Moreover, their individual strength was very powerful. Even the demon clan was slightly inferior to them. In the beginning, as space predators, the demon clan did not set their greedy eyes on the flame continent. Unfortunately, the flame continent was invaded by an extremely terrifying void behemoth in the end. In order to deal with the powerful void behemoth, the flame imps lost too many flame monarchs. After the void beast was finally destroyed, the demon clan finally launched their invasion. After a long and arduous battle, the demon clan finally emerged victorious. At that time, the great demon god of the demon clan thought that the flame demon clan had been completely wiped out. However, when they invaded the Nine States continent, they actually found the flame demon clan, and even the existence of the flame demon king. From the great demon god Bing Ju's memories, the flame demon clan also appeared in the war with the humans of the Nine States continent and successfully restrained the great demon god, allowing the humans to directly reverse the situation. He did not expect that after so many years, he could still feel the aura of the Flame Demon King. The Flame Demon King. Ghostface felt that he had been enveloped by a high and mighty aura. Only a king could have such an aura, and only a king could have such a terrifying aura. Run, my master. You are no match for him. Even if he is only a soul of the dead now, you are still no match for him. Bing Ju also said at this time. The title Master was naturally used to address Ghostface. After all, their hope of seeing the light of day was placed on Ghostface. Run? Huh, the Flame Demon King's soul of the Flame Demon King seems to be very powerful. However, it is precisely because of this that this is interesting. After sensing such a terrifying aura, Ghostface still did not want to escape. The thought in his mind was to face the challenge head-on. Master, this is not good. Although your strength is very strong and terrifying, you are still not a match for this soul. Why don't you leave now? The next time you wake up, you will definitely. Bing Ju shouted. Grimace bellowed and immediately cut him off. You lowly things, shut your mouths. If you dare to be presumptuous again, I'll annihilate you completely. Humph, how can a mere undead be my opponent? He's perfect to become my tonic to celebrate my rebirth. My heart, beat for me. Currently, Grimace had activated all of his power. He knew that Su Yan's body was a huge treasure trove that contained unimaginable wealth. When all the wealth was excavated, it was time for Su Yan to amaze the world. As long as he could control this body and make these three hearts truly become his source of power, he would definitely become the strongest person in this world. Since he wanted to become a strong person, how could he shrink back at this time? At this time, he should rush forward bravely and fight directly. Only under the constant pressure and baptism of pressure could he transform. Regarding this point, whether it was Su Yan or him, it was the same. Therefore, at this time, he actually resisted the pressure and went against the flow. Flame Devil Emperor? Then come, let me see your strength. As he roared, he had already sent out a punch. At this time, the three hearts were providing him with full power. As soon as he punched out, there were immediately three terrifying fist forces. These fist forces rotated, the power within could be described as terrifying as an explosion. This power, like a long river, fell directly from the sky. The incomparably violent power directly hung up countless whirlwinds at this time. At this time, the flame devil that Boundless had transformed into suddenly flashed and immediately appeared in front of the flame devil emperor. At this time, he was like a loyal and devoted guardian, protecting his king at this time. "Humph, a thing like you wants to stop me? If that's the case, then die." Ghostface suddenly roared, and his power came crashing down like a thunderbolt. "A person like you actually dares to stop me, you're simply courting death." This was Ghostface's control. He could feel that the power of this attack was stronger than ever before. The flame devil that Boundless had transformed into was indeed powerful, but how could it compare to him? This was his belief that he was invincible. Roar! The flame devil that Boundless had transformed into let out a roar. In front of his flame devil body, a terrifying flame light directly appeared. This light turned, and immediately a stream of flame light appeared at this time, finally turning into a terrifying shield. The powerful and sturdy flame shield appeared, wanting to block Ghostface's fist force that gathered three types of power. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Under this violent power, the flame demon that Boundless had transformed into was immediately sent flying backwards. With the support of three hearts, Grimace was more powerful than ever before. "Humph, you're too much of a hindrance. Then I'll kill you first." After defeating the flame devil that Boundless had transformed into with one blow, Ghostface's murderous intent was completely aroused. At this moment, his only thought was to directly kill this guy who dared to stop him. However, at this moment, the Flame Devil King suddenly shone brightly. An extremely unfamiliar and dry thought was transmitted from his soul. The great demon god? Although this thought seemed very calm, in reality, it contained boundless anger. Back then, the Flame Devil clan was directly destroyed because of the invasion of the demons. Although this Flame Devil King survived, how could he forget this hatred? Previously, he had not sensed it, but now, Ghostface directly activated the power of the three hearts. Among the three hearts, one of them contained the power of the great demon god's heart. At this moment, the flames of anger in his heart burst out. A flame suddenly flashed. Then, this flame directly turned into a tetrahedron. The appearance of this tetrahedron immediately imprisoned Ghostface. At this moment, Ghostface frowned. He did not like to be stopped when he was about to kill. Flame Devil King, you actually dare to stop me? Are you courting death? As he spoke, his power directly spread out at this moment. It was the same punch again. However, the power of this punch seemed to be much stronger than before. This was the terrifying part of Ghostface. The power of the three hearts was continuously developed, so his strength would become even more terrifying. And this kind of development was almost without limit. Ha ha ha, how satisfying. Kill for me, kill for me. I want to see how powerful this Flame Devil King is. If one had to use a word to describe Ghostface at this time, then the word Mad Dog was actually very appropriate. At this time, no matter who it was, as long as they came to provoke him, he would immediately bite them until they were covered in wounds. Unfortunately, he had underestimated this Flame Devil King in the end. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, this tetrahedron directly changed, and then an unimaginable pressure directly appeared at this time. At this moment, his body was actually directly imprisoned. In the next moment, the Flame Devil King's soul suddenly approached Ghostface. At this time, even though Ghostface was so crazy, his heart trembled violently. Damn it, you bastard, what are you trying to do? At this moment, his heart trembled. Naturally, the Flame Devil King would not speak. Instead, he used his own actions to tell Ghostface his purpose. At this time, one of the Flame Devil King's palms directly covered Ghostface's mask. The mask was locked. At this time, Ghostface was indescribably uncomfortable. At this time, the Flame Devil King's soul power directly invaded Ghostface's body. Damn it, your soul wants to break into my body. At this time, he immediately understood the other party's intention. You're courting death. Although he was now controlled by the other party, he still wanted to turn the tables. Oh, my source of power, show me how powerful you are. Grimace kept shouting. However, a scene that made him despair appeared. At this time, the three hearts were there, and their operation had slowed down. It was as if the three hearts had fallen into a deep sleep at this time. Damn it, how is this possible? Such a situation was really too strange. However, before he could react, the Flame Devil King's soul had already appeared in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Ghostface's thoughts flashed, you actually entered the sea of consciousness. You're courting death. Su Yan, that guy, the green lotus bright moon in his sea of consciousness is so powerful. A soul like you who dares to intrude is courting death. Naturally, Ghostface had his own calculations. He knew very well how powerful the strange phenomenon in Su Yan's sea of consciousness was. Many enemies had entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness because they wanted to seize his body, but in the end, they died under his strange phenomenon. If it were not for the fact that he and Su Yan were born from the same source, and that Su Yan's green lotus bright moon would not have any effect on him, he would be very afraid. Chapter 811. Female Literature, Die. Die under this green lotus. Ghostface screamed viciously in his heart. At this moment, the green lotus in his sea of consciousness shook. The bright moon above his sea of consciousness emitted endless brilliance, as powerful and terrifying as the blazing sun. Ha ha ha, I want to know if a dead soul like you can withstand Su Yan's power. At this moment, his heart was blazing. However, Ghostface's laughter came to a halt in the next scene. Because at this moment, he realized that Su Yan's power didn't move at all. Su Yan didn't attack the Flame Demon Emperor's soul. Damn it, why is this happening? This power didn't counterattack directly. What's the meaning of this? Ghostface really couldn't understand. He knew that once the power invaded the sea of consciousness, Su Yan's vision would definitely counterattack. This was a kind of instinct to protect oneself. However, he soon realized that it wasn't that Su Yan's power didn't move, but that the powerful Flame Demon Emperor had directly frozen Su Yan's power. Such a powerful Flame Demon Emperor. Ghostface was furious. He immediately said, Bing Ju, Darkness Holy Man, I'll completely release you now. Kill this Flame Demon Emperor for me. Humph, according to what you said, you should be mortal enemies with him. This guy is now entangled with Su Yan's vision in the sea of consciousness. It's a good opportunity for you to attack. At this moment, he activated his power and immediately released the power that was suppressing Bing Ju and Darkness Holy Man. At this moment, Darkness Holy Man and Bing Ju were immediately overjoyed. Ha ha ha, our chance has come. We've waited for so long for this moment. Humph, we can finally escape. Next, it's time for us to live together. These two were the last existences left in this world by the great demon god Bing Ju. At this moment, they finally obtained their freedom. At this moment, their ambitions began to swell. One had to know that they weren't weak. Although Darkness Holy Man's power had been weakened, he still had the power of a holy man in the past. Su Yan, you've trapped us for so long. Do you really think you've become our master? Today is the day of your complete annihilation due to internal and external troubles. After they escaped, they were originally attached to Su Yan's body. The two wheels slowly moved and finally occupied Su Yan's body. However, they did not expect the Godslayer sword to enter Su Yan's body directly. Under the pressure of the Godslayer sword, they were unable to use their powers. So, Su Yan immediately seized the opportunity and suppressed the two people. To them, this was an unimaginable hatred. At this moment, not only did they want to kill Su Yan, but Grimace as well. After all, these two people were the same person, and they were not kind people. Of course, this Balrog also had to be killed. This was the soul of the Balrog overlord. If they could devour it, their strength would definitely increase tremendously. Grimace actually wanted to use them to achieve his own goals. Humph, this guy who was born out of nowhere was really too ignorant. His actions were simply asking a tiger for its skin. Since he wanted to die, then he should die now. Bing Ju, first destroy Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness. Darkness Holy Man said directly. After all, Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness was everything. If his Sea of Consciousness still existed, then they would be in danger once the Balrog overlord was killed. There was naturally no mistake in such a strategy. Alright, then, I'll go and slash the Green Lotus. You go and destroy the bright moon. This way, Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness will immediately be severely damaged. The two people directly went towards the Green Lotus and the bright moon. At this moment, Grimace also realized that something was wrong with these two guys. He immediately shouted, "You two are really despicable. Are you actually trying to betray me?" These two guys were released by Grimace, but at this time, they actually chose to betray him. This made Grimace extremely angry. His consciousness also wanted to break in, but unfortunately, the Balrog overlord was directly suppressing it, making it impossible for him to move at all. Ha ha ha, betrayal? You stupid thing, are you trying to make me laugh my head off? Who do you think you are? You actually want us to be loyal to you. Since you've already released our restraints, then it's time for us to kill you directly. No matter what, you're actually Su Yan. As long as it's related to Su Yan, then it will all be destroyed. Bing Ju's voice was so arrogant at this time. He believed that under the restraint of the Balrog overlord, it would not be difficult for him to destroy the Green Lotus. At this time, Darkness Holy Man had already rushed to the bright moon. Bing Ju, do it. Darkness Holy Man and Bing Ju were telepathically connected. At this time, the two of them felt that the time was right. They did not hesitate and immediately attacked. For this moment, Darkness Holy Man shared his strength with Bing Ju. They wanted to directly take down Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness with a single attack. Unfortunately, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. No wonder I kept feeling that something was wrong last time. It turns out that Grimace woke the two of you up. Humph, if you had continued to lie dormant and waited for the next opportunity, there might have been a chance for you to turn the tables. But to jump out at this time, you're just a bunch of clowns. Since you've appeared at this time, I'll refine you in one fell swoop. This was Su Yan's voice. It was so cold and filled with endless killing intent. Su Yan. When they heard this voice, both Darkness Holy Man and Bing Ju were shocked. Then, Bing Ju directly shouted, "Don't hesitate, he's just putting on an act." At this moment, there was no way out. If they could not directly defeat and kill Su Yan, they would be the ones to die after giving Su Yan a chance to breathe. Perhaps because he had thought this through, Bing Ju directly threw away all his worries. Then, let's do it. The two of them directly released their strength at almost the same time. The extremely terrifying pressure directly fell, causing both the Green Lotus and the bright moon to tremble at the same time. But at this time, a cold angry shout directly sounded, "Humph, how stubborn. Do you think that I, Su Yan, am an empty fort? Then I'll let you know how powerful I am. You're the malignant tumor in my body. Normally, I can't do anything about it when you're hiding. But now that you've jumped out at this time, you can die." In an instant, the vision that should have been annihilated by the two of them suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful power. The terrifying power directly attacked Darkness Holy Man and Bing Ju. Darkness Holy Man and Bing Ju's expression changed immediately. Damn it, you're putting on an act. You're not suppressed by the ghost face at all. They thought that Su Yan was at the end of his rope, so they directly jumped out at this time to beat him while he was down. However, they did not expect that Su Yan was completely unscathed at this time. If they did not jump out at this time, it would have been fine. But now that they stood out at this time, they immediately faced a counterattack. However, these two people were born from the body of great demon god Bing Ju, so they naturally integrated the boundless ferocity of great demon god Bing Ju. At this time, an extremely blazing power directly rolled up. Humph, Su Yan, don't be too careless. Even if you're just putting on an act, so what? Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Even if my cultivation realm has been reduced, I'm at least once a Dao master. You can't imagine the means of a Dao master. As he spoke, a change happened to Darkness Holy Man, and an extremely complicated mark began to appear. This mark seemed to contain extremely profound principles, and was the most mysterious thing in this world. It was a Dao mark. It was Darkness Holy Man's Dao mark. Dao marks could be said to be the evolution of laws, and their power was incomparably powerful. At this time of crisis, he directly evolved the Dao mark, which played the role of deciding the outcome of the battle. He wanted to defeat Su Yan directly with this blow. Darkness Holy Man, you're really good at hiding. Last time, you actually had a counterattack, but you hid it and only used it now. But do you really think that you have victory in your hands by using the Dao mark? No, you're simply too naive. At this time, the dead soul of the Flame Demon Emperor in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness suddenly moved. That body suddenly split into several streams of light, and then smashed into Darkness Holy Man's body. Darkness Holy Man was immediately horrified. How is this possible? Why would the dead soul of the Flame Demon Emperor choose to help you? Even at this time, he still couldn't understand. Shouldn't the Flame Demon Emperor and Su Yan be opposing each other? But at this time, the Flame Demon Emperor actually helped Su Yan. At this time, he was actually unable to fully activate his Dao mark. After all, he was no longer the Dao master of the past. The reason why he didn't use it when the God Slayer sword suppressed him last time was because he couldn't use it freely at that time. Of course, he also wanted to use a fatal blow at the most critical time. After all, he expected that the moment the Dao mark appeared, it would be the time to reverse the situation. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan actually had the strength to fight back at this time. What was even more unexpected was that the Flame Demon would actually cooperate with Su Yan and launch a direct attack on him. At this time, he almost didn't even have the strength to resist. The flame of the Flame Demon Emperor was really terrifying. It was a flame that was even more terrifying than the fire dragon. Su Yan's scarlet spirit fire was transmitted from the blazing flame world back then. Chapter 8:12. Female Literature. Until now, they still did not understand why Su Yan and the Balrog King could reach an agreement and even join forces in the end. The most important thing was actually the scarlet spirit fire. Back then, the blazing inferno world could be called the home of flames. There were countless powerful flames gathered there. In the 9 states, many powerful flames were actually spread from the blazing inferno world. However, there were too many people who did not know about this. The Balrog King not only felt the aura of the great demon god on Su Yan, but also the aura of the scarlet spirit fire. Therefore, he started to communicate with Su Yan. This communication was a turning point of fate for Su Yan. It turned out that he was indeed in danger. If things continued to develop according to the script, he would very likely be devoured by these two guys. This was a huge disaster for Su Yan. Fortunately, after the Balrog King felt the aura of the scarlet spirit fire, he actually took the initiative to communicate with Su Yan. His power directly suppressed the powerful ghost face. In this way, Ghost Face could not detect that Su Yan's own consciousness had been awakened. He still thought that he had a firm grasp of victory at this time. As long as he acted according to his plan, Su Yan's final fate could already be imagined. Unfortunately, although Ghost Face was powerful, his intelligence was not as good as Su Yan's. Another point was that he was too arrogant and overconfident. He took it for granted that he had everything under control. However, he did not know that even Darkness Lord and Bing Ju had their own ideas. These were all internal and external troubles. At this time, these things were directly exposed, and he was immediately caught unprepared. Su Yan's power was so strong and so domineering at this moment. If one had to use a word to describe him at this time, it would be the return of the king. Darkness Lord, Bing Ju, today is the time of your complete death. When you entered my body because of the situation, you already had your own plans. People like you are just evil guests. Now that you've bared your fangs, don't blame me for being merciless. Die. When this word fell, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. His entire sea of consciousness began to churn. At this time, the Darkness Holy Man was already restrained by the power of the Flame Demon Emperor's soul. At this time, Su Yan directly launched an attack. Right now, Darkness Holy Man was standing in front of the moon. Such behavior was simply courting death. In Su Yan's sea of consciousness, the two most powerful places were the bright moon and the green lotus. Therefore, Darkness Holy Man and Ice Ju's first plan was to destroy this thing directly. However, it was a pity that their plan fell through. Su Yan took advantage of this opportunity to launch a counterattack. The situation took a turn for the worse. The power that erupted from the sea of knowledge hit his body directly. Such a violent power almost tore his pitiful soul apart. At this moment, he didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. The only thing left was endless resentment. This time, he was still one step behind. However, he was really unwilling to accept this. Impossible, I won't lose. I am the successor of the great demon god, Ice Ju. How can I be defeated here? No, don't. At this moment, he began to roar crazily. Ice Ju, you trash, give me back my power. Previously, in order to destroy Su Yan's green lotus and bright moon at the same time, he had lent almost half of his power to Ice Ju. If he had concentrated all his power on himself, he definitely wouldn't have been so passive at this time. Unfortunately, Ice Ju was in the same situation as him. He was also in a dead end. At this time, he had the power of Darkness Holy Man and could still hold on for a while. However, if he lost the support of this power, he would probably be torn apart in the next moment. In the face of death, almost all life was selfish, let alone an existence like Ice Ju. Even if it was just a minute of life, it was still very precious to him. At this moment, Su Yan said directly, "Humph, you don't have to struggle at this time. Today's outcome is already decided. You will definitely die." At this moment, the square seal and the Buddha seal suddenly descended. The appearance of these two treasures of the Buddha sect was the final nail in the coffin. Under such a powerful force, the last traces left behind by the two great demon gods in this world were finally torn apart. At the same time, Su Yan's figure directly took shape. He reached out and grabbed Darkness Holy Man and Ice Ju's spiritual imprint in his hand. These two wretched fellows finally died. Now, it's time to settle the grudge between you and me. Su Yan's gaze shifted, and a strange face appeared in his sea of consciousness. Naturally, this was Grimace. Initially, Grimace already had the upper hand. Under his suppression, Su Yan had already fallen into a deep sleep. And this time, the battle between him and the Flame Demon Emperor directly stimulated the power of the three hearts to circulate. If this continued, as long as he circulated his power to the extreme, he would be able to make Su Yan's consciousness fall into an eternal deep sleep. He could even refine Su Yan's consciousness directly. From then on, Su Yan would still exist in this world, but he would no longer be the original Su Yan. Instead, he would be replaced by Grimace. However, he did not expect that this time, he would be caught in his own trap. He originally thought that he had everything under control, but at this critical moment, the tables were turned. He lost so thoroughly that he did not even have the slightest chance to turn the tables. Damn it, Su Yan, you actually colluded with the Flame Demon Emperor. Good, very good. Su Yan ignored him and only said, Grimace, you and I are one. So after you appeared last time, I've been thinking for a long time. Your power is indeed powerful. I'm no match for you now. So when you were about to appear, I didn't fall into a deep sleep like last time. Instead, I hid myself. Grimace's expression became extremely vicious. If it was possible, he would have swallowed Su Yan whole at this time. As it turned out, ever since Grimace first ascended, Su Yan knew that this was only the beginning. He clearly knew that his power was no match for Grimace. So when the conditions were met and Grimace appeared, the control of this body would most likely fall into Grimace's hands. However, he was absolutely unwilling to lose control of himself just like that. He did not even want to lose his consciousness. So, even though he clearly knew that it was an extremely difficult thing, he still wanted to do his best to fight for it. He hid his consciousness in the regal sword soul. Whether it was the Four Corners seal or the Buddha seal, they were both extremely powerful soul treasures. However, they did not give Su Yan any confidence because he knew very well that Grimace's appearance was a contribution from the Buddha's heart. However, the Taishang sword soul was different. It was his greatest reliance in this world. According to Su Yan's thoughts at that time, even if he could not avoid the fate of being obliterated in the end. However, he also wanted to see how he died. Fortunately, this action of his really gave him a chance to turn the tables. He did not expect that the Flame Demon Emperor would actually take the initiative to contact him. The communication time between the two of them was extremely short. However, Su Yan immediately agreed to the Flame Devil Emperor's request and cooperated with him. After all, the Flame Demon Emperor was an existence that was revered and feared. However, Su Yan was so decisive. Grimace wanted to catch the Flame Demon Emperor and achieve his goal of eternal existence. Su Yan wanted to rely on the Flame Demon Emperor to turn the tables. They were the same person. They were both gambling. In the end, Su Yan still won. That mask was now imprisoned by the power of Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness. Grimace began to struggle. Just like how Su Yan did not want to die, he naturally did not want to die either. However, it was a pity that he did not have much strength to resist at this time. Powerful flames turned into countless chains, directly imprisoning him. Under such power, he did not even have a chance to turn the tables. Roar! Su Yan, you can't kill me unless you can destroy your 3 hearts. Otherwise, you won't be able to kill me. At this moment, he was constantly howling. At this time, Su Yan was silent for a moment because Su Yan knew that this guy was right. This guy was the crystallization of 3 hearts. If he wanted to kill him, he would have to directly shatter the 3 hearts. At the very least, he would be able to break the resonance of these 3 hearts. However, only a moment later, Su Yan said, "No, you're wrong. Why do you need to destroy the hearts? As long as my power grows to the point where I can control these hearts, it will be enough. I think that by that time, your appearance will no longer have any meaning, right? Ha ha ha, you want to control the power of these 3 hearts? You have to know that the owners of these 3 hearts are all sacred venerables. They are the greatest beings in this world." Grimace kept laughing. He was mocking Su Yan and mocking him for overestimating himself. "You and I are one. Don't tell me that you can't sense what my heart is like. Therefore, you are just a failure in the end. You are so weak and pitiful in front of me. However, it doesn't matter. Whether you believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. I just have to work hard. The rest is up to time. As for you, you should sink into the darkness. At least for the time being, don't think about appearing." Chapter 8:13. Female Literature, at this moment, Su Yan's regal sword soul appeared. At this moment, the regal sword soul had become even more complete and mysterious. On his side, the terrifying Godslayer sword stood there quietly. Su Yan's gaze fell on the Godslayer sword. At least at this moment, he was still in the scabbard of the Godslayer sword. Although he had successfully sealed Ghostface, his crisis was far from over. However, what did Su Yan have to fear? No matter what, he would continue to walk. Either he died, or he would break out of this world. The power of the regal sword soul operated quietly. The three-colored mask was immediately suppressed. Just as he said, at least for a short period of time, he did not need to worry about Ghostface appearing. This was very important to him. After all, if Ghostface's threat was still there, he would have some scruples when fighting. Flame Demon Senior, I'm counting on you this time. Su Yan said sincerely. This time, if the Flame Demon Emperor had not taken action and suppressed Ghostface directly, giving Su Yan the time and ability to regain control of his sea of consciousness, the person who would have lost this time would have been him. Of course, he chose to believe the Flame Demon directly. This was also a kind of courage. After all, the Flame Demon Emperor was a different kind. There was a saying among humans, that was, those who are not of our kind must have a different heart. Ordinary people would be full of vigilance in front of the Flame Demon Emperor. However, Su Yan dared to cooperate with him. This was also a kind of courage. Senior, don't worry. One day, I will definitely send you back to your hometown. In fact, Su Yan had profited greatly this time. All he had to give was a promise. Of course, the Flame Demon Emperor's soul was not easy to deceive. If Su Yan had just said it casually at that time, the Flame Demon Emperor's soul would have sensed it immediately. At this time, the Flame Demon Emperor left a thought, I believe you. Also, protect my descendant. At this moment, his soul directly withdrew from Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Su Yan knew that the descendant he spoke of was actually referring to Boundless. Perhaps Boundless was the last flame devil in this world. Alright. Although they were once enemies, Wuxia was already dead. His soul had already disappeared from this world. Since that was the case, then with his death, let all of this vanish into thin air. Su Yan silently thought in his heart. Su Yan regained control of his sea of consciousness. To him, this was a huge gain. Now that he had suppressed Ghostface, he would no longer have to hold back in battle. Of course, this was only one aspect. The pleasant surprise this time was Dao Master Darkness and Bing Ju. This was the most unexpected gain. Especially Dao Master Darkness, his Dao marks were actually controlled by Su Yan in his sea of consciousness. If he could directly refine these Dao marks, no, he did not need to refine them. Even if he could grasp some of the laws within, then his Dao of Darkness would become extremely powerful. Of course, refining the Dao marks of darkness was not something that could be done overnight. The road he had to walk was still very long. And now, since his own crisis had been resolved, then it was time to deal with other things. Su Yan regained control of his body. At this time, Boundless Flame Devil Incarnation was already standing in front of him. Su Yan said to him, although Boundless is already dead, you were born with his body after all. Then I will still call you Boundless. The Flame Devil did not speak. In fact, he did not have the ability to do so at this time. He had just transformed into a Flame Devil. His strength needed to continuously increase before his consciousness could reappear. However, at this time, Su Yan had already reached an agreement with the Flame Devil Emperor, so he would listen to Su Yan's words. I am going to participate in a big battle, but at this time, it is definitely not suitable for you to participate in it, so you should stay here quietly. After this battle is over, I will definitely come and take you away. Boundless nodded and then jumped into the magma. An ordinary person would naturally not be able to withstand such a terrifying temperature. But at this time, he was different. He was already a true flame devil. Moreover, the previous incident had already caused all the disciples of the Taihang sword faction to hate him. If he still appeared at this time, he would probably be targeted by the angry disciples of the Taihang sword faction. After he jumped into the magma, Su Yan directly left Sword Forging Peak. At this time, the Taihang sword faction's battle situation became even more serious. The Taihang sword faction suffered such a blow. This was the first time in history that the Taihang sword faction had suffered such a blow. However, Sect Master Zhang Zhe still did not appear under such serious circumstances. Regardless of the reason, at this time, everyone was in a state of panic. Everyone felt uneasy, as if the end of the world was coming. And such emotions would only become heavier and heavier as time passed. In the end, it would become a fatal point. At this time, Shuexingchuan showed his prowess and actually started to condense Dao marks in front of everyone. At this time, what he needed to do was to establish his authority. Shuexingchuan knew very well that at this time, what he needed the most was to establish his authority. Then, he would defeat Yan Xiao with a thunderous might and take the lead. Only then would he have the hope of raising his spirits. Shuexingchuan, are you thinking of breaking through to the Dao sovereign realm at this time? Humph, do you think I am dead? Yan Xiao roared furiously. At this time, if Shuexingchuan succeeded in breaking through, it would naturally boost the morale of the Taihang sword faction disciples and awaken their fighting spirit. However, if he failed to break through now, it would be terrible. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction who witnessed this scene would probably have a mental breakdown. Dao mark, boundless wind and fire. At this time, his Dao mark started to condense again. A wind and fire seal appeared. The power of the Dao mark descended and immediately urged countless powerful airflows to condense. If Shuexingchuan wanted to succeed in this battle, then he also wanted to beat Shuexingchuan to the bottom of the valley. Now was the time for both sides to compete. It was the crucial moment to show the strength of each of their methods. Shuexingchuan, I would like to see if you can withstand my power and still condense Dao marks under such power. The wind and fire seal struck out and rushed toward Shuexingchuan. At this time, no one could help Shuexingchuan. Only the sword is the limit, the sword dominates the 9 heavens. Shuexingchuan suddenly spat out a few words coldly. As soon as these words appeared, a shocking sword qi suddenly appeared. The appearance of this sword qi made even Yan Zhao's expression change. How is this possible? How can you still display such a powerful sword qi at this time? He could not believe it. At this time, Shuexingchuan was still able to display such a terrifying sword qi. This sword qi had already surpassed the power of a Dao sovereign. The power of the evil sword. At this time, a cold voice sounded. This voice was accompanied by boundless majesty. This terrifying power directly pressed down, and a hole immediately appeared in the vast sky. The appearance of this voice made Shuexingchuan tremble. This was because this person could recognize this sword qi. He was right. This was the power of the evil sword Cold Jade. Back then, when Shuexingchuan was suppressed by the evil sword Cold Jade and wanted to use him as a scabbard, it had even injected a sword qi into Shuexingchuan's body. However, it did not expect Shuexingchuan to be so tenacious. After more than 10 years, he did not let the sword qi refine him. Instead, he subdued the sword qi. This allowed his combat strength to increase by another level. Back then, the evil sword Cold Jade chased after Shuexingchuan because it wanted to take back this sword qi. However, Shuexingchuan managed to escape in the end. This streak of sword qi had become his greatest killing weapon. This time, he dared to directly break through to the next level in front of Yan Xiao because of this sword qi. He clearly knew how terrifying this sword qi was. Although Yan Xiao was a Dao sovereign, Shuexingchuan was very sure that if he took this sword qi head-on, he would only end up dead. However, he did not expect such an unforeseen event to happen at this time. Such an expert suddenly appeared. After this person revealed the secret of this sword qi, Xue Xingchuan knew that his plan was very likely to fail. As soon as he thought about it, a terrifying shadow appeared in the sky. It was a terrifying shadow, as if a mountain was descending upon them. The Limitless Nine Demons seal of the Limitless Demon Sect. At this time, his heart suddenly trembled, and he felt very unwell. The Limitless Nine Demons seal was the absolute #1 divine weapon of the Limitless Demon Sect. Its power even surpassed the Limitless Saint Demon Sword of the Limitless Demon Sect. Among the known divine weapons, it was definitely in the top 3. Zhang Zhe did not appear at this time, and he had already guessed that Zhang Zhe had been attacked. However, he did not expect that the opponent would bring such a terrifying thing. What he did not expect was that the opponent would use this to deal with him. The Limitless Nine Demons seal descended from the sky and directly bombarded the sword qi of the evil sword Cold Jade. For a moment, everything was swallowed up by this terrifying roar. There was no power that could be compared to this. Xue Xingchuan even began to vomit blood. The winds and clouds in this world were changing constantly, and it was terrifying to the extreme. At this time, the voice sounded again. I did not expect that in addition to Zhang Zhe, the Taihang sword faction also has someone like you, Xue Xingchuan. If I let you live today, I am afraid that you will become a great enemy of the Limitless Sacred Sect. Therefore, you will die today. Chapter 8:14. Girls' Literature. A terrifying palm print appeared behind the endless wind and clouds. Then, a powerful force suddenly came crashing down. This was a force that surpassed the Tao Master level. Yan Zhao's strength was nothing in front of it. Xue Xingchuan might be able to withstand Yan Zhao's attack, but under this power, he would definitely be in a dead end. At this point, not to mention breaking through to the Tao Master level, even surviving had become a problem. Guard your mind and continue to break through to the Tao Master level. Just when he was hesitating, Zhang Zhe's voice suddenly sounded. Although it was just a short sentence, Xue Xingchuan's heart immediately calmed down. Although Zhang Zhe's voice was a little unstable. But if he could say these words, then Xue Xingchuan would feel that he believed him. At this point, he simply closed his eyes. Then, he began to focus on breaking through to the next level. Almost at the same time, a terrifying sword light rushed into the sky. This power, which could almost tear apart the wind and clouds, made the hearts of all the Taihang sword faction's disciples burn with passion. Sect Master, it's the Sect Master. Such a radiance was the power of the Taihang swords. As long as the swords were not destroyed, Taihang would exist forever. Originally, when Zhang Zhe did not appear, all the Taihang sword faction's disciples were anxious. Zhang Zhe was the pillar that held up the sky in their hearts. If this pillar collapsed, then everything would be destroyed. But now, it was different. This pillar that held up the sky appeared at this time. His appearance made everyone feel hopeful. At this moment, they raised their swords and fought with a belief. How dare the Limitless Demon Sect defend the Taihang sword faction? Kill. With the sword in my hand, I'll soak it in the blood of the enemy. Kill. This was a fire. After being ignited, the Taihang sword faction's strength naturally became stronger. Zhang Zhe, you seem to be resisting stubbornly at this point. Humph, do you really think you can turn the tables around? The person said directly. Ha ha ha, Xing Tianrua, if you hadn't been too greedy and used the Everlasting Nine Demons seal to break the Cold Jade sword qi, you might have been able to continue suppressing me. But now, the Everlasting Nine Demons seal has already loosened. You still want to continue suppressing me? Are you dreaming? Taking godly sword, Xingjian. As these two words fell, the sword qi directly soared into the sky. The incomparably dense sword qi continued to hover in the sky. The terrifying power was directly changing unpredictably. In the end, it actually turned into the shadow of a mountain range. The shadow of the mountain in the sky corresponded to Taihang Mountain. Vaguely, a mysterious power appeared. At this moment, Xing Tianrua directly said, "Zhang Zhe, don't think that you have already turned the tables. The victor has not been decided yet." He shouted again, "Yan Shao, kill Xue Xingchuan." "Humph, after today, I want the Taihang sword faction to be erased from existence." This Xing Tianrua was also the vice-sect leader of the Limitless Demon sect. The Limitless Demon sect had a total of 7 vice-sect leaders, and Yan Shao was ranked last. As for this Xing Tianrua, he could be ranked 3rd. Good. Yan Shao was indeed shocked by the evil sword Qi. At that time, if Xing Tianrua had not directly used the everlasting 9 demons seal to disperse the sword Qi, he might have been directly killed this time. Thinking of this terrifying sword Qi, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. If Xue Xingchuan had used this sword Qi in the previous battle at sea, he would have been dead then. But he did not know that Xue Xingchuan had been suppressing this sword Qi all this time. This sword Qi was his trump card. At the same time, before this sword Qi was used, he had been nurturing this sword Qi. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in a dangerous situation, he wouldn't have been willing to use such a sword Qi to kill Yan Shao. Yan Shao was still afraid of this sword Qi. Although the sword Qi had been neutralized in the end, it had still injured him. However, at this time, he already knew that he had survived a great disaster. Since he had survived this calamity, then it was time for him to make his move. At this very moment, his strength continued to rise. The power of the Tao marks began to condense again. Although Zhang Zhe had appeared, he could not break through Xing Tianrua's defense in a short period of time. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this plan to kill Xue Xingchuan directly. Even if this operation failed, it would be enough as long as he could kill Xing Tianrua. A hurricane appeared on the horizon. This hurricane appeared at an inopportune time. Because at this time, Yan Shao was about to make a move. At this time, he wanted to kill Xue Xingchuan. Zhang Zhe asked Xue Xingchuan to cultivate in peace, but he wanted to know how Xue Xingchuan could cultivate in peace. Zhang Zhe and the Taihang divine sword were restrained, so at this time, who could stop him? He was the strongest person here. As a Tao sovereign, no one could stop him, so he directly made a move. However, at this time, a hurricane appeared in front of him. The hurricane directly swept towards him. The power of that hurricane was very strong. The dense hurricane was so oppressive that it made it hard for people to breathe. "Who dares to disturb me? You're courting death." He was really afraid of Xue Xingchuan to the extreme. At this time, it was time for him to directly kill Xue Xingchuan. However, at such a juncture, someone actually interrupted his action. At this time, he was extremely angry, and the current time was not easy for him. If Xue Xingchuan directly attacked at this time, then he would definitely not be able to block Xue Xingchuan's power. At that time, he was afraid that his life would be in danger. Therefore, this was the critical moment to decide whether he lived or died. However, at this time, someone actually came to stop him. At this time, he finally realized who was blocking him. It was an aureole. There was a person standing on top of the aureole. This person was naturally Su Yan. He still had some impression of Su Yan. At that time, during the battle in the sea, Su Yan's role was very important. At this time, Su Yan was already on the Limitless Demon sect's bounty list. However, Su Yan's actions were too strange. Before he appeared in the Taihang sword faction this time, he seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, making it difficult for people to know where he really was. "How dare a brat like you act so presumptuously in front of me? Forget it, if you hide, you might be able to survive today. However, at this time, you actually dared to jump around in front of me. You're courting death. Now, I'll send you to the Western Paradise." At this time, he brazenly attacked. This was the power of condensed Tao marks. At this moment, Su Yan only felt that everything around him was being stripped away. In front of such a powerful force, he seemed so insignificant, as if he could be torn apart at any time. However, at this time, he still stood there without hesitation. He knew that at this time, he had to buy time for Xuexingchuan. Through his powerful and unique divine consciousness, he knew that Xuexingchuan had reached an extremely critical point. If he could pass this point, he would immediately reach the heavens in a single step and become an absolute powerhouse. However, if he couldn't pass this point, then he could only die and then quietly withdraw from the stage of history. Humph, Yan Xiao, a Tao master expert. I'd like to see how strong you are. Facing Yan Xiao, Su Yan naturally didn't have any confidence in his heart. However, he was very clear that at this time, time was of the essence. He didn't think that he could defeat the person in front of him, because he clearly knew how big the gap between them was. However, there were many things that had to be tried, regardless of whether he could defeat or not. After all, if he tried, he might not succeed, but if he didn't try, he would definitely fail. Of course, the powerful hurricane from before was the power of an aureole. Very good kid, I admire your courage. However, since you are standing in front of me today, then I'll just kill you while I'm at it. Although it was very disdainful, Su Yan knew that what the other party said was true. If this person wanted to kill him, it would only be a matter of convenience. Of course, such a feeling would make him feel unreconciled. After all, his life was actually not worth mentioning in the eyes of the other party. However, he had long passed the time of his youth. All his unwillingness could only be supported by strength. If he wasn't strong enough, then he could only hide this unwillingness in his heart. At this time, Su Yan kept saying to himself in his heart, "It's good that I'm not dead." At this time, Yan Zhao's power was already whistling towards him. The aureole immediately flapped its wings and flew away. The aureole's speed was very fast, but Yan Zhao's attack was even more terrifying. Moreover, the distance between them was so close that it was very difficult for the aureole to dodge even if it wanted to. Huh, foolish and naive brat, I know your intentions. You just want to stall for time, but do you think you have the qualifications to stall for time in front of me? The aureole let out a painful cry. After all, it was not a sacred beast. It couldn't even defeat Lai Haichuan, so how could it compete with a Tao master? If it wasn't for the unusually strong body of a demonic beast, it would have started to die under this attack. However, even if it was still alive, its situation was not optimistic. Whether I can stop it or not, I still have to try. At this time, Yan Xiao suddenly frowned. Without any hesitation, he counterattacked, and a strong wind and fire power directly rushed out. However, it turned out that at this time, an extremely terrifying aura appeared behind him. This aura was so strong that even someone as strong as him could not underestimate it. Chapter 8:15. Female literature. He was a Tao sovereign, and this power that he couldn't underestimate was naturally very terrifying. Then, he immediately discovered the origin of this power. It was a double-winged sky tiger. But he couldn't understand why a double-winged sky tiger would appear here. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Su Yan. This double-winged sky tiger is also your demonic beast? He asked calmly, but his killing intent was even stronger. This kid deserves to die. Not to mention his powerful talent and current strength, just these demonic beasts alone were enough to cause trouble for the limitless demon sect. Previously, he said that he would take care of it today. But now, it seemed that he would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with it directly. Kid, I won't play with you for now. Once I get close to Yan Xiao, I'll kill you. Unknowingly, he had already wasted a few breaths of time. He never dared to underestimate Yan Xiao in the slightest. Therefore, the most important thing now was to kill Yan Xiao. As for Su Yan, even if he had powerful demonic beasts to protect him, Su Yan wouldn't be able to survive if he wanted to kill him. This was his confidence. His body directly moved toward Yan Xiao, a terrifying flowing light shuttling back and forth. This simple attack was very troublesome for Su Yan. This guy was indeed a troublesome person. The Oriole was already rushing toward him. Su Yan hoped to buy as much time as possible. However, although the Oriole was fast, in terms of instantaneous explosive power, he couldn't compare to a Dao sovereign. When Yan Xiao directly ignored Su Yan couldn't do anything. Xue Xingchuan, give me your life. At this time, he realized that his killing intent toward Xue Xingchuan was very heavy. For so many years, he had been suppressed by Xue Xingchuan. Xue Xingchuan was like a mountain. Even after he disappeared for more than 10 years, he still couldn't do anything to him. This was something that infuriated him greatly. However, this time, he could directly kill him. It was ridiculous that a Dao master would have such a mentality when he was going to kill someone who was not a Dao master. However, he didn't care at all because he clearly knew how terrifying the man in front of him was. Dao marks had already condensed in his palm. This strike, he was going to use all of his strength to smash down and kill him directly. At this time, Xue Xingchuan still had not opened his eyes. He seemed to have forgotten that he was in a very dangerous situation at this time. A Tao master was standing in front of him. Die, you idiot! Senior Xue! Su Yan shouted anxiously. However, even now, he was still indifferent. At this moment, the Yan Xiao Dao mark was already in front of his face. The distance between them was less than half a meter. But this time, Yan Xiao was stunned. At this moment, he actually felt uneasy in his heart. Impossible, it must be an illusion. That guy has already used up his sword qi. At this point, how could there be a second sword qi? He kept telling himself that this was an illusion. Right at this moment, a beam of sword qi suddenly appeared. At this moment, his heart skipped a beat. This sword qi actually caused him to not have the slightest bit of hope. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the shadow of Taihang Mountain in the sky was directly suppressing him. Taihang sword qi! He exclaimed in his heart. At this moment, he immediately remembered Zhang Zai's words. Damn it, it's Zhang Zai's sword qi. Zhang Zai has set up a trap around him. Damn it! Zhang Zai's cultivation was much stronger than his. In the entire Jiuzhou continent, Zhang Zai was a first-class expert. This time, the Boundless Demon sect had invested a lot in dealing with Zhang Zai. The third vice sect master personally made a move, and the Boundless Nine Demons seal also directly descended. He even borrowed the power of the Boundless Saint Demon sword. Such a lineup was already very terrifying. But even so, Zhang Zai still managed to break through the suppression of power. His previous attack made Yan Xiao feel very afraid. At this moment, he finally stopped persisting and chose to retreat. Almost at the same time, Xue Xingchuan opened his eyes. At this moment, the two of them were not far away. Yan Xiao could clearly see the mockery in Xue Xingchuan's eyes. Idiot! At this moment, Xue Xingchuan's aura began to go berserk. Streaks of rainbow light appeared one after another. Dao marks. Those were Dao marks, marks condensed after comprehending the Dao. Right at that moment, the sword aura actually dissipated. Damn it, how dare you trick me? At this moment, if he still didn't understand, then he was really too stupid. It turned out that the sword qi from before was just a facade. If he had staked everything at that time, then perhaps he would have already killed Xue Xingchuan by now. Die! He roared angrily again, and then attacked angrily. It's too late, Yan Xiao. You're still so cowardly and incompetent. At this moment, is there any meaning in your attack? If I were you, I would have run away by now. Xue Xingchuan raised his fingertip, and the sword qi rushed out. Yan Xiao's power and Xue Xingchuan's power suddenly collided. At this moment, Yan Xiao's expression changed. What a powerful force! At this moment, both of them were Dao sovereigns, but under this attack, not only did he not gain any advantage, he even vaguely suffered some minor injuries. Xue Xingchuan's strength was terrifying to this extent. Su Yan, go to the Sword Lake Sacred Land. That's the core of the Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation. Help Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. Xue Xingchuan said. At this moment, since he had succeeded in breaking through, Su Yan was no longer needed here. Now, the real key was not Yan Shao. It was the Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation. If the Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation was not activated, then the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction would be doomed. However, once this sword formation was activated, it would be time for a fierce counterattack, and this group of invaders would know how stupid their actions were. Okay. Su Yan did not have the slightest reluctance. Tianhu, kill the venerable experts of the limitless demon sect. Su Yan directly said to the double-winged Tianhu. He would not show any mercy to the people of the limitless demon sect. Since the double-winged Tianhu was already here, then it was time to start the feast of slaughter. Under the protection of the Oriole, he directly went to the Sword Lake Sacred Land. The Sword Lake Sacred Land was the core of the Taihang Sword faction. It was also the place where the sword was buried, and it was quite similar to the sword well of the sword burial sect. Of course, the strength of the two sects was different, so everything was naturally different. The defensive strength of the Taihang Sword faction's Sword Lake Sacred Land was much stronger than that of the Taihang Sword faction. However, this time, since the limitless demon sect started to attack this place together, it meant that they were prepared and had enough strength to challenge the Taihang Sword faction. Su Yan directly went to the Sword Lake. The situation of the battle here was very fierce, and there were more corpses here than outside. The corpses of the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction and the disciples of the limitless demon sect were everywhere. This was an extremely difficult battle. Su Yan directly went forward. The closer he was to the Sword Lake Sacred Land, the fiercer the battle became. However, the battle in front of him was not over yet. Ha ha ha, the cowards of the Taihang Sword faction, huh? Today is your doomsday. Hurry up and surrender, and I can still be merciful and let you go, especially delicate girls like you. We'll take good care of you. This time, the Sword Lake Sacred Land was their most important target. There was no doubt that there must be a traitor among the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction, or that the traitor was a spy that they had set up in ambush. Although the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction tried their best to defend, at this time, the enemy came prepared, and they had too many people. Su Yan directly went to the Sword Lake Sacred Land, and Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai were not there. Su Yan guessed that Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai had already entered the Sword Lake. Humph, what a bunch of demons. But since you're here, then stay here. Su Yan's voice was like a gust of chilly wind that permeated the air. This kind of terrifying aura was simply terrifying. At this time, only then did everyone realize that there was a terrifying shadow above their heads. What is this? It's a monster, quick, run. Feeling the terrifying aura of the Oriole, these motley crew no longer had their previous arrogance. They were more like cannon fodder characters. Before they met a true powerhouse, they relied on their advantage in numbers and could naturally do whatever they wanted. However, at this time, they were not much better than some ants. Su Yan was not in the mood to pay attention to these guys. Kill them. After he gave the order to the Oriole, he directly jumped down and then headed towards the Sword Lake. At this time, this motley crew was simply a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs in front of Su Yan. At this time, the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction were almost in despair. However, at this time, they realized that this group of people from the Limitless Demon sect had suddenly started to become chaotic, and large numbers of lives were being taken. Suddenly, someone shouted a name, "It's Su Yan, senior brother Su Yan is here." If it was during normal times, some people might not care about this name. However, at this time, Su Yan's appearance was tantamount to a savior to them. Senior brother Su Yan, kill them. Kill them. The silk threads of countless fellow disciples had caused them to hate the limitless demon sect to the extreme. Unfortunately, the attack of the limitless demon sect this time was so sudden that they were caught off guard. Kill! Su Yan's figure directly swept over, and everywhere he passed, there was an endless amount of blood. Soon, he arrived in front of the Sword Lake. Senior brother Su Yan, quickly go into the Sword Lake. The son of the demon of the limitless demon sect is inside. They want to completely destroy the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation. A disciple said directly. Chapter 8:16. Female Literature, Return to the Taihang 9 Evolution's Formation. The people from the limitless demon sect were truly vicious. The Taihang 9 Evolution's formation had been passed down by the Taihang Sword faction for countless years. If the formation was destroyed, the Taihang Sword faction would suffer a huge blow. Even if the Taihang Sword faction managed to survive the limitless demon sect's attack, they would still suffer a huge loss. Without the protection of the Taihang 9 Evolution's formation, the Taihang Sword faction would become extremely dangerous. Although the Taihang Sword faction was powerful, they had just experienced a huge disaster. And at this time, without the protection of the Great Formation, it was hard to guarantee that no one would want to take the risk. The formation was the foundation of the Taihang Sword faction. No matter what, they could not allow anything to happen to it. Of course, in the eyes of the limitless demon sect, the formation had to be destroyed no matter what. The Taihang 9 Evolution's formation was the protective formation of the Taihang Sword faction. Naturally, it would not be easy to destroy it. This time, the formation was only temporarily stopped. With the passage of time, the Grand Formation was about to resume its operation. It was precisely because of this that the limitless demon sect was so determined to attack this place. Where are Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai? Su Yan asked directly. My two senior brothers have already gone inside. However, the situation is not optimistic. There are venerable experts inside. Hearing this, even Su Yan's expression turned serious. He was not surprised that a venerable expert would make a move. However, encountering a venerable expert at a time like this was even more troublesome. However, don't worry, senior brother Su Yan. This place is the holy land of the Taihang Sword faction. There will be strong sword qi inside, and the venerable experts will not be able to use their full strength inside. Even so, their combat strength is still extremely terrifying. Therefore, senior brother Su Yan, I'm counting on you. He had been in the Taihang Sword faction for a long time. According to seniority, Su Yan should address him as martial uncle. It was just that in the Taihang Sword faction, those who were more powerful would always be the first. Su Yan's battle prowess was obvious to all. Therefore, when he addressed Su Yan as senior brother, he was sincerely convinced. At the moment, Su Yan did not want to care about this. At the moment, he was worried about the venerables inside. Be careful and protect your own lives. With the aureole helping you, there should be no need to worry about guarding this place for the time being. However, if more powerful enemies come in, there is no need to defend to the death. There weren't many people here who were in good condition. If they continued to defend, not a single person would be able to survive. In the end, Su Yan couldn't bear to watch them die. After saying that, Su Yan had already charged into the sword pool. The Taihang Sword faction's sword pool was indeed worthy of its reputation. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt the extremely heavy sword qi. The sword qi here seemed to be in a deep sleep. If all the sword qi here were to wake up and condense, how terrifying would that be? The deeper he went, the greater the pressure became. At this moment, Su Yan's figure came to a halt. His expression did not change at all, but he did not take another step forward. At this moment, a pair of eyes were looking at Su Yan in the darkness. Did this guy notice me? What sharp intuition! This thought flashed through his mind, but at this moment, he tried his best to conceal his aura, afraid that Su Yan would notice him. He was a disciple of the Limitless Demon sect, and he was best at setting up traps. Of course, he also knew his own limitations. His trap was indeed exquisite, but his own strength was not strong enough. As a result, his trap was not strong enough to kill high-level experts. Therefore, when Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai came in earlier, he hit himself just like he did now. If it was any other disciple who came, then they would only have a dead end. Since he was able to set up exquisite traps, his concealment skills were naturally extremely powerful. Therefore, he was confident that he could hunt down his prey. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction who were worried about the sword pool would definitely become blood flowers in his hands. However, at this moment, Su Yan suddenly stopped. His intuition was very accurate. He felt an extremely terrifying aura from Su Yan's body. Although this feeling was very faint, he believed in his intuition, so this time, he didn't think of making a move at all. At this time, the trap that he had set up was completely hidden by him. However, he did not expect Su Yan to suddenly stop at this moment. He sealed all of his senses. Not to mention breathing, he did not even dare to reveal his gaze. However, at this moment, Su Yan spoke. What an exquisite concealment skill. Even I almost overlooked it. At this moment, the person was suddenly alarmed. He's discovered me. How is this possible? My concealment was almost perfect. He must be deceiving me. Su Yan gently turned around, then continued, why? Do you think I'm deceiving you? You're indeed powerful. At this moment, you're almost silent, but you overlooked the most important problem. When I passed by here, your aura disappeared too completely. This change happened to be discovered by me, so this is your tragedy. While he was talking, Su Yan's sword was already directly aimed at him. At this moment, he was finally sure that Su Yan was not deceiving him. He had really discovered his location. The feeling of being locked on by Su Yan's will was too terrifying. He didn't even think about it and directly chose to leave. Unfortunately, at this moment, there was no way he could escape. Su Yan's power had been directly suppressed. A ray of sword light directly opened the gate of hell. I think your hands are already stained with the blood of many disciples of the Taihang sword faction. No matter what, at this moment, I'm also considered a member of the Taihang sword faction. Therefore, you must die. At this moment, Su Yan's sword burst out with all his strength. How could such a person block it? Su Yan's sword pierced through the mountain wall, directly taking away the person's life. One had to admit that this guy was really powerful. If Su Yan's mind was not exceptionally sensitive, he might really have been deceived by him. Not only was he good at concealing himself, but he was also good at making arrangements. The corpses of the disciples he killed had been directly destroyed by him. Even the smell of blood had disappeared. This was a terrifying person. Unfortunately, he met Su Yan this time. It seems that the situation is indeed not good. I need to be faster. Su Yan's body moved forward again. The entire Sword Pool Holy Land was destined to be unstable today. The tunnel was filled with the smell of fresh blood. In the Sword Pool, Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai had already fallen into a bitter battle. Their opponent was not the son of the demon, but the two subordinates of the son of the demon. Logically speaking, the three sons of the demon were the core of the Limitless Demon sect, and the two of them were the core disciples of the Taihang sword faction. Their status should be relative. However, at this moment, they did not even see the face of the son of the demon. The two subordinates actually blocked the two of them. No, not only did they block it, but they also fell into a bitter battle. If they were not careful, their lives would be in danger. Is this the Taihang 10 swords of the Taihang swords? This is really disappointing. You only have such strength. Do you still want to compete with our young master with such strength? This is simply too funny. The one who spoke was an extremely seductive woman wearing a red robe. The slender broken saber in her hand looked particularly ferocious. She was actually able to force Feng Yuhai to retreat step by step. The other one was also a woman. Her clothes were a little revealing, and the expression on her face was a little wild. At this moment, she looked at Wang Baichuan and gently rolled her tongue, which was filled with an indescribable sense of beauty. Of course, it was a perverted sense of beauty. Soon, this Taihang 9 Evolutions formation will be completely destroyed by the young master. As for the two of you, you'd better stay here and play with us. Of course, now it seems that you're not strong enough. I really can't bear to kill you. What a pity. Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai both panted. They would never have thought that the strength of these two maids would actually be so strong. At this moment, the two of them were already suppressed. Damn it, what should we do now? If this continues, Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, I'm here. At this moment, Su Yan's voice sounded. Along the way, Su Yan had already killed 13 people who tried to stop him. At this moment, he looked rather ferocious. At this moment, the two women looked at each other and said, "There's actually someone who can break in? But it's good that he's here. If that's all, it would be too boring. We'll just kill whoever comes." The two sword leaders of the Taihang sword faction were so weak in front of her, so she naturally did not take the others seriously. However, the woman next to her said, "Don't be careless. You need to know that this guy can break in here, so he's definitely not simple. This matter is important, so don't make any mistakes." Alright. You're always like this. Since you're so serious, let me get rid of him first. The woman in red laughed disdainfully. At this moment, she directly leaped up. A red light flashed, bringing with it an almost indiscernible smell of blood. "You're actually a handsome guy. Unfortunately, I'm in a bad mood now, so you can die." The long and narrow blade erupted with endless power at this moment. Her eyes flickered with a scarlet radiance. She was called Hong Yi, and she had always been extremely cruel when she killed people. She loved to torture and kill her opponents. Chapter 8:17. Female literature. Of course, if she saw a man who made her heart flutter, she might choose to go easy on him. However, it was a pity that she had a stomach full of anger just now. However, Su Yan's appearance at this time was simply a ready-made punching bag for her to vent her anger. Since they had come to invade this time, they naturally knew that Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were the top figures in the Taihang sword faction. She did not believe that there was anyone in the Taihang sword faction who could defeat them. Unfortunately, she had miscalculated in the end. If it had been someone else, they might have been killed by her sneak attack. However, her opponent was Su Yan. For Su Yan, this was not a problem at all. After experiencing life and death, Su Yan's combat strength was rapidly increasing. This opponent was indeed powerful, but in front of him, she was not enough. He had never been a soft-hearted person, let alone someone who was protective of the fairer sex. He clearly knew how dangerous the current situation was. Regardless of whether it was for the sake of clashing with the limitless demon sect in the future, or for the sake of repaying the Taixing sword sect for recognizing his worth, he had to go all out and display his true strength. Then, he would help the Taixing sword sect protect the Taixing 9 derivations grand formation. Sword Dance of the Fish Dragon. Su Yan's sword was extremely fast. As soon as the sword slashed out, a rainbow light immediately appeared. After the sword chi appeared, it turned into an earth-shattering rainbow. In the next moment, the rainbow turned into an extremely ferocious fish dragon. Bai Yi looked at Hong Yi. She suddenly felt that Hong Yi would suffer a great loss this time. However, she did not make a move at this time. This was because she knew Hong Yi's character. Hong Yi was very competitive, just like herself. If she helped Hong Yi at this time, she would only be jealous. If she were in Hong Yi's shoes, she would do the same. Therefore, she did not have the heart to help Hong Yi at this time. Of course, she also believed in Red Coat's strength. Although the two of them were only maids, they were the maids of the Devil's Son. Even the leader of the Taihang sword faction was so weak in front of them. Therefore, she was not worried that she would not be a match for Red Coat. At this moment, the power of the Red Coat was fully displayed. Her blade transformed into a bloody ghost at this moment. The blood ghost was ferocious, but it also had the power to steal one's soul. Even if it was an opponent of the same level, they would definitely die under this attack. But at this moment, Wang Baichuan's calm voice sounded. If I were you, I would have taken action immediately. Unfortunately, even if you want to take action now, it's already too late. There was a hint of mockery in those words. This stunned White Robe for a moment. How did he have the courage to say such words? He should have experienced Red Coat's strength firsthand. But in the next moment, her expression froze. She was shocked to find that the sword chi turned and strangled it directly. The red-robed blood ghost was directly cut in half without any room to struggle. Such power was so overbearing. However, even Feng Yuhai was no match for Red Coat and could only bitterly hold on. Ah, who are you? Who are you? I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Su Yan's sword chi directly cut into Red Coat's body, causing her to spit out blood and tremble all over. That sword was so terrifying that it directly caused her to be severely injured. I'm Su Yan. Su Yan raised his long sword and was about to cut her down. Although this woman was extremely beautiful, Su Yan understood that this woman was definitely a lunatic who would kill without batting an eyelid. He had shown mercy to her, but he had brought trouble to himself. Now that he had enough troubles, it was better to deal with them directly. Alright, I don't have time to play with you. Su Yan's sword chi was about to fall at this moment. At this moment, White Coat was dumbfounded. She had already calculated that Su Yan was very powerful and had predicted that Red Coat would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, she wanted to make a move when Red Coat was at a disadvantage, so that she would remember her lesson and understand that she owed her a favor. But she definitely did not expect that Red Coat would be so weak in front of Su Yan. She did not even have the chance to make a move. Su Yan's power swept past her and she was defeated. This man is really terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, she was still shocked. Earlier, that sword light appeared in her mind. The power of that sword was really terrifying to the extreme. Red Coat could not block that sword, and she could not block it either. Su Yan wanted to kill Red Coat, so she should have stopped him, but at this moment, she did not even have the courage to do so. Because at this moment, she was already very scared. She was afraid that once she made a move, she would immediately die. However, Red Coat did not die in the end. This was because the shadow of an old man rushed out from the sword pool. What a powerful child. It's a pity that Red Coat cannot die in your hands. As soon as this old man appeared, the sword chi in the area immediately tumbled. The invisible pressure became even stronger. Fortunately, this sword chi was not targeted at everyone. It was only directed at this old man. Venerable Skeleton Mei. Red Coat, who was originally in despair, immediately became excited when she saw this old man appear. Lingering on the edge of death was a very scary thing. At this moment, Venerable Skeleton Mei's appearance meant that she did not need to face death anymore. In front of a venerable, what could this kid do no matter how powerful he was? Would he dare to kill him in front of the Martial Highness? Even if he had the guts, he would not be able to do it. However, just as she was thinking about Feifei, a sword had already pierced through her throat. Whether you can die in my hands or not, it's not up to you. Su's voice was very calm. This old man was very domineering, and he seemed to be in control of everything. Of course, he was not naive. As he spoke, his power had already swept towards Su Yan. The power of a venerable was enough to make a powerhouse in the dragon realm helpless. Unfortunately, he had encountered Su Yan. The natural suppression that a venerable had on a powerhouse in the dragon realm did not exist on Su Yan. Su Yan had already killed too many people. Every time he killed someone, his heart would harden a bit. His heart had hardened, but it did not mean that he had become ruthless. Instead, he was fearless and moved forward with indomitable will. Moreover, he had killed a venerable before. Therefore, a venerable was naturally not scary. His gaze slowly fell on the old man. "Humph, how dare you!" At this moment, he was naturally very angry. The person he wanted to protect had been killed in front of him. He was a venerable, but he was ignored by a kid. Naturally, he could not tolerate this. It was just a pity that although he was angry, Su Yan did not take him seriously. However, it was precisely because of this that he was even more filled with killing intent towards Su Yan. Hong Yi and Bai Yi were the maids that the young master thought highly of. Now that they had died in front of him, no matter what, he was duty-bound. Therefore, Su Yan deserved to die even more. "Senior brother Wang, senior brother Feng?" Su Yan asked. At this moment, Feng Yuhai said directly, "Su Yan, if it's possible, hurry up. Since this old man has come out, it means that Wang Shishu is probably done for." Feng Yuhai's voice was not good. He had clearly been injured in the battle with Hong Yi earlier. Wang Baichuan did not say anything, but his expression was also not good. Compared to Su Yan, they were born and raised as disciples of the Taihang sword faction. However, when faced with such a crisis, they could only pin their hopes on Su Yan. Su Yan said, "Senior brothers, don't worry. I'll do my best." His words were said very calmly. They were obviously arrogant words, but they gave people a sense of conviction. Venerable Skeleton Mei was already very angry, and at this moment, it was even more so. His withered skin wrinkled slightly, and he laughed out of anger. "Do your best? I'd like to see how you'll do your best. I'd like to know where your confidence comes from. How dare you say that you don't have to worry?" At this moment, he did not delay any longer. When his palm landed, the world was turned upside down. Unfortunately, he was suppressed by the aura here. If that wasn't the case, his palm strike would be even more powerful. Su Yan would definitely not be able to block it. However, it did not matter much at this moment, because this palm was already powerful enough. After all, even though it was suppressed, it did not seem difficult to kill a Dragon Realm powerhouse. "You want to kill me? You're too naive." Su Yan's sword directly rose against the sky. In this place, his power would also be suppressed. However, compared to a venerable, his suppression was naturally much smaller. Moreover, he was a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, so this suppression was even smaller. If it was before, he would still have some scruples and fear in his heart. However, at this moment, his own crisis had been resolved. Therefore, he no longer had any scruples about all of this. At least for a short period of time, Ghost Face would not be able to appear. At this moment, his three hearts began to beat directly. As his heart beat, his power began to increase. When this sword was slashed out, the power that swept up was actually not the slightest bit weaker. The power that surged like a great river gave Venerable Skinmei a fright. "Old bastard, I'll kill you first." After that sword strike, Su Yan lightly caressed his face, the places where his hand had passed by. A mask slowly appeared. The appearance of the three-colored mask directly caused his aura to burn to the extreme. His entire aura had become incomparably terrifying. Chapter 8:18. Female Literature. Su Yan's power became extremely strong at this moment. "What kind of change is this? Your power actually increased so much in an instant." Venerable Skeleton was shocked. At this moment, Bai Yi was even more shocked. One had to know that Su Yan's power had already become very terrifying. Bai Yi couldn't even block a single attack from him. At this moment, after the mask appeared, his aura increased explosively. He was really a terrifying person. She had already made up her mind. If Su Yan didn't die today, she would leave immediately if she met him in the future. This man was so powerful. More importantly, he didn't show any mercy when he killed people. She originally thought that all the heroes in the world were just so. Apart from her young master, she didn't care about anyone else. However, Su Yan's power was directly imprinted in her heart. After the mask appeared, Su Yan's aura became even more awe-inspiring. However, at this time, he didn't lose his mind like before. This was because Ghost Face had been imprisoned by him. At least for a while, he wouldn't appear again. Senior Brother Feng, Senior Brother Wang, I'll make a move first. After saying this, Su Yan directly charged towards Venerable Skeleton. At this moment, Venerable Skeleton was naturally furious. Su Yan didn't put him in his eyes at all. A dignified venerable was actually being ignored by a junior. This was intolerable. However, at this moment, Su Yan's sword slashed towards him. Venerable Skeleton couldn't see anything clearly in his heart. The power of this sword simply had the power of a venerable. However, Su Yan was so majestic at such a young age. This was simply unbelievable. Venerable Skeleton once again retreated with his palm. Skeleton Plum Extinction Palm. As his palm fell, a power that controlled life and death began to circulate. The Skeleton Plum Extinction Palm was a palm technique comprehended by sensing the withered plum extinction intent. Under the urging of boundless power, it had an unfathomable will. As this palm fell, countless plum blossoms appeared. In an instant, it was incomparably beautiful. However, the more beautiful it was, the more dangerous it was. When it was at its most beautiful and dazzling, the plum blossoms suddenly erupted with a boundless aura of death. An awe-inspiring aura swept out, and vaguely visible skeletons appeared. This was the origin of Venerable Skeleton May's name. The fragrance of plum blossoms came from the skeleton. Kill. Su Yan's response was very simple. It was just a simple slash of his sword. A crescent sword chi appeared. It wasn't shocking, nor was it eye-catching. However, such a sword was able to shatter everything in an instant. If it was an ordinary attack, it would have been fine, but the other party was a venerable one. Even if his power was temporarily suppressed by Zhan, a venerable was still a venerable. His power still far surpassed that of the 9 dragons. And Su Yan was only in the realm of 6 dragons. Such a battle record was truly terrifying. Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai looked at each other. They knew that they had no chance of defeating Su Yan. Su Yan was flying too fast, so fast that they could not catch up. At such a juncture, they could not do anything to help. They could only hope that Su Yan could deal with this venerable one alone. At this moment, Su Yan had already gathered all his power together. Although he had killed a venerable one before, he did not dare to underestimate a venerable one. He knew very well that those who could become a venerable one were all very powerful people. When he fought with them, he was the weak defeating the strong. If he still thought that he was lucky at this moment, he would be courting death. Moreover, at such a time, he could not afford to make any mistakes. The crescent sword chi that Su Yan slashed out continued to dance in the air. In the end, it turned into a huge scythe-like sword chi. The countless plum blossoms were directly destroyed by this move. It was as if there was nothing in this world that could not block such power. This was the first time Su Yan had controlled Ghost Face's power consciously. Such a terrifying power simply caused one's mind to tremble. All of a sudden, the scene of Ghost Face tearing apart 2 venerables appeared in his mind again. It was an indescribable pleasure. Although Su Yan had never enjoyed the pleasure of killing people, he had to admit that it felt really good to kill people this time. At this moment, Venerable Ku Mei's eyes were filled with fear. He had never thought that Su Yan would be so fierce at this moment. The power of this sword had a strange change that made his soul begin to tremble. Damn it, am I going to be killed by a junior today? Before he made his move, he had never thought that he would be defeated by Su Yan. At that time, he was thinking about how to torture Su Yan to death. However, at this moment, there was only fear left in his heart. Damn it, if my power was not suppressed at this time, this kid would definitely not be my opponent. I would definitely kill him. At this moment, he already knew that he could not defeat Su Yan. Because he could not, he did not want to continue thinking about it. At this moment, hundreds of thoughts ran through his mind. In the end, he directly withdrew his power. At this moment, he chose to escape. However, it was a pity that Su Yan would not allow him to escape even if he wanted to. Old thing, you still want to escape at this time? You're too naive. At this point, if he were to let him escape, then all his efforts would have been in vain. At this moment, he used Ghostface's power to increase his strength to an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, Ghostface had been directly imprisoned or even suppressed by him. However, this was only temporarily out of danger. This definitely did not mean that he could sit back and relax at this time. After all, Ghostface had only been suppressed and not directly destroyed. This was the most fatal point. In other words, as time passed, it was very likely that he would return again. When he returned, he would probably be even more powerful than he was now. However, sometimes, some things had to be done. For example, now was the time for him to step forward bravely. Of course, since he had already paid such a price, it would not be a good deal if the other party was defeated and retreated in exchange. When Su Yan made his move, he had already made up his mind. Since he had used Ghostface's power, he had to kill. Therefore, he did not hold back at all against Red Coat from before. At this moment, this was even more so. If he let Ghostface escape after paying such a price, then this was really not a good deal. Therefore, when he made his move, he had already made up his mind to kill without mercy. Whether it was Feng Yuhai, Wang Baichuan, or Bai Yi, they had all seen through Su Yan's thoughts. However, being able to see it was one thing, but being able to accept it was another. Su Yan's strength was simply terrifying. They really could not figure out how Su Yan had done it. Elder, be careful. Bai Yi was anxious and immediately reminded him. He did not want to see Venerable Skeleton may die like this. Unfortunately, Su Yan was too fast. He was faster than his voice and divine thought. If it was anywhere else, it would not be easy to kill you. However, here, no matter where you are, I'll slash the universe with one sword. Su Yan made his move directly. Just as he had said, if it was anywhere else, it would not be easy for him to kill a venerable. Back then, Ghostface had been able to succeed because of his fearless ferocity. In an instant, he had directly pounced on him. Then, with his strength, he had directly killed him. To put it bluntly, Ghostface had killed a venerable twice. It was because of his strength, but it was also because of luck. At this time, Su Yan was different. It could be said that he had completely surpassed Ghostface at that time. This was because if Su Yan had not controlled his body, many of his methods would not have been able to be used. Su Yan's body was very powerful, but his most powerful method was his sword. Ghostface could not activate the Supreme Sword Soul, and he could not even use the Scorching Sun Sword freely. Therefore, at that time, he had directly abandoned the Scorching Sun Sword. Fortunately, after Su Yan had set things right, the Sacred Sword had returned. Otherwise, the loss would have been huge. At this time, Su Yan was full of spirit. He had grasped two kinds of power at the same time. With his strong body, he had activated the terrifying sword principle. How terrifying was this power? At this time, the sword slashed the universe. It really had a terrifying aura that could cut the universe. At this time, the incomparably powerful sword chi had risen to the extreme. This made Venerable Skeleton May feel something. However, by the time he felt it, it was already too late. The sword chi arrived in an instant. Under the powerful sword chi, he could not even move. What kind of domineering power was this? What kind of terrifying aura was this? At this time, Su Yen was simply the epitome of domineering to the extreme. Kill. This word was like a death sentence. A dignified venerable had been directly killed. Bai Yi was stunned, Feng Yuhai smiled bitterly, and Wang Baichuan clenched his fists. They had seen too many deaths, but it was the first time that a venerable one had his head chopped off right in front of them. At this moment, Bai Yi's entire body was trembling. If the death of Red Coat had only made her a little afraid, then she was truly afraid now. Her heart had been directly shattered by Su Yen. If Su Yen wanted to kill her at this time, it would be a piece of cake. However, at this time, Su Yen was not in the mood to care about her. He directly rushed toward the core of the sword pool. That was the core of the large formation, the most important place. If this place was destroyed, it would be a disaster for the sect. Senior brothers, leave the inside to me, but please don't let more people break in. At such a juncture, if someone broke in, it would be very fatal. The three demon sons of the Limitless Demon sect were extremely difficult to deal with. At that time, Hua Yunfei had left a deep impression on him. If he hadn't been so crazy, perhaps everyone in the secret realm would have died in his scheme. But this time, what was the origin of this son of devil? Chapter 8:19. Female Literature. Su Yen entered the sword pool. At this moment, he was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. Sword pool? How could this place be described as a sword pool? If he had to describe it, then this place was a sea of swords, a real sea of swords. At that time, when Su Yen was in the burial sword pavilion, he was already shocked when he saw Thousand Swords Kenjing. However, at this moment, he realized that he was really a frog at the bottom of a well. The swords here were densely packed. The sword chi here rose boundlessly. This was the world of swords. After entering this place, the revered sword soul in Su Yan's body actually reacted. Not only that, but the Godslayer sword also softly hummed at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan did not continue to move forward because there was someone waiting for him in front of him. It was a woman with a sweet appearance and an indescribable ethereal aura. "Cousin, it's been a long time." A voice sounded. Su Yan smiled bitterly. This woman was none other than his cousin, Su Tian. At that time, she was taken away by Shengguansheng. Su Yan wanted to keep her, but at that time, he was not capable enough. Moreover, Su Tian did not seem to resist, so in the end, he did not make a move. Su Yan came to the Jiuzhou continent to look for Lu Lan and Chu Linger the most. Although the woman in front of him was his cousin, he had lost his parents when he was young. Therefore, most of the cousins in the clan did not treat him well. However, the woman in front of him was still good to him. Therefore, if he could, he would naturally choose to save her. However, he never thought that he would meet his cousin under such circumstances. "Yes, it's really been a long time. I just didn't expect that we would meet under such circumstances." She appeared at this time, so the two of them were naturally not friends. "Cousin, the young master is doing something inside. Can you come back later?" Her voice was very weak, but of course, it was also very pleasant to hear. Su Yan said, "Sister, get out of the way. This is between me and Shengguansheng. You don't have to interfere." Su Yan didn't want to attack his family. However, if Su Tian really wanted to stop him, then she couldn't blame him for doing something he didn't want to do. If it were someone else blocking him at this time, Su Yan would probably not even speak nonsense and directly kill over. It was because she was Su Tian that he was willing to say a few words. But now, he really didn't have the time. "Cousin, I won't let you go." Her voice was as soft and weak as before. However, within this weakness, there was a firmness that was unique to her. This cousin of his had always been soft on the outside but tough on the inside. Since she had made a decision, she would definitely do it. Su Yan smiled. "Cousin, it seems that you don't want to go back." After saying this, he didn't say anything else. Everyone had their own choice. Since Su Tian had chosen this way, then she had to pay the price for her choice. He continued to move forward. "Cousin, you need to know that although I care about old feelings, these feelings will definitely not restrict me. So, you can't stop me." Su Yan's words were like flames as he directly moved forward. Su Tian's weak body suddenly released an aura. This aura was definitely not weak. Such an aura was at least not inferior to the two women outside. Although Su Tian had a little reputation in the family back then, that was all. However, at this time, her cultivation was actually so strong. Sheng Wansheng was a powerful person. Unfortunately, this was not enough. Su Yan's speed was too fast. In just a moment, he had already arrived in front of Su Tian. Su Tian's aura was tumbling, but to Su Yan, it existed in vain. At this moment, Su Tian's heart was filled with shock. "Since you've thought it through, then go on. Whether it's right or wrong, there has to be a result. Otherwise, wouldn't a person's life be too boring?" After saying this, Su Yan directly turned and walked away. At this time, Su Tian still did not move. Back then, to her, Su Yan was an insurmountable mountain. However, in these days of following Sheng Wansheng, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had already reached the dragon realm. With such a realm, not to mention the Su family, even in the entire 5 counties, she was already the top. Therefore, she thought that she could stop her cousin's footsteps. This way, she could prevent her cousin from meeting Sheng Wansheng. In this way, her cousin would be able to save his own life. Only at this time did she realize that she was wrong, and so wrong that it was ridiculous. Time passed, and she, Su Tian, was constantly improving. However, her cousin would not stay in the same place. Cousin is indeed a genius. I should have thought of this long ago. At this time, her heart was filled with bitterness. Of course, she was not sighing about her own cultivation. She was sighing about the two of them meeting. She did not want the two of them to meet. One was the person she loved, and the other was her cousin. However, at this time, it seemed that the two of them were bound to fight. Thinking of this, she sighed in her heart. "I hope that everyone will be safe." Just as she sighed, Su Yan had already entered the core area. The moment he stepped in, he almost couldn't suppress his inner feelings. This was because he felt a shocking sword aura here. Of course, it was a sword treasure that could condense such a sword aura. At this time, a gentle voice sounded. "Su Yan, you really did not disappoint me. We really met so soon." Su Yan naturally remembered this voice. Sheng Wansheng. Su Yan and Sheng Wansheng had only fought once, but Su Yan had a deep impression of this person. Not to mention other things, just his identity as the son of a devil was enough to make people afraid. Su Yan said, "Fast horse?" "Not necessarily, it's been a long time. It's just that back then, I was still sitting in a cave looking at the sky." At that time, he thought that he could fight with Sheng Wansheng. However, it seemed that he was still too naive back then. Sheng Wansheng's aura was surging like the sea. It was too vast. At that time, his realm was limited, so his strength was limited. If Sheng Wansheng had already made up his mind to kill him at that time, then he wouldn't even have the slightest chance at this time. Sheng Wansheng turned his head and said, "That's not entirely true. Back then, I was indeed better than you, but that's all. Su Yan, you're a dragon among men. It's just that the environment of the 5 prefectures is dangerous, so it's like a cage that imprisons you. However, you were able to advance by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time. This is already very admirable. Su Yan did not comment. There was no point in saying this. His gaze fell on the center, where there was a small pond. However, what was flowing in the pond was not water, but sword aura. The endless sword aura was compressed and turned into a flowing water. This was the true sacred ground of the Taihang sword faction. The energy source of the Taihang 9 evolutions formation was here. The energy here was really terrifying. If the energy here could be directly extracted, it would be terrifying to the extreme. At this time, there was a dark light between the formation and the sword pond. Presumably, the dark light was the method of the limitless demon sect. It caused the Taihang 9 evolutions formation to lose its power and stop operating. Of course, this was only a temporary measure. With the passage of time, this pitch-black light would definitely be dispersed by the supreme sword qi. At that time, this great formation would be reactivated. Sheng Wansheng had come here to prevent the formation from being reactivated. Of course, with his methods, it would not be so simple. At least at this time, Su Yan could see that he was still devouring the sword aura here. As expected, someone who could become the son of a demon of the limitless demon sect could not be a mediocre person. Su Yan was already impressed by his ambition. "Brother Su, are you going to stop me?" he asked. Su Yan smiled. This was a natural thing. Since he was already here, there was no reason for him to continue doing whatever he wanted. Su Yan used his actions to answer. At this time, he slashed down with a sword light, directly towards Sheng Wansheng. The one who led all of this was Sheng Wansheng. As long as Sheng Wansheng was not in charge, the power barrier should be destroyed. Sheng Wansheng obviously knew what Su Yan was thinking. He gently shook his head and said, "Su Yan, do you think I'm controlling this power to isolate the formation? Unfortunately, you're wrong. At this time, the demonic shadow-devouring cloud no longer needs my control." As he spoke, he struck out with his palm. The power of the two sides suddenly collided. The powerful force constantly rushed in all directions, causing endless sword cries. This place was baptized by the supreme sword aura all year round and had become incomparably hard. If not, this place would have collapsed long ago. Su Yan's expression changed. The situation was worse than he thought. "Su Yan, since you're here, why don't you have a fight with me? If you win, you may have a chance to stop the demonic shadow-devouring cloud. If you lose, then even if you're Tian's cousin, I won't hold back." These words were already in the hope that Su Yan would retreat in the face of difficulties. He really had feelings for Su Tian. He knew Su Yan's personality. There were many things that she did not like to say, but when it really happened, she would know how sad she was. However, Su Yan had already made his move, so this battle could not be stopped. In this world, there were many things that one could not do. One could only blame fate. At this time, the two young powerhouses finally began to fight for real. Chapter 820. Female literature. In a short period of time, the two of them had already exchanged countless blows. At this time, Su Tian had already arrived. However, she did not speak. At this time, she seemed to be unable to do anything other than pray that the two of them would be safe. However, in such a battle, how could both of them be safe and sound? The initial probing was over in an instant. After the probing phase, it was time for the real fight. Su Yan was very powerful. His sword qi had the ability to kill gods and ghosts. However, Sheng Wansheng was definitely an extremely terrifying opponent. At this moment, Sheng Wansheng was not a venerable, but Su Yan did not dare to underestimate his strength. Previously, he had killed Venerable Skeleton Mei with a single sword strike. However, facing this person, Su Yan's heart was full of fear. The battle had only just begun. He did not know what tricks the other party would suddenly use. Of course, the most important thing was that he did not have much time left. He had to resolve everything here as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the demonic cloud really devoured the power of the sword pool, the taxing 9 evolutions great array would be finished. The power of the demonic cloud would also become extremely powerful. This was definitely not what he wanted to see. At this time, the two of them had their own plans. Their strength was constantly increasing at this time. In just a few dozen seconds, the two of them had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Su Yan, you are really powerful. It has not been long since we last met, but your strength has already increased to such a level. This is very good. Sheng Guansheng laughed. At this time, his expression became more and more solemn. At this time, Su Yan was also the same. No need to talk nonsense. We have to determine a winner. What's the point of saying all this? The two of them exchanged blows. This won't do. This Sheng Guansheng is really too difficult to deal with. If this continues, even if I can defeat him in the end, I'm afraid the sword pool will be finished. Su Yan's heart trembled. He was even more afraid of this guy. Putting other things aside, Sheng Guansheng's combat strength was really powerful. Su Yan had many opponents, and many of them had already been surpassed by him. However, there were a few people that he was still very wary of. Among these people, the one that Su Yan was most wary of was Duan Mulonghu. This was a character who had been resurrected several thousand years ago. His schemes and methods were frightening. However, the Sheng Guansheng in front of him was not inferior to him at all. At this moment, Su Yan already had the intention to kill. Today was actually a good opportunity. If he could kill him today, then he would have one less powerful enemy in the future. However, killing such a character was naturally not so easy. But as long as there was a chance, Su Yan would give it a try. At this moment, Sheng Guansheng suddenly said, "It seems that Brother Su wants to kill me?" Su Yan did not comment and said, "You and I are enemies. If I can get rid of you now, it's naturally a good thing." Unfortunately, it was not easy to get rid of him. At this moment, Sheng Guansheng said, "If you want to kill me, your strength is not enough." No, it should be said that it's difficult to deal with Venerable Skeleton Mei. Brother Su Yan, you must have other methods. Don't be so stingy. Why don't you just take it out and let me see it? Of course, I should also take out my true strength. Heavenly Demon Battle Armor. He shouted softly. Around his body, something that looked like a piece of clothing appeared. When this item appeared, Su Yan's expression became serious. He could feel that at this moment, the other's aura had increased by at least 50%. This was like Rosen's demon god armament. Of course, Su Yan could also see that the power of this item seemed to be slightly weaker than the demon god armament. The first elder of the ghost killing hall was indeed powerful to be able to take out such a good item. Of course, even so, the heavenly demon battle armor was indeed powerful. The power of the two people constantly clashed. Such power was simply incomparably violent. Gradually, Su Yan actually already fell into a disadvantageous position. At this moment, he directly said, "What, Su Yan, are you still not willing to take out your true strength? If that's the case, I'm afraid you won't have a chance." At this moment, Su Yan was still bitterly holding on. At least for a while, he was not willing to use the power of Ghost Face. Revered Sun Shattering. There's no need to use that method. This is the Sword Lake Sacred Land. In the Sword Lake Sacred Land, the power of sword cultivators could naturally increase here. He also wanted to see how far his power could reach. The sword chi began to circulate wildly. At this moment, the revered sword soul seemed to have been resurrected. Su Yan could feel that the revered sword soul was slowly breathing. Su Yan clearly knew that if he wanted to become stronger, his body was important, but the most fundamental thing was still his sword cultivation. Of course, at this moment, if he could still withstand the power of Ghost Face for a short period of time, he would do so. Su Yan's Scorching Sun sword continued to attack from various angles. The power of each sword was extremely powerful and terrifying. However, after using the Heavenly Demon battle armor, this person's methods were extremely powerful. At this moment, Su Yan could no longer be in a stalemate with him. At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly became illusory. After slashing out with his sword, he directly turned into a stream of light and flew forward. In the end, his ultimate goal was not to kill Shengguansheng, but to get rid of the demonic cloud. If the demonic cloud was removed, then everything would be easy. Su Yan, when you and I are fighting, you're still distracted. You're looking down on me. There was a hint of anger in his words. This was the most important thing for him on this trip. If it was ruined by Su Yan, then all his efforts would have been for naught. Originally, there was still Hua Yunfei among the 3 sons of demons. However, at this moment, there were only 2 people left. It seemed that there was one less competitor, but in fact, the pressure on him had increased greatly. Therefore, at this moment, he absolutely could not allow any accidents to happen. His Heavenly Demon battle armor immediately changed, and a pair of wings appeared on him. With the help of the wings, his speed became even faster. Although it was only a short fight, he could already see that Su Yan's speed was a great threat. If he could not suppress Su Yan's speed to a certain extent, then he would be scared out of his wits. However, the Heavenly Demon battle armor just happened to give him such an ability. Infinite Demonic Cloud. The moment he caught up with Su Yan, he immediately began to use his power. At this time, with his attack, the demonic cloud seemed to be attracted, and it directly split into a beam of demonic light, directly slashing towards Su Yan. Su Yan's expression immediately became cold. This kind of power made him feel shocked. At this moment, he slashed down with his sword, and the Daybreak sword suddenly appeared. At this moment, countless sword lights turned into flowing flames. What a powerful sword chi! However, it's still futile. Su Yan's strategy was indeed correct. If he continued to fight with him, he did not know when the outcome would be decided. Therefore, he made a feint and directly went towards the demonic cloud. According to Su Yan's estimation, at this moment, the demonic cloud was entangled with the power of the sword pool, forming a delicate balance. Su Yan only needed to destroy this balance at that moment. Then, all of this would naturally become a bubble. However, he did not know that he could temporarily draw power from the demonic cloud. How could the demonic cloud suppress the sword pool? It should be known that the power of the sword pool of the Taihang sword faction was difficult to suppress even for peak Dao masters or even sovereigns. This demonic cloud of the Boundless Demon sect was personally controlled by the sect leader. This little bit of power might not be very strong, but that was only relative to the sword pool and the demonic cloud. For Su Yan and him, this was a supreme power. Su Yan, I actually don't want to kill you, but at this moment, I have no choice but to kill you. At that time, he did not kill Su Yan because he was selfish and wanted to use Su Yan as a chess piece. At this moment, he might have had such thoughts. However, it was a pity that by this time, Su Yan had already become a major threat to the Grandmaster. Therefore, no matter what, Su Yan had to die. The power of the demonic cloud suppressed down, mighty like the might of heaven. At this moment, no matter how powerful Su Yan's strength was, it was not worth mentioning in front of this attack. However, he suddenly found that something was wrong. At this time, Su Yan was a little too calm. At this time, he was still as calm as ever. Su Yan was not a fool. It was impossible for him not to sense the power of the demonic cloud. However, at this time, he was still so calm. There was only one possibility: Su Yan had something to rely on. At the next moment, Su Yan displayed this reliance. Shengguansheng, you used the demonic cloud to kill me. It's a good plan, but unfortunately, you forgot that this is the sword pool. After Su Yan finished speaking, Shengwansheng's heart beat rapidly. Of course, he would not forget that this was the sword pool. However, the power of the sword pool was so strong. Could it be that Su Yan could borrow this power? In the next moment, this suspicion vanished into thin air because Su Yan had already activated this power. Sword Pinnacle, Grand Heavenly Cloud Sword. At this time, the power of the sword pool surged and gathered directly towards Su Yan's body. In just a moment, his power had reached an unprecedented level. The power of the demonic cloud was indeed terrifying, but Su Yan's power was even stronger. Su Yan was indeed not enough to mobilize the sword pool, but Shengwansheng did not know that Su Yan had a divine item like the Grand Heavenly Sword Soul. When he entered this place, the Grand Heavenly Sword Soul had already produced a subtle resonance with everything here. Chapter 821. Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan felt as if he had become half the owner of this place. Moreover, the boundless sword chi could follow one's will. Su Yan had never been a reckless person. If he did not have anything to rely on, he would not have rashly entered the sword pool. It was precisely because he felt the aura of the sword pool that he was able to enter directly. In fact, he had made the right bet this time. Brother Shengwan, it's just as you said. I don't want to kill you. But today, you and I must decide who's the winner. In an instant, the sword moved according to his heart, and a terrifying sword light rushed directly to the sky at this time. The demonic clouds rolled, but they were destroyed in an instant. This time, the outcome was decided so quickly. After destroying the demonic clouds, the power of the sword chi did not weaken at all. The terrifying power directly rushed down, and such a power destroyed everything. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was constantly rising. Although it was only temporarily used, the majestic sword chi was still nourishing his body and everything about him. At this moment, his realm was loosening, and there were faint signs of advancement. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes directly burst out with killing intent. This was the best opportunity to kill Shengwansheng. If he missed this opportunity, he did not know what other means he would have to go out and kill him. Cousin, have mercy. At this moment, seeing Su Yan like this, Su Tian finally exclaimed unconsciously. This exclamation finally made Su Yan slow down by half a beat. Although he had previously said that he would not care about the slightest bit about feelings, when faced with such a situation, how could he be so calm? It was also because of this short hesitation that Shengwansheng directly seized the opportunity. Heavenly Demon Disintegration, destroy everything. All the previous thoughts had faded away, and the only thing left was the determination to kill Su Yan. The Heavenly Demon Battle Armor directly left his body. The Heavenly Demon Battle Armor was the inheritance treasure of the Limitless Demon Sect, so it was naturally very powerful. But at this time, he didn't have any misgivings. If such a treasure could be exchanged for Su Yan's life, then it would be really worth it. The Heavenly Devil Battle Armor instantly turned into a terrifying demonic shadow. At this moment, it actually felt like a demonic god had descended. Su Yan did not react in time and was immediately swallowed up by this terrifying power. Shengwansheng sneered in his heart, Su Yan, you are indeed strong. Unfortunately, I must kill you today. At this time, within the endless terrifying aura, Su Yan's aura was directly drowned out. That terrifying sword light finally began to dissipate. Seeing this scene, he judged that Su Yan was definitely going to die at this moment. Since he was already dead, then today was a great success. Without Su Yan, no one else would be able to affect this place. The demonic shadow would definitely devour the power of the sword pool. At that time, the sect master of the Limitless Demon Sect's cultivation would probably advance by leaps and bounds. Not to mention the sovereign realm, even the legendary holy realm would not be impossible. At that time, in the entire Jiuzhou continent, who would be able to stop the sect master's footsteps? Since he had made such a great contribution, he was naturally rewarded by the sect master. Of the 3 demon sons of the demon sect, Hua Yunfei was already dead. He only had one opponent left. But after making such a great contribution this time, what else could that person use to compete with him? He must be the limitless demon sect's crown prince. In fact, this time was also very dangerous for him. If Su Yan had not hesitated at that time, he would not have been able to find an opportunity. Even he himself would have died in Su Yan's hands. However, it was still a pity that someone like Su Yan died so sadly. Forget it. If I die, then I die. It's better than dying by myself. He calmed himself down. If he died, then everything would be over. Nothing would exist anymore. At the very least, at this time, he was still alive. That was enough. He went directly to Su Tian's side. At this time, Su Tian was still stunned. Obviously, at this time, she was still unwilling to believe what had happened in front of her. Su Yan died just like that? His cousin, Su Yan, had actually died just like that without making a sound. She was extremely sad. Although her strength could not keep up with the two of them, she had seen the previous scene with her own eyes. Her anxious call earlier made Su Yan stop what he was doing. But the price for stopping was extremely heavy. Because of her call, Su Yan had died. "Young master, is my cousin really dead?" Su Tian asked in a trembling voice. Sheng Wansheng looked back and saw that the sword chi had gradually returned to the sword pool, but Su Yan's aura was not left at all. His attack was accompanied by the boundless power of the demonic cloud. Not to mention Su Yan, even a Dao master would be killed by this attack. He gently wiped away Su Tian's tears. "He's dead. It's a pity that such a person died like this. However, I'm still alive." Back then, he had brought Su Tian out of the Su family on a whim. However, he did not expect that this woman would be able to save his life today. This was an extremely rare thing. Moreover, Su Tian was very obedient. In his heart, he made up his mind to treat this woman more attentively in the future. "Let's go. There are still many things to do. If these things are not taken care of properly, it won't be good." After saying that, he carried Su Tian up by her waist and lightly leaped, ready to leave. Today, the dust had finally settled on this matter. Among the younger generation, Su Yan was no longer present. The others in the Taihang sword faction were no match for him, not even Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. Unfortunately, at this moment, a loud roar erupted from the sword pool. Sheng Wansheng's body was still floating in the air, but his attention had been attracted by this scene. "Supreme Infinite Sword. Destroy." This was Su Yan's voice. Such a firm and persistent voice suddenly exploded. Then, Sheng Wansheng suddenly felt an extremely terrifying power appear. At this moment, this power was not directed at him, but at this moment, it was already enough to make him feel fearful. It was as if he was facing a terrifying death god. "Su Yan, you're still alive." At this moment, the shock in his heart was imaginable. After being hit by the demonic cloud's power, Su Yan was still so energetic. More importantly, the sword chi that Su Yan displayed at this moment was still so powerful and terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan did not even look back at him. The sword chi in his hand was just moving, and his power directly attacked the demonic cloud. Such power was not his own power, but the power of the sword pool. Sheng Wansheng's previous attack directly turned the situation around, causing Su Yan to fall into a dead end. Even Su Yan himself felt that he would definitely die this time. However, he did not expect the power of the sword pool to directly wrap around him. It was as if a huge palm had appeared and directly surrounded him. The terrifying demonic cloud's power did not bombard his body at all. Instead, it was completely neutralized by the power of the sword pool. On the other hand, he was dragged into the sword pool. As his body sank into the sword pool, boundless sword chi immediately gathered. The boundless sword chi did not cause any harm to his body. Instead, it baptized Su's body. As a result, Su Yan's strength greatly increased. At this moment, he was simply walking with the vigor of a dragon and a tiger. Under such a cleansing of power, his realm broke through again, and he actually directly stepped into the Seven Dragons' realm. Not only that, but he could also control the power of this place for a shorter period of time. With such an attack, he even felt that he could directly kill Yan Xiao. Killing Sheng would not be a problem. However, at this moment, he knew the severity of the situation, so he did not attack Sheng. Instead, he slashed at the demonic cloud. The demonic cloud's existence was to completely cut off the connection between the sword pool and the Taiheng 9 Evolution's grand formation, and to devour the power of the sword pool. Once the power of the sword pool was devoured, the demonic cloud would become incomparably powerful. At this moment, Su Yan also felt a pair of huge pushing hands behind the demonic cloud. Although he did not know who this pushing hand was, he thought that it must be an extremely powerful figure. Right now, compared to this big shot, he was simply not worth mentioning. However, at this moment, he was not facing this big shot, not to mention that he had the help of the sword pool. As the sword slashed down, the entire sword pool sacred ground began to tremble. Boundless sword chi began to ripple, and the incomparably powerful swords that were scattered outside seemed to have been summoned. The cries of countless longswords continued to resound at this moment. Such power was simply incomparably shocking. Destroy! Following this final roar, the sword chi pressed forward with indomitable will. The terrifying sword chi directly engulfed everything. At this moment, there was no longer any power that could stop it. An extremely powerful consciousness burst out from the demonic cloud. Unfortunately, with Su Yan leading it, it could not stop it. The sword pool had its own consciousness. However, this consciousness was very shallow, so it seemed so weak in the battle with the demonic cloud. It was suppressed by the demonic cloud to the point that it almost dissipated. And Su Yan's appearance gave him a chance to condense his will. The huge consciousness roared, "You're courting death." The two words were so clear that they rushed towards Su Yan. It was an extremely pure mental power. In terms of mental power alone, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. It was almost not inferior to the evil sword Hanyu. Su Yan was extremely shocked. This person's power could reach such a level. If it were not for the fact that it was only revealed from the demonic cloud and the power of the sword pool, he would have died this time. Chapter 822. Female literature. However, these were all hypotheticals, and they were not reality. Therefore, this time, Su Yan won, and also Taixing won. Su Yan looked directly at him with an indescribable majesty in his eyes. Sheng, I've won this time. Su Yan's words were very straightforward, but he did not intend to make another move at this time. Although he had borrowed the sword pool's power, it had consumed a lot of his energy. After all, it was a huge burden for his body to bear such a powerful and terrifying power. Sheng's expression kept changing. He originally thought that he had made a great contribution this time, but he did not expect to lose in the end. Nevertheless, someone who could reach this stage was naturally not someone who could not let go. He also knew that there was no other way at this time. Even if he wanted to, he could not turn the situation around. Brother Su, you're indeed amazing. I'll remember this time. If there's a next time, we'll definitely compete again. With that, he continued to carry Su Tian and left. This time, the sword pool's plan had failed in the end, but it was not necessarily a bad thing for him. Previously, he had intercepted the sword pool's power to temper his body. He was now a powerhouse in the 9 Dragons boundary. In fact, if he wanted to, he could have advanced to become a venerable one long ago. However, he had never done so. What he needed to do was to break through all the coolness and make himself stronger. Over the past few years, he had been thinking of ways to temper his body. And this time, his cultivation method had almost reached perfection. As long as he calmed down, he would definitely become a venerable one. Among the 3 demon sons, he was the youngest, so his cultivation could not be compared to the other 2. However, since Hua Yunfei was dead, his only opponent was that guy. Even Shengwansheng felt uneasy when he thought of that guy. Young master, Su Tian, who was in his arms, called out worriedly at this moment. This time, both Su Yan and Shengwansheng did not die, which was the situation she was most happy to see, but she also knew very well that Shengwansheng had failed in the end. This was not a good thing for him. From the day she saw Shengwansheng, Su Tian had already fallen in love with this man. Since she loved him, she had to consider and plan for him. Su Tian was not ambitious. She was a very quiet woman. However, it was precisely this kind of woman who was so stubborn about love. Don't worry. Even though I failed, I still gained something. Moreover, this is just a part of the plan. The sect leader won't make things difficult for me. Moreover, after this, I will be able to break through to the Zunqi realm. When that time comes, I will be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. My status will not drop. Shengwansheng gently kissed her forehead. This woman was willing to sacrifice so much for him. He was truly touched. Su Yan smiled bitterly as he watched Shengwansheng leave with Su Tian. That's fine. At least this is her own choice. He had promised the Su family that if it was possible, he would bring her back. But now, it seemed that Su Tian was unwilling to go back. At this moment, his body became light, and he fell into the sword pool once more. As soon as he entered the sword pool, dense sword chi once again surged toward his body. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword suddenly awakened. It actually began to devour the sword chi in the sword pool. Of course, this kind of devouring was naturally incomparable to the demonic clouds from before. The God-Slayer sword's devouring was more like a steady stream. This surprised Su Yan a little. He knew very well about the God-Slayer sword. The God-Slayer sword was so powerful that he would not care even if it devoured all the sword chi in the sword pool in one go. However, the God-Slayer sword was actually so gentle at this moment. However, this could not be any better. If the God-Slayer sword really devoured too much, he would have a headache. At this moment, as he watched the sword pool's power gradually converge into the crystals, he breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, the Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation should be reactivated. The Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation had indeed reappeared. Just as the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction, the Limitless Demon sect, and the various sects and factions were fighting with their lives on the line, the sky above the Taihang Sword faction changed once again. The originally somewhat obscure sky suddenly became bright at this moment. This feeling was as if the scorching sun had risen from the east, and the blazing sunlight directly shone down. This was definitely not the light of the scorching sun, because this light did not have the slightest bit of warmth to speak of. Instead, what existed within it was incomparably eerie. It was as if an endless cold wind was piercing through one's bones. When the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction saw this light, they were all incomparably excited. The Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation, the Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation has reappeared. As soon as this news spread, the flames in their hearts were completely ignited. This Great Formation had been protecting the Taihang Sword faction since its birth. This sword formation had become a kind of faith. When this sword formation no longer appeared, that faith immediately collapsed. At this moment, the sword formation reappeared. In just a few breaths' time, 9 huge longswords appeared in the sky. The 9 swords hung in the sky, displaying an incomparably majestic aura. The 9 swords were like pillars that held up the sky. Suddenly, an indescribably terrifying sound rang out in the sky. It seemed to be the sound of a strong wind blowing, but it was more like the sound of a horn of death. The Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation was made up of 9 swords, all of which were heaven-derived swords. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan had already suppressed Yan Xiao to the point that he could not breathe. Xue Xingchuan, after becoming a Dao Lord, was simply too terrifying. His strength had already exceeded Yan Xiao's expectations. At this moment, Yan Xiao only wished that he could leave immediately. But at this moment, the Taihang 9 expansion's great formation had reappeared. What's going on? Why did this great formation reappear? Didn't the sect master already make arrangements to deal with it? At this moment, his mind was in a mess. The Taihang 9 expansion's great formation's reputation was simply too great. In the long history of thousands of years, this great formation had only been used 3 times. The first time, he had killed 3 emperor masters with a burst of power, and the second time, he had killed a void beast. Therefore, when the Boundless demon sect took action, the first thing they did was to break this formation. But at this moment, the formation reappeared. Yan Xiao, you still dare to be absent-minded at this moment. It seems that you don't want to live anymore. The Taihang 9 expansion's great formation's reputation was simply too great. Even the Dao Lord Yan Zhao's mind was shaken at this moment. How could Xue Xingchuan miss such an opportunity? He directly clenched his fist, and 9 rays of sword qi appeared. If one took a closer look, one would find that the 9 rays of sword qi condensed into an illusory sword that was somewhat similar to the 9 swords of heavenly derivation hanging in the sky. 9 swords of devil slaying. Yan Xiao, I'll make you bow down here today. This move was the 9 swords of devil slaying, which he had comprehended based on the Taihang 9 expansion's great formation. Although he had only comprehended it by himself. However, this move was also extremely terrifying. Before he became a Dao Lord, he was unable to unleash the full power of this sword. But now, it was different. This time, he wanted to use the power of this sword to directly kill Yan Xiao. At this moment, the power of the 9 swords of heavenly derivation began to erupt. Countless rays of sword qi fell from the sky, forming a terrifying sword rain. This sword rain was so powerful that even a Dragon Realm expert would find it difficult to withstand it. More importantly, this sword rain would definitely not kill the disciples of the Taihang sword faction. Ah, quick, run. In an instant, many of the demons who were originally very arrogant immediately cried for their parents. It was extremely miserable. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction naturally would not let go of such an opportunity. This was the best time for them to kill their enemies. Yan Xiao was locked down by the 9 swords, which made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Xue Xingchuan's sword had already sealed off all of his escape routes. At this moment, it seemed that he was left with no choice but to face it head-on. At this moment, Sect Master Zhang Zhe also began to display his might. He was the Sect Master, and the Taihang sword was in his hands. At this moment, the power of the Sword Lake's sacred ground was released, and the power of the Taihang sword became even stronger. Xing Tianrua, since you're already here today, then stay here. Xue Xingchuan wanted to kill Yan Xiao, the 7th Vice Sect Master, but Zhang Zhe wanted to kill Xing Tianrua, the 3rd Vice Sect Master. The Wuxia 9 Demon's seal was indeed a terrifying killing weapon. However, Zhang Ze's cultivation was high, and his sword Dao was even more terrifying. At this moment, the power of the Sword Lake surged into the Taihang sword, making him even more invincible. The power constructed by the limitless 9 Devils seal was instantly shattered. At this moment, Xing Tianruo's face was as white as paper, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. At this moment, he immediately understood that today's situation was hopeless. With the appearance of the Taihang 9 expansion formation, the Taihang sword faction would definitely not be able to defeat them. He was no longer a match for Zhang Zhe. If this continued, he would probably die a horrible death. Although he was unwilling to accept this, he also knew that the situation was hopeless. Disciples of the Wuxia demon sect, retreat. Although the Wuxia 9 demon's seal was defeated by the Taihang sword, it still had some power left. He needed to delay Zhang Zhe for a while. Otherwise, if the enraged Zhang Zhe unleashed his full power, no one here would be able to escape. At this moment, he also noticed Yan Zhao's predicament. He wanted to save Yan Zhao, but unfortunately, he was already at his limit. He wanted to delay Zhang Zhe, but he was powerless. Blood Demon Escape Technique. At this moment, Yan Zhao was finally unable to withstand the powerful pressure. He knew that if this continued, he would definitely die. Therefore, at this moment, he decided to use the blood escape technique. It was just that trying to slip away under Shuexing Chuan's nose was not an easy task. Just to give himself enough time, he had directly cut off one of his arms and burned it, thus allowing him to escape. Chapter 823. Female Literature, Blood Escape Technique? It's the same old trick again. Doesn't your demonic sect have any new escape techniques? He sneered. His laughter was filled with disdain. In fact, the Limitless Demon sect's blood escape technique was extremely powerful and special. After using it, one only needed to pay a certain price to escape. Although the price was extremely high, at the moment of life and death, any price was worth it. Ordinary people would not be able to guard against this at all, not to mention that when such a secret technique was used, it would cause a huge destructive power. If the enemy's strength was not strong enough, they might be injured by this attack, or even be turned around directly. Unfortunately, this was only true for other people. In Shuexing Chuan's eyes, this technique was too old-fashioned. Back then, when Shuexing Chuan appeared out of nowhere, he was invincible. Naturally, there were many disciples of the Limitless Demon sect who fought with him. Many disciples of the Limitless Demon sect used this technique right under his nose. In the beginning, Shuexing Chuan couldn't do anything about it and even suffered a small loss. However, who was Shuexing Chuan? After the disciples of the Limitless Demon sect escaped one after another, he hardened his heart and researched this technique. Therefore, he was quite experienced in using the blood escape technique. Yan Zhao, if you were to use this in front of others, perhaps you might be able to escape with your life. However, in front of me, this is the same as seeking your own death and hastening your own death. After Shuexing Chuan finished speaking, the cold smile on his face grew even wider. At this moment, his strength had risen to the extreme. Above the 9 swords, there was actually a raging flame directly rising. At this moment, Yan Zhao's heart had truly fallen to the bottom of the valley. When he used the blood escape technique, he already felt uneasy. When he saw Shuexing Chuan sneer, he was even more certain of his judgment. Third Elder, save me. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his face. He started to shout for help. After all, the only person who had the ability to save him was the third vice sect master. Unfortunately, Xing Tianruo couldn't even save himself. In the beginning, Sect Master Zhang Zhe was suppressed by the Limitless Demon sect's sect master using a secret method. Later on, Xing Tianruo was able to trap Zhang Zhe with the Limitless 9 Devils seal. Unfortunately, in order to save Yan Zhao, he had used the power of the Limitless 9 Devils seal. Originally, he thought that Zhang Zhe was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Who would have thought that this was simply a disguise? At this moment, he was extremely regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have just watched Yan Zhao die. That way, Zhang Zhe might not have been able to escape. But how could he have known that even without that time, Zhang Zhe would still be able to escape? He would just need more time. Moreover, if he did not act, Yan Zhao would definitely be killed. In that case, no one would be able to keep Shuexing Chuan, who was a Dao sovereign, in check. Based on his strength, it was enough to influence the battle. Therefore, everything was in vain. In the end, they had underestimated the strength of the Taihang sword faction. If all 7 of the vice grandmasters were to arrive this time around, or even the grandmaster himself, the Sublime Flow sword sect would definitely be annihilated this time around. Unfortunately, this was an impossible task. The Limitless Demon sect was composed of 3 great halls, the Ghost-Killing Hall, the Sun Luo Hall, and the Limitless Hall. Although these 3 halls belonged to the Limitless Demon sect, they each acted independently. Outside of these 3 halls, there was the Sect Master's faction. In recent years, the Ghost-Killing Hall's strength had been declining, but the first elder of the Ghost-Killing Hall was the first vice-sect master of the Limitless Demon sect. He was not an adult, but no one would look down on his existence. As for the other vice-sect masters, other than Yan Xiao and Xing Tianrua, there were also a few who had their own plans. They were rarely seen and did things their own way. To a large extent, if not for the internal division of the Limitless Demon sect, the Limitless Demon sect would have already swept through everything. Of course, the Limitless Demon sect could not possibly send out everyone. Otherwise, the Limitless Demon sect's headquarters would definitely be attacked. The people of the Fierce Flame sect were not incompetent. They would not watch as the Taihang sword faction was destroyed. At this moment, the 9 swords that Shuexingchuan had conjured were bursting with blazing flames. These flames were not ordinary flames. They were terrifying flames formed by condensing sword energy to the extreme. The power of these flames was simply unimaginable. Even some innately powerful flames would not be able to resist this power. These flames were incomparably hot, enough to fight against the heavenly lightning. They were the most effective against the blood escape technique. At this moment, Yan Zhao's miserable screams could be heard. His entire body began to tremble. The pain he was enduring was unimaginable. Save me, save me. At this point, there was no way he could escape with his own strength. However, even if he wanted to ask for help, he could not. Save you? No one can save you. Yan Xiao wanted to break off one of his arms to escape, but he did not manage to do so. Instead, he used up all his strength. At this moment, the situation was even more worrying. On the other side, Zhang Zhe had firmly suppressed Xing Tianrua. The 3rd vice-sect master was probably going to die here today. Even the Limitless 9 Demons seal could not save him. The heavenly 9 swords in the sky were mercilessly reaping the lives of the people of the Limitless Demon sect and the other sections. At this point, the Limitless Demon sect had suffered a crushing defeat. If nothing happened, the people of the Limitless Demon sect would probably all die here today. At this moment, endless dark clouds suddenly rolled toward the Taihang sword faction. Zhang Zhe, you brat, you've been very impressive today. However, you've killed enough. It's time to stop. The voice was so gloomy that everyone who heard it felt their hair stand on end. Before the voice disappeared, a gigantic demonic palm appeared in front of Shuexingchuan and went straight for Yan Xiao. Shuexingchuan's eyelids twitched. He immediately knew how powerful the attack was. Damn it, get out of my way. He roared furiously. The 9 swords actually merged into one at this moment. The power of the 9 swords merged into one was unparalleled. The unparalleled scorching sword fire was surging to the extreme. Such a terrifying power seemed to be able to obliterate everything in this world. However, it was a pity that the demonic palm only needed to wave to shatter this power. The demonic palm did not stop after shattering Shuexingchuan's sword qi. It continued to charge forward, wanting to kill Shuexingchuan. The 4th vice-sect master. Yan Xiao was so happy that he almost cried. He was already standing on the edge of death. He did not expect this person to appear. The 1st vice-sect master, the 1st elder of the Ghost-Killing Hall, had not done anything for many years. However, this time, he actually made a move and saved Yan Xiao. More importantly, the 1st vice-sect master was obviously going to make a move on Shuexingchuan. Yan Xiao hated Shuexingchuan to the extreme. It would be best if the 1st vice-sect master could kill Shuexingchuan. At the same time, the roars of countless evil spirits appeared in the sky. It was as if thousands or even millions of spirits had appeared. After these spirits appeared, they began to attack the 9 swords of heavenly divination. The first vice sect master, Xing Tianruo, was overjoyed. This time, the first and second vice sect masters made a move at the same time. It seemed that the Taihang sword faction would definitely be wiped out this time. The countless spirits temporarily blocked the 9 swords of heavenly divination, and the fourth vice sect master was enough to kill Xue Xingchuan. In that case, as long as he could stall Zhang Zhe, the limitless demon sect would win this time. When he thought of this, his heart suddenly became extremely hot. At this moment, Zhang Zhe's face darkened. What a good boundless demon sect. They won't give up even if they want to kill me. It could be said that the Sublime Flow Sword sect had experienced a great calamity this time. Moreover, it was still a mystery whether they could survive this calamity. Ha ha ha, Zhang Zhe, I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves this time. The Taihang sword faction will definitely be wiped out this time. At this moment, he was full of confidence. Even in the face of Zhang Zhe's peerless might, he seemed to have the confidence to resist. Zhang Zhe observed everything. He knew how dangerous the situation was at this time. He gritted his teeth and suddenly threw the Taihang swords into the sky. Seeing this, Xing Tianruo laughed. What, Zhang Zhe, are you going to throw away your sword and surrender? This was the perfect opportunity to add insult to injury. How could he let it go? His voice reverberated throughout the world. However, the first vice sect master's demon-like voice could be heard at this moment. Fool, why aren't you running? Xing Tianruo was shocked. A huge sense of danger crept into his heart. Danger. Taihang heavenly voice, divine sword technique. At this moment, Zhang Zhe's robes fluttered in the wind like a god. His gaze was firm and cold, and his aura was strong to the extreme. The Taihang sword factions lost divine sword technique. At this moment, even the fourth elder realized that something was wrong. The divine sword technique was a powerful technique passed down from the ancient times in the Taihang sword faction. It was immensely powerful. However, during the Great Ancient War, this inheritance had already been broken. After so many years, no one had heard of anyone who was able to use the divine sword technique. Could it be that Zhang Zhe had already mastered it? There was no need to doubt this, because in the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura appeared. The Taihang swords that had been thrown into the sky suddenly froze, as if they were embedded in the sky. Then, the Taihang swords shone brightly. The boundless power was like the radiance of the scorching sun. In the sky, the terrifying dark clouds that were formed by the accumulation of millions of ghostly shadows were forcibly burned into a hole. Chapter 824. Female literature. The sword chi of the divine sword had just been released, but it already had such a terrifying might. The might of the divine sword technique was indeed boundless. Stop him. At this moment, the second elder suddenly shouted. He was trying to stop the heavenly 9 swords. If the heavenly 9 swords could not stop him, then under the boundless might of the formation, all the disciples of the limitless demon sect and the other sects would probably die here. These disciples were not very useful. However, once the number of disciples increased, the importance of these disciples would be highlighted. Therefore, the only person who could hope to stop Zhang Zhe was the third deputy sect leader, Xing Tianruo. However, at this moment, Xing Tianruo was in a difficult situation. At this moment, he was intimidated by an extremely powerful force. He wanted to move. However, he knew very well that if he moved, he would attract a terrifying attack. Shen Jianyu had clearly locked onto him. Sword Mountain. When the 2 words left his mouth, the endless terrifying mountain peak had already turned into an incomparably powerful blade. At this moment, the world seemed to have turned upside down. It was also at this moment that the Sword Lake's sacred ground Sword Lake suddenly rolled. At this moment, Su Yan's original body was in the Sword Lake, but at this moment, he felt the terrifying riot. He immediately opened his eyes, and an unforgettable scene appeared. The sword chi in the sword lake directly flew up, and all the swords in the sword lake seemed to have a life of their own. The sword chi filled the sky and kept accumulating, and in the end, it had actually turned into a mountain peak. Sword Mountain, this was a true sword mountain. Such a terrifying power, such a terrifying aura. If this sword mountain were to come down, no one here would be able to stop it. Humph, Zhang Zhe is going to bring out the trump card of the Taihang sword faction. Don't fight him head-on, let's go. At this moment, he was finally unable to endure the enormous pressure because he deeply understood that if this continued, it was likely that everyone would die here. Dying like this was really not worth it. Therefore, at this moment, there was no way out, so they could only retreat. Moreover, if they didn't leave at this time, they would definitely die when Zhang Zhe gathered his power. Zhang Zhe was not a soft-hearted person. For him to be able to reach his current position, it was unknown how many people he had killed. There was no need to elaborate on how powerful he was. The power of the divine sword technique had already been displayed in his hands. On Taihang Mountain, with the help of the sword pool, his strength was simply terrifying. At this point, perhaps only the mysterious and unfathomable first vice sect leader and the sect leader could defeat him in person. However, could these two great figures really come in person? No, these two big shots couldn't casually appear at this time. They seemed to be restricted by some powerful force. You're only leaving now? Seeing the experts of the Limitless Demon sect retreating, Zhang Zhe had no intention of stopping. Today, too many disciples had died here. Therefore, these people had to die today. The heavenly might of the divine sword technique had already shrouded the boundless territory. Such a violent might seemed to have turned the world upside down. At this moment, the second vice sect leader suddenly shouted, "Don't care about them, let's go." Countless ghostly shadows filled the air. The second vice sect leader was not a member of the Ghost Killing Hall, but he was extremely proficient in the Ghost Dao. At this time, if they wanted to escape safely, they could only let these evil spirits open the way. Otherwise, they would have no chance at all. The might of the Taihang divine sword was simply unimaginable. Everything turned into smoke under such power. The power of these evil spirits was actually very strong. If it were an ordinary disciple, even in a one-on-one situation, it would be difficult to win. Unfortunately, it was the Taihang divine sword in front of them. Every ray of sword chi was an absolutely terrifying existence. Such power could destroy everything. At this moment, Su Yan was lying in the sword pool, watching everything unfold. He had never felt that his strength was strong enough, but at this moment, he knew that his strength was so weak. In front of such an expert, he was truly unable to withstand a single blow. Not to mention Zhang Zhe, who was like a god, he could not fight against anyone else at this time. More importantly, this was his enemy, an opponent that he had to face. Now, there were only 2 months left before the demon ritual began. If he couldn't raise his cultivation base before then, perhaps only death would await him. However, sometimes, even if it meant death, these things had to be done. However, this time, the Taihang sword faction should have won. At this moment, the sword chi in the sky became even stronger. The people of the Limitless Demon sect had no strength to resist. If they stubbornly resisted, only death would await them. The second elder waved his hand and left. At this point, it was not that he did not want to care, but that he could not stay here any longer. His arrival had already caused a portion of the Limitless Demon sect's disciples to leave. Although this was only a small part of it, it was still very rare. After all, it was better than all of them dying here. At this moment, the third vice sect leader waved his limitless 9 demon seal. The 9 imprints converged at this moment, condensing into an unimaginable light. This was a terrifying demonic light. With a flash, it broke through the thousands of sword chi. He raised his hand and grabbed at Yan Shao. At this moment, Yan Shao was already in a miserable state. It was completely different from when they first arrived. At this moment, one of his arms was completely destroyed. That was the price he had to pay for using the blood escape technique. Moreover, even after using the blood escape technique, he still could not escape. If it was not for the second vice sect leader's help, he would have already died. Naturally, such a situation was very tragic. Fortunately, he was still alive at this moment. As long as he was alive, he would be able to recover as long as the conditions were right. After these big shots left, the limitless demon sect immediately lost all momentum. After a fierce battle, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction finally welcomed the dawn of victory. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction never lacked experience. However, this was the first time they had fought a battle like this. It had been so many years since anyone had dared to barge into the Sublime Flow sword sect and wreak havoc. But this time around, the limitless demon sect seemed as though they were about to annihilate the entire Sublime Flow sword sect. If it was not for the sect leader's powerful strength, if it was not for Xue Xingchuan's breakthrough to the Dao sovereign level, this would definitely be an unimaginable disaster. In the sky, the terrifying sword chi finally stopped. At this moment, everything finally quieted down. The heavenly 9 swords were still there. These 9 swords were like pillars that supported the sky. Today, the entire Taihang sword faction was saved. If it was not for the sword formation that appeared at the last moment, the entire Taihang sword faction might not have survived. This time, the survivors were happy, but more than that, they were sad. Many of their senior and junior brothers, as well as their friends, had lost their lives in this ambush. The Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation was activated and enveloped the entire mountain gate. Although the bastards of the Limitless Demon sect had left, the crisis was not over yet. If the Taihang sword faction let down their guard at this moment, other people might have an opportunity to take advantage of them. However, the Taihang sword faction could no longer withstand such a setback. What this sect needed now was to reorganize itself. Therefore, to be safe, Zhang Zhe activated the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation. The power source of the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation was the Sword Lake Sacred Ground. Therefore, Zhang Zhe found Su Yan in the Sword Lake. Zhang Zhe naturally guessed that this time, it was all thanks to Su Yan. If it was not for Su Yan, the Sword Lake Sacred Ground would have been destroyed. Once the Sword Lake Sacred Ground was destroyed, the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation would not be activated no matter what. Without the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation, the Taihang sword faction would really be wiped out this time. If that was the case, Zhang Zhe would be the sinner of the Taihang sword faction. Even if he could rely on his powerful strength to escape, he would not feel good about it. Su Yan did not lose consciousness. He looked at Zhang Zhe and tried to get up, but his body was firmly stuck in the sword lake. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move. At this moment, Zhang Zhe said, "This time, it's all thanks to you. Since you were able to gain the recognition of the sword lake, I will lend you a hand." Zhang Zhe gently waved his hand, and a stream of energy directly gathered towards Su Yan's body. When this stream of energy entered his body, Su Yan immediately felt his body begin to recover. The damage to his meridians also began to heal at this time. Without a doubt, this was the power of the sect master. Zhang Zhe was simply unimaginable and had unimaginable power. Zhang Zhe said, "I can see that this time, you have reached the level of 7 dragons. It is very rare for you to be able to reach this level in such a short period of time. However, breaking through under such circumstances will inevitably cause your state to be unstable. Since that is the case, I will lend you a hand." At this moment, the energy of the sword lake was still entering Su Yan's body. As if sensing Zhang Zhe's presence, the God-Slayer sword actually stopped absorbing the energy at this time. It was also because of this that Su Yan's body was able to fully digest the sword energy. Su Yan knew that this was a great thing for him. Such dense sword energy could improve his foundation in a short period of time. Chapter 825. Female Literature. It had been more than half a month since the last attack. However, even after such a long time, the Taihang sword faction was still filled with the pungent smell of blood. For Taixing Jianzai, this was simply too tragic. Although they managed to defeat the enemy and kill countless disciples of the limitless demon sect in the end. However, this did not change the fact that the disciples of the Taihang sword faction had lost their lives. So what if tens of thousands of the Taihang sword faction members died? It was meaningless. Because no matter how many of them died, their dead friends, seniors, juniors, and teachers would not come back to life. The Taihang sword faction had not experienced such sorrow in a long time. Everyone was rubbing their hands in anticipation. Right now, they were all waiting for the sect leader to give the order. If Zhang Zhe gave the order, they would definitely attack the limitless demon sect without any hesitation. Because right now, every one of them was filled with anger. These disciples had even lost their minds. However, as the sect leader, Zhang Zhe naturally would not do that. This time, the Taihang sword faction had suffered too many losses. Let's not talk about the ordinary disciples first. They had actually lost 23 disciples above the dragon realm. One had to know that the Taihang sword faction originally had less than 60 disciples in the dragon realm. With this loss, they had already lost half of their number. Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were both injured in this battle, but they were lucky. Mu Tiansheng would protect them and prevent them from getting hurt. However, in such a large-scale battle, it was already good enough that they were able to stay alive. Even an expert like Mu Tiansheng could not guarantee that he would be completely unharmed in such a large-scale battle. Because in such a large-scale battle, one would not know where one's opponent would appear from. Every single one of the venerable ones was terrifying, and they also had their own unique talents. In this battle, one of the venerable killed by Mu Tiansheng was very good at hiding himself. If it wasn't for Fang Yueshan, who happened to be nearby, the consequences would have been very serious. She would be able to survive, but Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu, whom she was protecting, would most likely perish. Of course, not to mention her, even the Feng ancestor was greatly wounded in this battle. The grand ancestor of the Wang family, Wang Budong, was slightly better off, but he was also injured. If even such a big shot was injured, one could imagine how fierce the battle this time was. Death was often accompanied by a firmer belief. After the baptism of this battle, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction were more hardworking and determined than ever before. Whether it was hatred or unwillingness, this had become the motivation for their cultivation. This debt had to be settled eventually. Even if it wasn't now, it would definitely return in the future. As long as one was a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, they would never forget this painful lesson. Some of the disciples had not yet recovered from their injuries, but they had already begun to cultivate diligently. In the Xue family, Xuecheng lamented. This time, many of his old friends had died in this battle. Even if it was him, if it was not for Su Yan, who was conveniently protected, it was likely that he would have died in this battle. Battles had always been extremely cruel. This was something he had known for a long time. However, it was one thing to know, and another to experience it personally. Fortunately, his daughter was fine. Although she had suffered some minor injuries, it wasn't a big deal. The problem was that brat Su Yan. He had already heard that in this battle, Su Yan could be said to have made a great contribution. If it wasn't for Su Yan, the sword pool would have been taken by the limitless demon sect. If that was the case, not only would they not have won this battle, but the entire Taihang sword faction might have been destroyed. Such a contribution was practically the limit. Now that he thought about it, some things were quite strange. When he first met Su Yan, how could he have known that such a day would come? At that time, although he was grateful to Su Yan for saving him, he still held a grudge against Su Yan. After all, no matter how he looked at it, Su Yan's background was unknown. Moreover, he instinctively looked down on the 5 regions. If it wasn't for the ancestors' insight, he would not have valued Su Yan so much. Su Yan had been taken away by the sect master, Zhang Zhe. There was news that Su Yan had comprehended something during the battle, so he had begun to cultivate in the sect master's residence. This was a great honor and opportunity. Everyone knew about Zhang Zhe's cultivation. In this battle, he had almost single-handedly turned the tide, so one could imagine how much respect the countless disciples had for him. Of course, Su Yan's achievements had already spread. His reputation was already resounding enough. This time, after Su Yan's achievement of entering the sword pool alone spread, he was seen as a hero and idol by countless disciples. As his demonic beast, the Oriole was also welcomed by everyone at this moment. Countless disciples offered up delicacies to him. After all, the Oriole had killed countless disciples of the Boundless demon sect this time. Many disciples of the Taihang sword faction were even saved by him. What are you thinking about? Mu Tiansheng stood in front of the window and stared blankly into the distance. At this moment, Fang Yueshan walked over. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Fang Yueshan sighed in his heart. The truth was so strange. 1 or 2 months ago, when he saw Mu Tiansheng, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Because, even if his strength was limited due to some reason, if Mu Tiansheng wanted to kill him, she could easily do it. Mu Tiansheng was naturally not a murderous person, but Fang Yueshan definitely could not be as calm in front of her as he was today. Sometimes, if there was no relative equality between people, it would be impossible to even become friends. Now that he was a venerable, although he might not be able to defeat Mu Tiansheng, he already had the qualifications to be her friend. Mu Tiansheng did not turn her head. She only sighed and said, "The Boundless demon sect is much more terrifying than we thought." This sigh was filled with helplessness. Fang Yueshan did not speak. He was also deep in thought. He used to be a member of the Boundless demon sect. Because of his personality, he was basically just waiting to die. However, he clearly knew that what Mu Tiansheng said was absolutely correct. The Boundless demon sect was a colossus. The Taihang sword faction was also one of the 10 great sects, and also a supreme authority. However, in this battle, the Sublime Flow sword school was actually suppressed to such an extent. Although the Boundless demon sect was defeated in the end, no one felt happy about it. First of all, the Boundless demon sect only sent 3 vice sect leaders this time. However, the Boundless demon sect had 7 vice sect leaders. The first vice sect leader's strength was almost unfathomable. If he came personally this time, no one knew whether Zhang Zhe, who was holding the Taixing divine sword, would be able to stop him. Second of all, other than the vice sect leaders, the Boundless demon sect had an even stronger sect leader. Just how strong was this sect leader? They didn't even dare to imagine it, right? However, since he could become the sect leader, his strength must be above the first vice sect leader. This time, the two of them did not come to the Boundless demon sect's attack. Even so, the Boundless demon sect was suppressed to this extent. In the end, they had to rely on the Taihang 9 expansion's grand formation and the sword pool to make a comeback. If this kind of battle were to happen again, no one knew if the Taihang sword faction would still exist in this world. However, it was fortunate that the Sublime Flow sword sect managed to survive this calamity. After this disaster, he believed that the Sublime Flow sword sect would have a completely new face. It would not be easy for the Boundless demon sect to attack the Taihang sword faction again. This time, the Boundless demon sect had planted a spy in the Taihang sword faction. When the Boundless demon sect launched the attack, they brought demonic clouds into the sword pool, which was why they were able to break the Taihang 9 expansion's grand formation. If this grand formation had been activated at the beginning, it would have been extremely difficult for the Boundless demon sect to attack the Taihang sword faction. As for the spy, the sword pool was the most important place in the Taihang sword pool. Therefore, the identity of the disciple who was able to enter the sword pool was definitely not ordinary. Even the Boundless demon sect would not be able to easily nurture a spy with such an identity. As for the spy, this spy was actually ranked 4th in the Taihang 10 swords. Although he could not be compared to Feng Yuhai or Wang Baichuan, he was definitely one of the most famous young disciples in the Taihang sword faction. In the future, his achievements would definitely be limitless. Although it was impossible for him to become a faction leader. But in time, he would definitely become an elder of a region. However, he actually chose to betray the sect. This was truly puzzling. However, no matter what, this person's betrayal was already a fact. More importantly, after this incident, he actually managed to leave the Taihang sword faction alive. The Wang family also suffered a huge blow from this incident. This was because this disciple's name was Wang Jingcheng. He was even related to Wang Baichuan. After such a bloody battle, the Taihang sword faction's disciples were very nervous. This news was enough to make people's hearts tremble. However, this news had actually spread. In an instant, the Wang family's disciples had become the target of public criticism. However, during such a tense period, they naturally could not be allowed to act recklessly. Although the higher-ups were suppressing them, there were still people pointing fingers at them. Naturally, there would also be small conflicts. Chapter 826. Female Literature. Another 5 days passed, and Su Yan finally came out of seclusion. This time, it was extremely important to him. He could feel the increase in his cultivation base. His sword chi had become extremely condensed. Although the solar-colored glass sword sutra had been merged with the regal sword mantra, the solar sword chi was still there. The cultivation in the sword pool this time allowed his sword chi to reach an unprecedented level. The condensation of sword chi meant that his cultivation had increased. This time, he had comprehended the 5th sword of the regal sword mantra, which was extremely rare. Zhang Zhe had left long ago. He had too many things to take care of. This time, many disciples and elders of the Taihang sword faction had died in battle. As the sect master, he naturally had a responsibility. As Su Yan walked through the Taihang sword faction, the faint smell of blood still lingered. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the battle was and how many lives were lost. However, at this time, Su Yan also realized that the sect was different. Many disciples were wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. Unknowingly, Su Yan had already arrived at Sword Forging Peak. In terms of losses, Sword Forging Peak had suffered the most. The Sword Forging Peak Lord, Grand Elder Hai Chuan, had betrayed the sect, and the eldest disciple, Wuxia, had turned into a flame demon. When the Sword Forging Peak volcano erupted, many disciples were drowned in it. If the Wang family was still being criticized, then this time, the disciples of Sword Forging Peak would be having a hard time. After all, Hai Chuan was closely related to the Limitless Demon sect's attack. If not for Hai Chuan, the Limitless Demon sect's disciples would not have been able to enter the Taihang sword faction so easily. If not for Hai Chuan holding Xue Xingchuan back at the beginning, the number of people who died this time might have been much lower. However, the sect master had already ordered all disciples not to fight with each other. Su Yan walked directly to the peak. When the people of Sword Forging Peak saw Su Yan, they didn't know what to think. In the past, they had treated Su Yan as their enemy. But in the end, he realized that the person he had always respected was his enemy. And the person he hated the most was actually a major contributor to the Taihang sword faction. With such feelings, they didn't know what to say. At this moment, a person walked over. He was originally also a very talented youngster. On the path of sword forging, although he could not compare to Boundless, he was also a very outstanding figure. If his condition was not bad, he could even forge a famous sword. Unfortunately, he was only left with one arm. That arm had been chopped off by Su Yan himself. However, he didn't hate Su Yan at all because he clearly knew that if Su Yan didn't cut off his arm, he would have lost his life. Senior apprentice brother Su Yan. He, who had lost an arm, was actually lucky enough to survive. He was also lamenting the impermanence of the world. At this time, he was tidying up some things. The reconstruction of Sword Forging Peak couldn't be completed overnight. Not to mention other things, the houses of countless disciples were directly destroyed by the impact of the magma, not to mention the sword forging furnace and other things. And this time, the senior and junior apprentice brothers had also lost a lot. Therefore, although he had lost an arm, he had to do his best. He didn't expect to see Su Yan at this time. "How are you? Are you okay?" Su Yan recognized him. That day, Boundless went crazy and almost killed him. However, Su Yan didn't expect him to survive. The disciple laughed bitterly and said, "What else can I do? It's better to live than to die. There are too many things to do in the sect, and Sword Forging Peak is even more so. Since I'm still alive, I won't waste food. I'll help out if I can." He was once a sword forging genius, but at this time, he could only help out a little. He naturally didn't feel good, but facing reality, so what if he felt bad? He didn't have the ability to change all of this. Su Yan nodded helplessly. He could feel the loneliness in this person's heart. "Senior apprentice brother Su Yan, why are you here this time?" he asked directly. Su Yan smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just came to take a look." Naturally, he wouldn't tell this person that he came this time mainly to see Boundless in the magma cave below Sword Forging Peak. If he knew that Boundless was still alive at this time, his heart wouldn't be at peace no matter what. "Senior apprentice brother Su Yan, I'm really sorry. In the past, I spoke ill of you, but who would have thought?" He paused and said, "Senior apprentice brother, help yourself. If you need any help, just call me." With that, he turned and left. Su Yan ignored them and quickly walked into the magma cave. Feeling Su Yan's aura, the magma suddenly began to roll. Then, a shadow slowly appeared. This was the soul of the Flame Demon Emperor. This emperor's soul looked at Su Yan as if he was greeting Su Yan. Su Yan directly began to communicate with him with his divine sense. "Senior, I'm here." The Flame Demon Emperor's soul seemed to be about to die. Su Yan realized that this time, his divine sense was thinner than before. After a while, he transmitted his divine sense to him. "Still alive? Not bad, to be able to survive such a battle, you have some ability." Although he didn't make a move, he could see the battle outside. Although a battle of such a level couldn't be compared to when he was at his peak, it was already top-notch. In front of such terrifying battle strength, Su Yan's strength was actually nothing. If these people wanted to kill Su Yan, they could probably kill Su Yan with a raise of their hand. Su Yan also knew that the main reason he was able to survive this time was because he didn't interfere in such a battle. And holding back Yan Xiao at the beginning was really a fluke. If at that time Yan Zhao's mind wasn't in chaos because of his fear of Shuexingchuan, he would probably have been killed. You don't need to belittle yourself. Being alive is a kind of ability. The Flame Demon Emperor seemed to be able to see through Su Yan's thoughts, so he transmitted his divine sense again. Su Yan smiled bitterly. The Flame Demon Emperor continued, "Su Yan, I will remember your name. However, my soul is about to disperse." Su Yan was very surprised. The Flame Demon Emperor's soul was very powerful. Although it seemed to be a little weaker than last time, it was definitely not to the point where it would disperse. He even thought that he, this Flame Demon Emperor, still had a chance to be resurrected. "I will fuse my soul with his body, and then create him anew. In the future, he will still be boundless. Of course, he won't be a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, but a new flame demon, boundless." Su Yan didn't think that this Flame Demon Emperor would be like this. He would rather give up his own hope of being reborn to create a new flame demon. "Su Yan, you have to be careful. Your body has been used as a battlefield by others. There are many arrangements made by important people inside. I'm sure you don't need me to say it, but you should be able to understand that none of them are below me. So, what your fate will be, I can't see through. Although he had only cooperated with Su Yan once, this flame demon emperor had already treated Su Yan as a friend. Su Yan nodded in agreement. This wasn't the first time this matter had been brought up. It was just that at this time, he was consciously ignoring this point. After all, his current strength was unable to resolve the current predicament. So, even if he was worried, there was no use. Not worrying about the unclear future, this was Su Yan's thought. Senior, don't worry. This junior knows what to do. The flame demon emperor sighed. He naturally understood Su Yan's thoughts. Even he admired Su Yan. To be able to be so open-minded in the face of such a situation was naturally a very impressive thing. I know what you're thinking, but if you can avoid using the power of those 3 hearts, try not to use it. Because at this time, your realm is not enough. That ghost face is too terrifying. So, you still have to be careful. Su Yan's heart trembled. If even this person said so, the horror of the ghost face could be imagined. This time, he was able to turn defeat into victory because of this person's means. If he hadn't directly suppressed the ghost face, even if he wanted to turn the tables, he would be powerless. Perhaps the best thing to do was to watch how the ghost face obliterated and killed him. Of course, you don't have to be too worried. You and he coexist as one. Moreover, he's not the main body after all. As long as you're strong enough, you can naturally defeat him. All of this actually depends on your own strength and means. Su Yan nodded slowly. He naturally knew this. As long as he could become a venerable as soon as possible, his control over his body would be much stronger. And if he could condense Dao marks, he might be able to completely resolve the hidden dangers of his body. Although it wasn't easy, Su Yan wouldn't waver at all. Since I'm going to completely dissipate, then I'll give you a gift. The flame in your sea of consciousness was originally a fire seed of my inferno world. If you can use it, it will definitely be of unexpected help to you in the future. It's just that you can't discover the beauty of it now. So, I'll teach you a method to control the flame. It's enough to let you reach an extremely high realm. Of course, you have a lot of things, and it's very complicated. How to choose among them is still up to you to grasp. Su Yan bowed and then expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your help. He didn't expect that this person would give him such a thing. The Flame Demon King said with a smile, no need to thank me. My inferno world has already been destroyed. I don't want to see your world become the same. The evil demon clan is really terrifying. Although they were repelled by you back then, it won't be long before they make a comeback. After all, this clan's reproductive ability is really strong and unique. Chapter 827. Female Literature, Chapter 824, Test of Dao Mark. Su Yan's face was grim. He had already experienced the strength of the demon race back at the Divine Devil Island. At that time, he had only killed the demon overlord. If they were to encounter a demon god, it would be hard for them to survive. The strength of a demon god was stronger than most supremacies. As for the great demon god, he was an existence equivalent to a saint. Right now, which saint was still alive in this world? No, the saint had already become a legend. Furthermore, this world was not united yet. They were all fighting and killing each other. If the demon race were to tear through space and appear at this time, where would the living beings of this world go? All of this was worrisome. You don't have to think too much about it. After all, there are many things that can only be dealt with as they come. It's not too late to face them when they happen. Alright, I'll impart this method of controlling fire to you now. There's another thing that I'm sure you know as well. Take good care of Wuxia. After the Flame Demon Emperor finished speaking, a stream of flames rushed into Su Yan's consciousness. At this moment, Su Yan did not move at all. He allowed this stream of consciousness to rush into his consciousness. Closing his eyes, he started to digest this stream of energy. To him, this was truly a precious thing. If he could master everything here, then his strength would definitely increase again. After doing all this, the body of the Flame Demon Emperor started to fade. Then, he gradually approached Wuxia. It is impossible for a flame demon without a soul to survive in this world. That is why I have reformed your friend's soul. To him, this may be extremely cruel, but this is reality. He will need a very long time to recuperate before he can fuse with his new body. Of course, his appearance will change. When he succeeds, he will come to find you. Su Yan, go and do what you should do. Live well. At this point, the voice finally dimmed down completely. Su Yan knew that this senior had completely disappeared from this world. Sigh, no matter how powerful you are, you still can't escape the pain of death. What a pity. Of course, that was the case. But so what if it was a pity? Life and death were the laws of heaven and earth. Even Saint Venerables could not go against the laws of heaven. Since ancient times, the sages had all turned into dust in the end. Of those legendary characters, which one of them was still alive in this world? These powerful figures were already like this, let alone Su Yan. Su Yan was a person who had already died once, so he was much more indifferent to life and death. Life and death might be predestined, but what he had to do was to live his life to its fullest. His lover was still in the hands of the Limitless Demon sect. He definitely couldn't let Lulan become the sacrifice of the Limitless Demon sect's demon plan. At this time, the flame devil that Boundless transformed into looked at Su Yan. Su Yan also looked at the flame devil. At this moment, he clearly felt a familiar spirituality. He actually already has a trace of spirituality. After fusing with his soul, it seems that Boundless really can be revived. I just don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. He sighed softly, then left. After all, he wasn't a god. This kind of thing wasn't something he could worry about by himself. Whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, it wasn't something he could care about. However, since he had already made an agreement with this person, he would naturally abide by it. After leaving Sword Forging Peak, Su Yan directly returned to the Xue family. To him, the Taihang sword faction had the closest relationship with him was the Xue family. After this battle, the Taihang sword faction had suffered heavy losses. Naturally, the Xue family was the same. However, compared to the Wang family and the Feng family, the Xue family was actually a bit better. However, there were still many casualties. When Su Yan entered the Xue family's disciples all greeted him. Su Yan came from the Xue family, which was something they were proud of. After arriving at the Xue family's residence, Su Yan went straight to the Xue family's ancestral hall. He knew that Xue Xingchuan would definitely be there. Looks like you've gained a lot this time. Just as Su Yan arrived at the courtyard, Xue Xingchuan's voice could be heard. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked ahead. As far as the eye could see, everything began to change. It was as if the house in front of him was starting to distort. This situation was definitely not natural. No matter what, he couldn't understand why such a change would occur. However, in the next moment, he came back to his senses. Dao marks. This is the power of a Dao sovereign. He didn't react at first, but he immediately felt it now. This was the power of Dao marks. This power was extremely strange. It had already surpassed his understanding and imagination. It was extremely powerful. Although before today, he wasn't a match for Xue Xingchuan. Now, Xue Xingchuan could deal with him as easily as blowing off dust. In fact, if he didn't notice, he would be silently killed by Xue Xingchuan. The power of Dao marks was that they could change the rules. Just like now, Su Yan found that the world around him had started to distort. This wasn't a simple illusion. In his perception, the world was really like this. Because Xue Xingchuan was relying on his Dao marks to distort the rules around him. At this moment, Su Yan was in awe. It seemed that he had underestimated Dao's sovereigns. When he fought with Yan Shao, he relied on the existence of an aureole, which was why he was so brave. At this moment, it seemed that if Yan Shao hadn't been restrained by Xue Xingchuan and wanted to preserve the power of Dao marks to kill Xue Xingchuan, he would have died even if there was an aureole. What he did was still too risky. Although he was lucky enough to survive this time, what if there was a next time? Therefore, strength was the foundation of everything. If he wanted to be invincible in this world, strength was a must. Of course, he also knew that Xue Xingchuan was testing him. At this moment, his power burst forth. Then, a powerful sword qi was formed. Facing such power, Su Yan had no other way. This was the distortion of Dao marks, which directly changed the rules. If he wanted to find the rules, it would be impossible for him to do so. If he could really do it, then the power of Dao marks would be too laughable. Therefore, the best way at this time was to use force to break the technique. Su Yan used all his power to condense sword qi to see if he could break this rule. The sword qi on Su Yan's forehead condensed at this moment, and a scarlet sword light shone. Such power naturally contained boundless destructive power. Such a blow was enough to completely destroy the small courtyard. However, at this moment, Su Yan's sword qi didn't even have the slightest ripple. He was completely enveloped by Dao marks. In other words, he had entered a strange world. Although it was an exaggeration, it wasn't far off. Grand Supreme, Sword Pinnacle. Since he knew that Xue Xingchuan was testing him, he naturally wouldn't hold back. This sword was the sword move of the Grand Supreme Sword Cannon that he used during the battle with Shengguansheng. This sword slashed out with unbelievable power. He directly communicated with the sword pool and destroyed everything. This sword move was simple and pure without any fancy moves. At this moment, Su Yan's power condensed into a straight line, shattering everything in its path. However, this indomitable momentum stopped after a while. He frowned. His overbearing power had actually disappeared in such a short time, as if it had never appeared. At this moment, the scene in front of Su Yan changed again, and everything was reversed. The Xue family's ancestral hall was still simple and unadorned, and the white clouds in the sky were still drifting leisurely. Everything that happened before seemed to be just a dream. However, Su Yan understood that everything that happened before was definitely not a dream. Not bad, your sword move is enough to threaten ordinary venerable ones. At this moment, Su Yan realized that Xue Xingchuan had appeared in front of him. He didn't even know how Xue Xingchuan appeared. This showed how powerful Xue Xingchuan was now. Senior, congratulations on becoming a Dao Master. Su Yan congratulated him. The two words, Dao Master, were extremely heavy. Throughout history, there were countless cultivators, but how many of them had the ability to become a Dao Master? Not to mention now, even in the most prosperous ancient times, there were not many. Xue Xingchuan was able to become a Dao Master at such a young age, so there was no need to talk about him. Moreover, Xue Xingchuan's battle strength was extremely high. After becoming a Dao Master, his battle strength was simply terrifying. Yan Shao was also a Dao Master, and he was able to become the 7th deputy suzerain of the Boundless demon sect. How could his battle strength be weak? However, such a person could not even escape in front of Xue Xingchuan. If it weren't for the appearance of the 2nd vice sect master of the Boundless demon sect, he would have definitely been killed. Su Yan would not underestimate such a person. Xue Xingchuan shook his head and said, "There's nothing to congratulate. Becoming a Dao Master is something that comes naturally to me." He said this sentence calmly and naturally. A realm that was unattainable to others was easily within his reach. However, he had been suppressing himself because he wanted to condense the most powerful Dao marks. If possible, he did not want to become a Dao Master so early. However, In the scene that day, if he did not become a Tao master, it would be extremely difficult to kill Yan Shao, and many unforeseen events would occur. Therefore, he had no choice but to do so. Senior, this junior admires your righteousness. Su Yan knew that if Xue Xingchuan was given more time, he could become even more powerful. Chapter 828. Female Literature, There's no such thing as being righteous or not. I think that if it were you, you would do the same. Let's not talk about him. It's good that you've become a Tao sovereign. Su Yan, you must remember that the higher your realm, the further you can see. There are many things that you didn't understand in the past, but when your realm is high enough, you'll be able to see clearly. Your battle strength is very strong, which is naturally rare, but you can't fall behind on the path of cultivation. Su Yan knew that this was Xue Xingchuan's guidance for him. He was naturally grateful for this. Senior, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I definitely won't slack off. In fact, Su Yan's current realm was already very high. When he first entered here, he was barely at the realm of 1 dragon, but in just 1 or 2 years, he had already reached the realm of 7 dragons. This realm had already surpassed Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. And his battle strength was even more so. It was simply invincible. However, this was only in their generation. If he encountered some experts of the older generation, Su Yan's battle strength would already be insufficient. For example, if he encountered Yan Shao, and Yan Shao was determined to kill him, Su Yan's chances of escaping alive were really not high. You're already preparing to leave the Taihang sword faction, right? Xue Xingchuan asked. Su Yan said, I have to leave sooner or later, and now, it's about time. The Limitless Demon sect views the plan of the demons as extremely important. When the time comes, I'm afraid that you won't be able to do it. This time, you've already fought with one of the sons of demons, so you should know how strong they are. And Sheng Wansheng is definitely not the strongest one. Su Yan's expression did not change. He only said indifferently, some things have to be tried. If you don't even dare to try, then what's the point of living in this world? Hearing Su Yan's words, Xue Xingchuan knew that he could not dissuade Su Yan. In fact, in his opinion, Su Yan's trip was no different from suicide. Alright, since you want to go, I naturally won't stop you. This time, you go first. When the time comes, we'll act according to circumstances. At this time, Su Yan heard some other meaning from his words. Could it be that the sect is going to take action this time? Su Yan asked. Xue Xingchuan nodded. Our Taihang sword faction has suffered heavy losses this time. The strength of the Limitless Demon sect had been fully displayed. If the Taihang sword faction didn't do anything now, wouldn't that mean that they were too weak and powerless? Therefore, this time, the sect leader will make a move. This is your chance. If the Limitless Demon sect hadn't gone too far this time, Sect Master might not have made up his mind to fight them. But this time, they've gone too far. This time, the actions of the Limitless Demon sect not only made the Taihang sword faction hate them, but also provoked the other sections. The Raging Flame sect and the Limitless Demon sect had always been at each other's throats. But this time, the Taihang sword faction was directly attacked. Although the Taihang sword faction managed to survive in the end. But what about the next time? What if the Limitless Demon sect directly attacked the Raging Flame sect next time? Therefore, after this incident, their fear of the Limitless Demon sect had increased once again. At this time, the Limitless Demon sect had become the public enemy. The Limitless Demon sect's plan wasn't a big secret. Because for so many years, someone from the Limitless Demon sect would always carry out this plan. If it was in the past, the other sects might not have cared so much. But it was different now. The Limitless Demon sect directly attacked the Taihang sword faction. The fact that they would do this meant that they had already made up their mind to break the balance. If they could do this, it meant that the Limitless Demon sect had enough confidence to start a war with the other sections. In other words, the Limitless Demon sect now had enough protection. So this time, would the Limitless Demon sect's plan succeed? Although this seemed to be impossible, what if it really succeeded? If they were really allowed to create a powerful demon, then what should they do? The other sects would be in danger. Therefore, no matter what, they couldn't let the Limitless Demon sect succeed. Therefore, under Zhang Zai's leadership this time, several sects had already responded. Of course, this was the decision of the higher-ups. Xue Xingchuan knew because he was already strong enough. This matter was extremely important. If it wasn't for Su Yan's special situation, Xue Xingchuan wouldn't have told him about this. Even now, he could only give a rough idea. He couldn't tell him the whole story. Although Su Yan didn't know the crux of the matter, this information was enough. After all, with such a piece of information, he could change his plans when he acted. If the other sects made a move together, the Limitless Demon sect's Pan province would be in chaos. At that time, he could act according to the situation. This way, he would have less pressure. Although it was just a casual remark, the difference between the two was huge. If Su Yan didn't know about this, he wouldn't be confident in his actions. Under some circumstances, he might even have to do something extreme and put himself in danger. Thank you for telling me, Senior. Su Yan bowed again. At this time, Xue Xingchuan said, no need to thank me. This is also the sect master's idea. Although you weren't born in the Taihang Sword faction, with your achievements, the Taihang Sword faction has already seen you as a true disciple of the Taihang Sword faction. The sect will naturally support your actions. He said this to rope in Su Yan. Under Zhang Zai's leadership, the Taihang Sword faction had developed rapidly and become stronger. However, a sect couldn't do without the support of experts. Whether it was the Taihang Sword faction or the Fierce Flame sect, they couldn't compare to the Limitless Demon sect in this aspect. The Limitless Demon sect's strength was too terrifying. When the 7 vice sect masters came out, almost no other sect could stop them. Although they were both part of the 10 great sects, the difference in strength between them was huge. However, the Limitless Demon sect's ambition was too obvious. All the other sects were afraid of them, and they weren't united internally. Therefore, they could only remain like this for so many years. However, whether it was a sect or something else, there would always be changes. This time, the Limitless Demon sect's actions had already shown their ambition. And with ambition, it meant that there would be changes in their internal structure. If the Taihang Sword faction and the other sects were still the same as before, they would very likely face the fate of being devoured. The Limitless Demon sect definitely had the strength to devour them. When that time came, the sect's legacy would be cut off, and everything would be for naught. This was something that no one wanted to see happen. Therefore, in order to deal with the future, hard work and change were necessary. Of course, there were many other important things to do. Among them, cultivating experts was something that couldn't be delayed. Young geniuses weren't much before they grew up. When the real war came, the Limitless Demon sect would definitely think of a way to kill them first. Only when these geniuses became truly strong could the sect's strength be greatly increased. Zhang Zai had already made up his mind to increase the strength of the Taihang 10 swords in a short time. Su Yan was also one of the Taihang 10 swords. Although he wasn't from the Taihang Sword faction, he had some connections with them. Moreover, the strength of his strength was obvious to all. Compared to Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai, his battle strength was far superior. Zhang Zai naturally wouldn't let go of such a person. He would try his best to rope him in. At least with this layer of relationship, when Su Yan fully matured in the future, he would have some feelings for the Taihang Sword faction. Su Yan was also a shrewd person. However, although he had already guessed Zhang Zai's thoughts, kindness was still kindness. He naturally wouldn't ignore it. Xue Xingchuan knew that both sides were smart people, so he didn't say anything more. He only said, I know you want to go to Pan Province, but remember, don't be rash. Think of a way to protect your own life. After all, if you can't even protect your own life, how can you save others? Su Yan said, Senior, don't worry. I, Su Yan, am not a brainless person. Before I do anything, I will definitely think about the importance of the relationship between the two sides before I act. Alright, I won't say anything more about you. Right, go and see Xinu. No matter what, there's fate between you and her. After Shuexing Chuan finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared. At this stage, Shuexing Chuan could come and go without a trace. This was really amazing. At the Venerable Realm, one would start to come into contact with the law of space. However, after condensing Dao marks, one would be able to perfectly control the law of space with the power of Dao marks. This was a completely different difference. Su Yan nodded again, then went to Shuexinyue's courtyard. At this time, Shuexinyue was in closed-door cultivation. This time, she was also injured. Fortunately, Mu Tiansheng helped her. After entering the courtyard, Su Yan didn't see Shuexinyue. Instead, he saw Mu Tiansheng. Mu Tiansheng's condition was much better than before. Sect Master Zhang Zhe had already taken the time to help her, loosening the restrictions on her body. After a few more treatments, the shackles on her body would be unlocked. Then, her strength would be restored to its peak and she would become a young Dao sovereign. She's in closed-door cultivation. Do you need me to wake her up? Mu Tiansheng said with a smile. Su Yan shook his head and said, forget it. Since she's in closed-door cultivation, there's no need to disturb her. I'm just here to tell her to be careful. Chapter 829. Girls' Literature. Mu Tiansheng smiled. She was not in a position to talk about these things. Since Su Yan had said so, she let it go. After all, she was an outsider and had no right to say anything. At this time, Su Yan said, what about you? Are you going back? Mu Tiansheng's purpose of coming here was to ask for help from the Taihang sword faction. She hoped that the Taihang sword faction could help her. However, the Taihang sword faction was in troubled times. Zhang Zhe naturally could not go to the Huangji sect at this time. Otherwise, it would be a great disaster for the Taihang sword faction. Fortunately, Zhang Zhe was not a heartless person. After a while, Uncle Zhang Zhe has already started to undo the seal on my body. Once I can use my strength freely, I will be a Dao master expert. That old man Fan Yunlin will not be able to kill me so easily as long as he hasn't become an emperor master. Su Yan was silent. Although Mu Tiansheng said so, he clearly knew how big of a risk Mu Tiansheng was going to take this time. Since Fan Yunlin had already made a move, he would not do it in vain. He didn't believe that an old fox like Fan Yunlin wouldn't have expected that her strength would increase by another level. However, the current Su Yan couldn't even take care of himself. Although Zhang Zhe had already joined forces with several sects to go back and find trouble with the Limitless Demon sect, he still couldn't relax. The Boundless Demon sect was full of experts. Even among the experts he knew, there were already many troublesome people. Su Yan did not believe that the powerful Boundless Demon sect was only suppressed by a few people. Presumably, he would be able to meet many experts this time. However, no matter what, he would not back down, because this was a path that belonged to him. Since it was his own path, he had to take every step himself. This was Su Yan's principle. Su Yan had long believed that everyone's fate was predetermined. What you need to do is to follow the path of fate and work hard. Alright, it's time for me to leave. Since that's the case, be careful, Su Yan said. This was Su Yan's final blessing. Mu Tiansheng nodded and smiled as he watched Su Yan leave. Su Yan had just left the courtyard when he saw a woman. She was also so beautiful. If Shuexinyue was the tranquil moon, then she was the lively moon. She was Feng Yueyu. Seeing her, Su Yan always felt a little scared. It wasn't that much, it was just that this woman's aggressiveness was a little too strong. However, since she was already standing in front of him, Su Yan naturally could not escape. "Senior Sister Feng, are you alright?" This time, she was also injured, but her injuries were much lighter than Xue Xinyue's. She was able to move freely now. "Alright? That's not good at all. You bastard, are you planning to leave the Taihang sword faction?" Feng Yueyu was not pretentious at all and went straight to the point. Su Yan helplessly said, "There are some things that I have to do, so I have to leave." "Humph, you bastard, you know to come and see Sister Xinyue, why don't you come and see me? Are you afraid that I'll eat you?" She stared straight at Su Yan as she walked towards Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan could only helplessly. In front of this woman, he did not know how to open his mouth. Very quickly, Feng Yueyu arrived in front of Su Yan. Feng Yueyu's figure was very tall. She was only half a head shorter than Su Yan. There was a faint fragrance on her body that made people forget to leave. Perhaps this was the reason why so many disciples of the Taihang sword faction were infatuated with her. "Don't retreat." She approached Su Yan. Su Yan instinctively wanted to retreat. However, Feng Yueyu had already stopped Su Yan before he could move. "Sigh, I really don't know if you can survive this time." Feng Yueyu clearly knew that what Su Yan was about to do was extremely dangerous. However, she also understood that once a person like Su Yan made up his mind, it was impossible to change it. This was the persistence of a martial artist. Not to mention herself, even her sister Xinyue could not change it. At this time, the two of them were very close. She raised her head and the tip of her nose was already on Su Yan's nose. Su Yan wanted to escape, but he did not. For a moment, Su Yan actually lost his mind. Feng Yueyu actually dared to kiss Su Yan's lips. She actually kissed him on the lips. Su Yan was completely stunned. He did not expect this woman to be so daring and dare to do this in front of so many people. "If you die, then I won't be able to see you again. I don't ask for much, just give me a kiss goodbye. Don't refuse, or else I will really be unhappy." At this point, there were actually glistening tears in her eyes. Su Yan sighed in his heart. It was the hardest thing to accept a beauty's favor. What did he, Su Yan, do to deserve the favor of these women? When their lips finally parted, Su Yan quickly took a step back. This time, he didn't dare to give this senior sister another chance. He said with a smile, "Senior Sister Feng, what are you saying? Are you so eager for me to die?" Feng Yueyu said angrily, "You know, that's not what I mean." Su Yan smiled and wiped away her tears, then said, "In Taihang Mountain, there is probably no one who has seen senior sister's tears. Don't worry, I, Su Yan, am not going to die this time, so I will definitely come back alive." Su Yan said solemnly. He had made up his mind. This time, no matter what, he would live. After saying that, he did not want to give Feng Yueyu a chance to speak again. He directly jumped up. In just a few moments, his body had already flown into the air, and then became smaller and smaller in Feng Yueyu's sight. At this time, another woman walked out of the small courtyard. Looking at Su Yan leaving, she also sighed in her heart. Xue Xinyue was not in seclusion at all, but she could not bear to see Su Yan leave, so she simply did not want to see him for the last time. "Big brother Su Yan, you must live." This was her hope from the bottom of her heart. Su Yan directly left the Taihang sword faction, and the aureole immediately appeared. The journey from here to Pan province was not short. Even if he flew at full speed, it would still take some time. However, to the aureole, this was nothing. This time, Su Yan originally planned to go alone. After all, he felt that this place needed Feng Yueshan's protection more. In this battle, the Taihang sword faction had suffered a great loss. They even lost 3 venerables. If Fang Yuashan could protect this place, he would feel more at ease. However, Fang Yuashan did not want to stay here. In addition, he had been in the Limitless Demon sect for so many years, so he knew a lot about Pan province. If he went with Su Yan, he could help Su Yan a lot. After thinking for a while, Su Yan naturally agreed. At this time, the two of them were standing on the Oriole's back. The Oriole's speed was really fast. Ordinary Venerable's full speed could not compare to its speed. Moreover, this speed was not maintained for a short period of time. It was constant. The Oriole's speed is really amazing. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll reach Pan province in another day. He sighed with emotion. If it was in the past, he only wanted to be a small captain quietly. Who would have thought that one day, he would be able to fly in the sky on an Oriole? Of course, with a different strength, his mentality was naturally different. However, Su Yan said, the Oriole's speed is indeed fast, but the shadow creatures are even faster. Fang Yuashan's expression immediately froze. He deeply understood Su Yan's worries. Of course, not all shadow creatures were faster than the Oriole. If that was the case, then humans would have no chance of winning against the shadow creatures and might as well commit suicide. But even so, the situation was not optimistic. The shadow creatures were powerful existences. If their combat strength was similar to the Orioles, then under certain conditions, their speed would definitely surpass the Orioles. The terrifying thing about shadow creatures was that they appeared and disappeared unpredictably. There was no way to know where they would appear in the next moment. Without any precautions, the shadow creatures could easily succeed. In fact, no one knew the terror of shadow creatures better than Fang Yuashan. Fang Yulua had passed her power to him, along with his knowledge of shadow creatures. He clearly understood that shadow creatures were more terrifying than devils. Moreover, the shadow creatures were making a comeback. Once the shadow creatures reappeared in this world, it would be the beginning of chaos. More importantly, he believed that the shadow creatures would definitely appear in this world because Emperor Wu Hui was still alive. In order to reach a higher realm, this guy would definitely do anything. In the previous battle, he was injured by King Tai's sect master, Guangcheng. But he didn't die, after all. 3,000 years ago, he didn't die in such a great calamity and even came back to life in this era. Guangcheng's sword couldn't have killed him so easily. But fortunately, Guangcheng's injuries weren't light, so it wouldn't be that easy for him to recover. Fortunately, there was still some time in this world. Sigh. Our world is facing countless external threats. Devils are eyeing us covetously and the shadow creatures are threatening us. It's a pity that not only are they not united, but they are also constantly fighting among themselves. As such, when the calamity arrives, I'm afraid, there was no need for him to continue. Su Yan knew what he meant. Life and death are up to fate. After all, we are too weak right now and this isn't something we can care about. We just have to be ourselves. Brother Fang, work hard to become stronger because only then can you protect the things you want to protect. In other words, only then can you protect yourself.